Senator Juan Miguel Zubiri will lead the chamber in prayer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, our dear colleagues, let us put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear Lord, we thank you for your boundless love, grace, and mercy, and we pray that you continue to blanket our people with your protection as we commit ourselves to the ongoing work of overcoming this pandemic. We thank you for giving us public servants the strength and fortitude we need in order to fulfill the responsibilities we owe to our people. And we pray for your continued guidance and enlightenment so we may best serve our most vulnerable according to your will. As the election draws closer, we pray for its safe, peaceful, and orderly conduct so we can freely choose the leaders who will take stewardship of our country for the next few years. We pray that you grant all of us voters the guidance and the discernment to elect a leader or leadership that is fit, ready, and capable of uplifting the country and our people from this pandemic. And for us candidates, we pray that you grant us clarity of purpose to always remind us that we are here as servants first and leaders second. All this we ask in the name of the Lord through the intercession of our Blessed Mother. Amen.
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 Secretary will please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara.
Present.
Senator Binay.
Present.
Senator Cayetano.
Present.
Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa. Senator Drilon.
Present.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go. Senator Gordon.
Present.
Senator Hontiveros.
Present.
Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid.
Present.
Senator Marcos.
Present.
Senator Pacquiao.
Present.
Senator Pangilinan.
Present.
Senator Pimentel III.
Present.
Senator Poe. Senator Recto.
Present.
Senator Revilla Jr.
Present.
Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva.
Present.
Senator Villar.
Present.
Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III is present.
With 7 senators physically present and 15 virtually present for a total of 22, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that we defer with the reading and approval of the Journal of the 37th Session Monday, January 31, 2022, as it's still being finalized.
All right, hearing no objection, the journal is deferred.
But before that, after that, Mr. President, we'd like to move for the approval of the Journal of the 36th Session, Tuesday, January 25.
36th. Any
36th.
objection? Chair hears none. The journal is approved.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And indeed, Mr. President, before we move on to the next item, I checked the records. Monday, when you presided, Mr. President, is really a historical moment for the Senate. It was the first time we passed 166 measures on third and final reading. And I'd like to congratulate everyone who participated, from the minority floor leader to the leadership of the House, all the members that were online and present, together with the Secretariat, particularly Secretary Villarica and DepSec Belen, who were patient enough to read 166 measures. So, blowout po daw, Mr. President. Request ni Senator Gatchalian.
Yes, you know, when I went home in the evening, I developed some kind of a muscle ache in my right hand, banging the gavel.
But yes, I'm proud to say that we here today with the 18th Congress have been able to do record-breaking feat. And with you presiding, Mr. President.
Thank you.
So,
All right.
Mr. President, moving forward, let us go straight to the agenda as there's a request that we, okay ng Obi? Okay, move for the reference of business, Mr. President. My apologies.
Secretary will proceed with the reference of business.
Reference of business. Committee reports. Committee report number 585 submitted jointly by the Committees on Higher Technical and Vocational Education, Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, Ways and Means and Finance on Senate number 2205 introduced by Senator Lapid entitled An Act Establishing the Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy and Appropriating Funds Therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration House number 8957, sponsor Senator Villanueva.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 586, prepared and submitted jointly by the Committees on Health and Demography upon the recommendation of the Subcommittee on Center for Disease Control and Finance on Senate number 2505, with Senators Gordon, Poe, Go, Cayetano, and authors thereof, entitled An Act Creating the Philippine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, defining its powers and functions, and for other purposes, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 1440, 1450, and 2158, taking into consideration House number 9560, sponsor Senator Cayetano.
Calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 587, submitted by the Committee on Public Services and House number 10199, introduced by Representative Salceda et al., entitled An Act Granting Lucky 8 Star Quest Inc. a franchise to operate anywhere in the Philippines off-site betting activities on duly licensed cockfighting, derbies, and similar activities through online or other modern means, recommending its approval with amendments, sponsor Senator Poe.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 588, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Works and Finance and House number 5887, introduced by Representative Del Mar et al., entitled An Act Providing for the Construction of an Undersea Tunnel or Bridge from Cebu City to the Municipality of Cordova and a Coastal Road Expressway to the Mactan Cebu International Airport, appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate number 1722, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 589, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Works and Finance and House number 9579, introduced by Representative Robes et al., entitled An Act Establishing a 4-lane viaduct or bypass road in the city of San Jose del Monte, province of Bulacan, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 590, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Works and Finance and House number 9984, introduced by Representative Almaria et al., entitled An Act Providing for the Construction of 4-lane Skyway in Davao City and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 591, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Works and Finance and House number 9885, introduced by Representative Rodriguez et al., entitled An Act Providing for the Construction of a 240-kilometer Trans-Mindanao Superhighway connecting 4 provincial capitals in the Caraga and Northern Mindanao regions to the Dalagindingan International Airport and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 592, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Works and Finance and House number 9886, introduced by Representative Juanio Dizon et al., entitled An Act Providing for the Tri-Level Interchange along MC Briones Street, corner UN Avenue, Mandaue City, province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Committee report number 593, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Works and Finance and House number 9985, introduced by Representative Dimaporo et al., entitled An Act Providing for the Construction of a National Highway from the junction of Linamon, Zamboanga Road, traversing Sitio Bucana, located in Barangay Pigkarangan, Sitio Lamak, Sitio Aloha, both located in Barangay Poblacion, and Barangay Sagadan, all located in the Municipality of Tubod, through Barangay Sagadan, Baroy, and Barangay Baroy Daku, both located in Municipality of Baroy, through Barangay Rauan, Barangay Gumagamot, Barangay Kamalan, Barangay Pasita, Barangay Darumawang, Matampay, Barangay Darumawang, Ilaya, and Barangay El Salvador, all located in the Municipality of Lala, through Barangay Concepcion, and the junction of Linamon Zamboanga National Road at Barangay Lapinigin in the Municipality of Kapatagan, all located in the province of Lanao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 594, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Works and Finance and House Number 9986, introduced by Representative Dimaporo et al., entitled An Act Providing for the Construction of a National Highway in the Municipality of Baloy, Province of Lanao del Norte, to be known as the Baloy Bypass Road, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 595, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Works and Finance and House Number 9988, introduced by Representative Suarez et al., entitled An Act Mandating the Construction of the Quezon-Bicol Expressway and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
The calendar for ordinary business.
Committee Report Number 596, submitted jointly by the Committees on Public Works and Finance and House Number 1079, introduced by Representative C. Alvarado et al., entitled An Act Mandating the Construction of a Coastal Road connecting the Caloocan, Malabon, Nabotas, and Valenzuela area to the provinces of Bulacan, Pampanga, and Bataan, and appropriating funds therefore, recommending its approval without amendment, taking into consideration Senate Number 1856, sponsor Senator Pacquiao.
The calendar for ordinary business. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, our dear colleague, the gentleman from Valenzuela, would like to avail of the privilege hour. May we recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Sherwin T. Gatchalian.
All right. Before we recognize Senator Gatchalian, there are members of the Senate that are curious. What are you and Senator De La Rosa talking about there at the back? Majority Leader.
No, because in one interview, a distinguished member of the Commission on Elections mentioned that there was a senator from Davao. So I approached the two senators from Davao. Which one of them? Because you only have two senators from Davao, Mr. President. Of course, they did not answer the affirmative. They both laughed at my inquiry.
Point,
Recognize the minority floor leader, Mr. President.
Yes, at that point, before the session was formally called to order, some of our colleagues were asking, where is Senator De La Rosa? No, we're just wondering. So is he back in the hall?
Yes, he's here. He attended the Commission on Appointments physically.
Yes, yeah, but I saw his face was not exactly, parang may nabugbog siya. Totoo ba yun?
No, he is.
Tinanong ko din yun, Mr. President, hindi daw totoo na bugbog siya. Walang bugbog.
Hindi niya kasi, he should learn from the bastards. Senator Bong Revilla and Senator Ralph Recto.
Natamay pa yung dalawa na nanahimik. All right, thank you. Thank you. Go ahead now. I recognize Senator Sherwin Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, esteemed peers, I take the floor to expose the red flags surrounding the Department of Energy's approval of the Chevron UC Malampaya deal. The Senate Committee on Energy spent over a year investigating the issue pursuant to proposed Senate Resolution number 533, authored by Senate President Vicente Soto III, Senator Panfilo Lacson, and yours truly. PSR 724, authored by this representation, and PSR number 950, authored by Senator Risa Ontiveros. We held 4 hearings between November 10, 2020, and December 15, 2021. The Department of Energy was given every opportunity to sufficiently explain its side of the story. After conducting a painstaking review of applicable laws and regulations, ample documentary evidence, and the wildly inconsistent statements of the Department of Energy and its senior officials, I have arrived at an unmistakable conclusion. The Department of Energy violated not only the law, but even its own department circular, railroading the approval of the transfer of a substantial participating interest in Malampaya, our country's single most important energy resource, to a company that the DOE knew to be financially unqualified to own it. As a result, Energy Secretary Afonso Cusi and other DOE officials involved in the evaluation and approval of this transaction have exposed themselves to administrative and criminal liability for greenlighting this deal contrary to law, regulation, and common sense. It is my sworn duty as a representative of the people to inform our fellow Filipinos of the corrupt practices employed by DOE in approving the sale of our country's most precious energy resource to the detriment of Philippine energy security. This is why I have taken the floor today. Mr. President, this speech summarizes the chairman's report dated February 2, 2022, prepared by yours truly. As the chairman's report has been incorporated by reference in this speech, I respectfully request that the chairman's report be included in the record as an annex to this speech, pursuant to second paragraph of Section 57, Rule 20, and Section 102 of Rule 37 of the Rules of the Senate. Mr. President, I will begin with a short summary of the facts. At the center of the controversy lies Chevron Malampaya LLC-PH, or CMLLC-PH, now known as UC38 LLC. CMLLC-PH was formerly the Philippine branch office of CMLLC US. Meanwhile, CMLLC US was a wholly owned subsidiary of Chevron Philippines. CMLLC-PH is part of a three-member consortium engaged by the government under Service Contract 38. Previously, CMLLC-PH owned a 45% participating interest in SC38. Shell Philippines BV or SPEX owns another 45% interest. The remaining 10% is owned by PNOC Exploration Corporation. Service Contract 38 authorizes the SC38 Consortium to explore and extract Philippine oil and gas resources hidden beneath a vast area of ocean northwest of Palawan on behalf of the Republic of the Philippines. SC38 service area is an abundant source of natural gas held in trust by the state for the benefit of the Filipino people. This precious fuel is harvested through the Malampaya Deepwater Gas to Power project. The SC38 Consortium finances, manages, and operates the Malampaya project on behalf of the Filipino people. Mr. President, Malampaya is the most important energy source of the Philippines. Ito ang kaisa-isang pinagkukunan natin ng natural gas dito sa bansa. Malampaya powers more than 4.5 million homes and businesses in Mega Manila alone. 6 out of 10 light bulbs in Meralco franchise area are powered by Malampaya gas. It contributes almost 20% of the entire country's power generation mix. Ganyan po kahalaga ang Malampaya sa ating bansa. Kung walang Malampaya, maraming mga sambahayan ngayon ang walang kuryente o 6 sa 10 bahay sa franchise area ng Meralco. Pag walang kuryente, walang mga negosyo na magpapatakbo ng ekonomiya. Marahil, baka marami ring mga estudyante ang hindi nag-aaral ngayon dahil hindi makapag-distance o online learning. Kung walang Malampaya, mas mataas ang singil sa kuryente sa merkado. Kung naalala ninyo, noong Nobyembre ng nakaraang taon, ay tumaas ang bill ng kuryente dahil nag-shutdown ang Malampaya noong Oktubre. Malampaya is also a lucrative revenue source for the government. Between January 2002 and June 30 of 2021, the government earned 290.76 billion as its share in the revenue of Malampaya operations. Mr. President, on October 25, 2019, Chevron Philippines and UC Malampaya entered into a share sale and purchase agreement or SPA. Under the SPA, UC Malampaya bought all the shares of Chevron Philippines and CMLLC US for the sum of $565 million. That's more than 40 billion pesos. This transaction is what we refer to as the Chevron UC Malampaya deal. UC Malampaya is an indirect subsidiary of Odena Corporation. Looking at the corporate structure chart, we could say that Odena Corporation is the great-grandfather of UC Malampaya. Through this transaction, UC Malampaya gained effective control over CMLLC US and its branch CMLLC-PH and its 45% participating interest in Service Contract 38. After this transaction, CMLLC-PH changed its name to UC 38 LLC. Ulitin ko po ang tatlong nagmamayari ng Malampaya. Ang operator nito na Shell Philippines Exploration or SPEX na may 45% stake. Ang gobyerno o PNOC Exploration Corporation na mayroon 10% stake. At 45% sa UC38 na dating CMLLC-PH na binili ng UC Malampaya. Mr. President, the Chevron UC Malampaya deal requires prior government approval from the DOE under Presidential Decree number 87 and DC 2007-04-0003, titled Prescribing the Guidelines and Procedures for the Transfer of Rights and Obligations in Petroleum Service Contracts under Presidential Decree number 87 as amended. PD 87, otherwise known as the Oil Exploration and Development Act of 1972, regulates energy exploration and development activities. Service Contract 38 was executed in 1990 under this law. Section 11 of PD 87 states, quote, "The rights and obligation under a contract executed under this act shall not be assigned or transferred without the prior approval of the Petroleum Board," end quote. The Petroleum Board is now the Department of Energy. The 2007 Department Circular was promulgated by DOE to implement Section 11 of PD 87. The circular prescribes guidelines and procedures to ensure the assignee or transferee of any right or interest in a petroleum service contract such as SC38 possesses the requisite legal qualification, financial resources, and technical expertise and experience to undertake its obligations and commitment under the petroleum service contract. During the November 10, 2020 hearing of the Committee on Energy, DOE confirmed the applicability of PD 87 and DC 2007 to the Chevron UC Malampaya transaction. DOE Assistant Secretary Leonido Pulido III informed the committee that DOE had already received a formal notice from the parties regarding the Chevron UC Malampaya deal. I will now show a video of ASEC Pulido stating DOE's original position from the hearing.
Not such the Department of Energy endorsed this letter to our legal services, wherein our legal services had to determine whether or not such transfer would fall squarely within the ambit of the department circular that would require the Department of Energy's approval of the transfer. And our legal services held that it falls squarely within that department circular and should require an evaluation of the technical, legal, and financial capacity of the transferee so that the DOE may approve such transfer.
Mr. President, note that the transferee mentioned by ASEC Pulido is UC Malampaya. That will be important later. ASEC Pulido's comments are consistent with DOE's August 5, 2020 letter to SPEX, wherein the agency requested SPEX to submit a formal request for approval of the transfer of CMLLC's participating interest in SC38 to UC Malampaya pursuant to DC 2007. ASEC Pulido's comments were also confirmed by DOE in its November 17, 2020 email submission to the Energy Committee. The email sent by Mr. Demuhin F. Antiborda of the DOE Petroleum Resource Development Division noted that since the transferee, UC Malampaya, was stepping into the shoes of CMLLC, a non-operator member of SC38, primordial consideration is given to its legal and financial qualifications. DOE then reiterated, and I quote, regardless of the nomenclature, the SPA entails a transfer of rights and interest in SC38. As such, approval of DOE is necessary before such transfer becomes effective, end quote. Again, note that the transferee referred to is UC Malampaya. DOE Legal Service likewise confirmed in separate memoranda dated November 23, 2020 and March 15, 2021 respectively, that the transaction was subject to prior evaluation and approval under PD 87 and DC 2007, as it involved a transfer of interest in Service Contract 38. UC Malampaya was a transferee referred to in the legal memoranda. Secretary Cusi's March 26, 2021 letter officially approving the share sale explicitly stated that such approval was supposedly in accordance with PD 87 and DC 2007. During the December 15, 2021 hearing, Secretary Cusi also admitted at least 6 different times that PD 87 and the 2007 circular apply to the transaction. For example,
The question is, does government need to approve the transaction before it becomes final and consummated?
The DOE took the position that the same is still subject to prior approval of the DOE in accordance with PD 87 and DC 2007, the 04, the 003.
Mr. President, DOE's position had been very clear from the very beginning. PD 87 and DC 2007 are applicable to this transaction. DOE is stopped from claiming otherwise. Despite this, Mr. President, DOE has recently attempted to abandon its original position, taking the side of UC Malampaya in questioning its agency's legal duty to squarely apply PD 87 and DC 2007 to the multi-billion peso Chevron UC Malampaya deal. Secretary Cusi also said during the December 15 hearing,
Mr. Chairman, I have been saying, no, there is no specific law that covers the sale of shares of stocks. And for us to safeguard the interests of the government for energy security, we need to apply the circular of PD as guidance in our evaluation to see to it that the work program will be accomplished. Now, if you're going to ask me what is the legal basis for using the benchmark, I think that is an executive decision that we exercise to make sure that the work is not hampered, the industry is not compromised, no laws violated, and a decision is made.
Ginoong Pangulo, mismo si Secretary Cusi ang nagsabi na kailangan aprubahan ng DOE ang bentahan ng Chevron at UC Malampaya bago maisapinal ito. Pero sinabi rin niya na hindi na kailangan dumaan pa sa DOE ang kasunduan. Ang nakakapagtaka, bakit pa bago-bago ang isip ng DOE sa isang transaksyon kasing laki nito? Dati rin sinabi ng DOE na ang pag-aproba nila ay batay sa batas at Department Circular. Pero nag-iba uli ang kanilang pahayag at sinabing base lang ito sa guidelines or benchmark. In response, Senator Hontiveros said she was at a loss for words after seeing for the first time a law and a department circular being demoted to mere guidelines or benchmark. I agree with her. I asked Secretary Cusi several times during the December 15 hearing to provide any legal basis whatsoever to support his decision to treat PD 87 and DC 2007 as mere guidelines or benchmark instead of binding law and regulation. He was not able to provide a sufficient answer. Mr. President, DOE's puzzling 100-degree change in position was first communicated to the Committee on Energy almost 4 months after DOE approved the transaction specifically at the July 14, 2021 hearing, when the committee asked the agency to submit documents pertaining to its evaluation and approval of the transaction. And unfortunately, Mr. President, the paper trail left by DOE regarding its evaluation of the Chevron-UC Malampaya deal raises numerous red flags. Section 3 of DC 2007 requires prospective transferee of any interest in a service contract to undergo evaluation to confirm it possesses the necessary legal, technical, and financial qualifications. The SPA, the assignment of membership interest in CMLLC executed by Chevron and UC Malampaya on March 11, 2020, and other documents pertaining to the sale share clearly indicate UC Malampaya as assignee or transferee. As I previously discussed, multiple senior officials in relevant offices of the DOE have also officially confirmed, time and time again, that the transferee subject to evaluation is UC Malampaya. However, records show that although DOE evaluated both the finances of UC 38 and UC Malampaya, it based its approval on the finances of UC 38. According to the internal financial evaluation dated February 2, 2021, DOE Financial Services evaluated the available working capital of UC 38, not UC Malampaya, to check whether it was enough to fund a 45% share in the SC 38 consortium's minimum financial commitment of $143.2 million for 2021. After finding the available working capital of UC 38 sufficient, DOE Financial Services declared UC 38 to be financially capable as transferee of the 45% interest in Malampaya. The dubious findings of DOE Financial Services were adopted by the Energy Resource Development Bureau in its memorandum to the Secretary dated March 5, 2021. The memorandum endorses UC 38 LLC, not UC Malampaya, as the financially qualified transferee and recommends approval of the transaction. Secretary Cusi's March 26, 2021 letter approving the transaction also identifies UC 38 LLC, not UC Malampaya, as the transferee of Chevron Malampaya's participating interest. However, DOE records show that the legal and technical evaluations were conducted with regard to UC Malampaya, not UC 38. Remember, UC 38 is not a new company. UC 38 is the same company as CMLLC PH, which was purchased by UC Malampaya from Chevron Philippines. Only its name has been changed. How could CMLLC transfer to itself the 45% participating interest in Malampaya it already owns? During the December 15, 2021, we asked Secretary Cusi to explain why DOE evaluated the finances of CMLLC PH or UC 38 instead of UC Malampaya. This is what he had to say.
UC Malampaya, the buyer, they're qualified legally. They're qualified technically. Pagdating po dito sa pera, walang pera. Ano gagawin natin dito? Kulang ang pera or whatever. I mean, but at the end of the day, we made a decision. We find it legal. There's no problem with the sale. So we let it go. We went to test UC Malampaya. Legal. Okay. We went to test it technical. Okay din po yon. We went to test its financial. Marami po siyang negative. Ano po, yung mga debt equity ratio.
Isa na namang questionableng proseso ito, Ginoong Pangulo. Nakasaad sa DC 2007 na bago mailipat ang interest ng isang kumpanya sa isang prospective transferee, kailangan muna itong dumaan sa legal, technical, and financial evaluation. Noong nagsagawa ng legal and technical evaluation ang DOE, ang sinuri nila ay ang UC Malampaya, ang transferee sa naturang transaksyon. Pero ang sinuri nila pagdating sa financial evaluation ay ang UC 38. Pakiwari tuloy ng marami, mistulang hinog sa pilit ang Chevron UC Malampaya deal at pinalusot na lang ito dahil walang duda na wala naman talagang kakayahang pinansyal ang UC Malampaya. Mr. President, I was under the impression that DOE had not even bothered to evaluate the finances of UC Malampaya. However, Secretary Cusi's shocking admissions put the pieces of the difficult puzzle together. It explains the Department of Energy's post facto characterization of its own department circular as a mere benchmark, not a binding regulation, after it had already approved the transaction. It explains DOE's insistence on approving the transaction based on an evaluation of UC 38's finances, not UC Malampaya's, despite having absolutely no legal basis to do so. The reason is that DOE knew UC Malampaya was financially unqualified under law to become transferee of the 45% participating interest in Malampaya. Mr. President, DOE regulations require a prospective petroleum service contractor to have available working capital equal to or greater than its proportionate contribution to the work program and budget under the service contract. Available working capital is liquid assets less current liabilities. As mentioned earlier, DOE erroneously applied this standard to UC 38 instead of UC Malampaya to support its finding of financial qualification in approving the Chevron UC Malampaya deal. According to paragraph 8 of the DOE financial evaluation, the available working capital of UC Malampaya is negative $137.2 million. That is negative 6.9 billion in Philippine pesos. When DOE's financial evaluation standard is correctly applied to UC Malampaya, it is immediately apparent that the UDENA subsidiary is financially unqualified because it has negative working capital. Maliwanag na wala talagang kakayahang pinansyal ang UC Malampaya na humawak ng isang napaka-importanting investment ng bansa. Paano mo naman isusugal sa isang kumpanyang walang pera ang seguridad ng enerhiya natin? Yun lang yun, Ginoong Pangulo. It's not rocket science. However, instead of disapproving the transaction, as it should have, DOE bent backwards to find a way to approve the transfer of UC Malampaya, an entity it already knew was financially unqualified based on the agency's own standards. Thus, the DOE based its finding of financial capability on the alleged financial position of CMLLCPH or UC 38, the target company, instead of transferee UC Malampaya. In Secretary's own words,
Kaya nangyari po, doon sa application po natin ng intent of the law, naging mistiso no po, na pumunta kami dito sa Chevron Malampaya for the financial.
as Senator Pimentel pointed out during the hearing, the so-called mestizo application of the law has no legal basis. Secretary Cusi was unable to provide any legal basis for the questionable misapplication of his own department circular. Significantly, the unauthorized mestizo application of DOE's financial test is what allowed UC Malampaya to acquire its participating interest in Malampaya, despite flunking the financial evaluation. In other words, the only way for DOE to approve the Chevron UC Malampaya transaction was to violate its own circular. Unfortunately, Mr. President, this is not the only violation of DC 2007 committed by DOE. As pointed out by Senator Binay during the September 28, 2021 hearing, the DOE evaluation was based on unaudited financial statements submitted by UC Malampaya and UC 38. In fact, the financial statements were not only unaudited, but also unsigned. Section 2E of DC 2007 expressly requires the submission of audited financial statements by the transferee to prove its financial capability. An unaudited, unsigned financial statement does not provide a fair and credible snapshot of the working capital available to a service contractor to comply with its obligations to the consortium. During the December 15 hearing, Secretary Cusi admitted that UC 38, the alleged transferee, did not submit the required financial documents.
Let me check it with the finance people to get all the correct information. Mr. Chairman, if I will read it to answer the question. UC 38 LLC did not submit the requested required particulars for financial resources available to the prospective transferee or assignee, including capital, credit facilities, guarantees to undertake its obligation under the service contract.
Therefore, even if there was a proper legal basis for DOE's so-called mestizo evaluation, and just to be clear, there is none. The agency's approval of the transaction without any credible financial documents on hand is nonetheless a clear violation of its own department circular. The failure of the transferee to submit audited financial statements and other documents proving its financial capability should have resulted in the disapproval of its application. Maliwanag pa sa sikat ng araw, lutong Macau ang nangyaring transaksyon. Mr. President, allowing a company in financial turmoil to own a large stake in Malampaya gravely endangers our country's energy security. Ownership of a 45% stake in SC38 requires funding. 45% of the consortium's $163.4 million work program and budget as of 2021. Oil and gas exploration and extraction is an expensive, high-risk industry. However, UC Malampaya is reliant on its earnings from Malampaya's gas operation to pay its 45% stake. If operations slow down, Malampaya would not be financially capable of paying its fair share of Malampaya's operating budget. When this happens, the consortium's operation will collapse. Malampaya will stop producing gas. 6 out of 10 light bulbs in Metro Manila will go to dark. Eventually, Malampaya's existing wells will run out of gas. The SC38 consortium needs to drill deep into the seabed to discover new oil and gas deposits to power our homes and businesses. But when Malampaya's wells dry up, UC Malampaya will have no means of funding exploration activities within the service area. Mahalaga na may pinansyal na kapasidad ang UC Malampaya para una, makatuklas ng mga bagong mapagkukunan ng langis sa ilalim ng ating karagatan at pangalawa, mapatakbo ng maayos ang Malampaya. Ginong Pangulo, mabigat ang kinahitnan ng bentahan nito na sinuluhan ng DOE dahil tinataya natin ang supply at presyo ng enerhiya ng bansa sa mga darating na panahon. Ang Malampaya ang nagpapailiw sa higit 4.2 milyong kabahayan sa Mega Manila. 6 sa 10 mga bahay sa franchise area ng Meralco ang umaasa sa kuryenteng isinusupply ng Malampaya. At kapag tuluyan na itong natuyo, malaki ang posibilidad na magka-brownout o lalo ring tataas ang presyo ng kuryente sa bansa. PD 87 and DC 2007 were meant to safeguard a country's energy security from this kind of precarious situation. This is why strict enforcement of these laws is vital to protecting the interests of the Filipino people. Mr. President, the law is the law. Anyone who violates it must be punished to its full extent. This is true even more so with regard to public officials responsible for selling out our country's energy security. Mr. President, I call on the Ombudsman and the Civil Service Commission to promptly file administrative charges and criminal cases against Secretary Alfonso Cusi, who approved the deal, and other DOE officials who evaluated the Chevron UC Malampaya deal and recommended its approval. Secretary Cusi and his subordinates are liable for gross neglect of duty and grave misconduct in evaluating and approving this transaction, pursuant to the revised Administrative Code of 1987. Those found guilty will face dismissal from public service. Secretary Cusi, as the final approving authority, is also criminally liable under Section 3J of the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act for knowingly granting the privilege of a participating interest in Service Contract 38 to UC Malampaya, an entity that is clearly not qualified to own it. Secretary Cusi and his subordinates are also liable under Section 3E of RA 3019 for providing UC Malampaya with unwarranted benefits, advantage, or preference through manifest partiality, evident bad faith, or gross inexcusable negligence in evaluating and approving the deal. Ginoong Pangulo, ito po ang kinalalabasan ng mga serye ng pagdinig namin sa Committee on Energy hinggil sa kasunduan ng Chevron Philippines at UC Malampaya. Kailangan managot ang mga opisyal ng DOE sa pangunguna ni Secretary Cusi dahil sa paglapastangan nila ng batas. Inaprubahan nila ang paglipat ng 45 participating interest ng Malampaya sa isang kumpanya na maliwanag na wala namang kakayahang humawak ng isang mahalagang infrastruktura ng bansa. Sinira nila ang tiwala ng taong bayan na umaasa mapamangalagaan ang supply ng kuryente. If convicted, they could face between 6 years and 1 month to 15 years of imprisonment and perpetual disqualification from public office. I will provide the proper authorities with a detailed report on our findings. I sincerely hope they will take swift action to hold these DOE officials accountable for their wrongdoing. At the same time, Mr. President, I'm aware that many people have speculated as the motive behind the preferential treatment accorded to UC Malampaya by Secretary Cusi in the Department of Energy. I will leave that to the courts of law and public opinion to decide. As far as I'm concerned, what is clear is that Secretary Cusi and his subordinates have violated the law in evaluating and approving the Chevron UC Malampaya deal. That is as far as my conclusion goes. In light of what transpired, Mr. President, it's also clear that certain amendments are required to strengthen PD 87. These amendments should incorporate the effect on the service contract of the service contractor's failure to comply with the prior approval requirement of Section 11 of PD 87, as well as the effect of a transferee who is not legally, technically, and financially qualified. I'm likewise proposing an amendment to impose criminal and, when applicable, administrative penalties against service contractors who fail to comply with the prior approval requirement of Section 11 of PD 87. DOE officials who approve a transfer or assignment of rights and obligations in a service contract which did not go through the prior approval requirement, and DOE officials who approve a transfer or assignment of rights and obligations in a service contract to unqualified transferees or assignees. This will ensure that future service contractors and DOE officials will not repeat the same mistakes as those involved in the Chevron UC Malampaya deal. Lastly, Mr. President, I call on Secretary Cusi and his erring subordinates to immediately resign. With all that has happened, the Filipino people can no longer trust you to faithfully safeguard our country's precious energy resources. Hindi ninyo na muling maloloko ang taong bayan. Nananawagan ako kay Secretary Cusi at sa 11 ng mga opisyal ng DOE na kasama sa pag-aproba ng Chevron UC Malampaya deal, magbitiw na kayo. That is all for now, Mr. President. Distinguished colleagues, thank you and good afternoon.
The Minority Leader, Senator Franklin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me spread into the record my commendation to Senator Win Gatchalian for that very extensive analysis of this Malampaya deal, which has caused a lot of consternation and anger among our people. I noted, Mr. President, that this is just a privileged speech. So our first question is, does the committee intend to submit a committee report on this matter?
Mr. President, Looking at the resolutions that were filed, the resolutions cover various items. These items include the Chevron UC Malampaya deal. These items also include the Shell transaction, as well as the impending depletion of Malampaya itself. So it covers various subject matters.
Yes.
So, Mr. President, this privilege speech actually is a preliminary report that we conducted from the hearing. And moving forward, yes, Mr. President, we intend to convert this into a committee report, Mr. President.
Okay, Mr. President, the reality that we face today is that today and possibly tomorrow would be our last session days before we go on a campaign. And certainly the committee report cannot be taken up and immediately. And at the earliest, when we go back in the last week of May, would the sponsor have any objection if this representation proposes that we adopt the speech as part of the sense, we adopt the speech as part of a sense of the Senate resolution on this issue, so that we can immediately make findings as a body of the sense of the Senate insofar as this very dangerous non-approval of this contract. In other words, what I'm saying is, in the absence of a committee report and given the time constraints, would the sponsor agree to embody the speech in a sense of the Senate resolution?
I have no objection to that, Mr. President, and definitely that's a welcome proposal by the good minority floor leader. As what we have discussed earlier, we conducted extensive hearings on this matter, specifically the Chevron UC Malampaya deal. Senator Pimentel, Senator Rizon Tiveros, Senator Bina were present, and they participated heavily, in the fact-finding activities of the committee. And definitely, Mr. President, that is a welcome proposal, Mr. President.
May we know, Mr. President, if the majority leader would have any objection to this proposal for the submission to the body?
Sandali lang, baba niyo. The majority leader may need. Are you
My apologies.
are you
Mr. President.
amenable to a proposal of the minority leader that the privilege speech of Senator Gatchalian be
Be adopted.
part and be adopted into a Senate resolution expressing the sense of the Senate in a numbered resolution?
We may, Mr. President, if the body so wishes.
So there is no objection from the majority leader, minority leader. Are you putting that into a motion?
Yes, in view of that manifestation of the majority leader and with the concurrence of Senator Gatchalian, may I move that the chamber passes a sense of the Senate resolution incorporating and adopting as adopting the speech of Senator Gatchalian to express concurrence in the views expressed by Senator Gatchalian as chairman of the Committee on Energy. So move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may we recognize the gentleman from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we be given time to study this report, Mr. President, because this is very new to us. We were not, I'm sure some of our colleagues need enough time to study this report, Mr. President.
Mr. President, this is not a report. And all our motion is to adopt the sense of the Senate resolution. This speech is already part of the records of the Senate for today's session. And what we are simply saying is that if it can be adopted as the sense of in a sense of the Senate resolution, so that and that proposal is because we have no more time. We have barely today and possibly tomorrow as our session days before we go on a break, and therefore the sense of the Senate resolution is a stepped-up measure so that we can express how the Senate views this transaction in the absence of a committee report. The gentleman, chairman of the Committee on Energy, expressed no objection and, in fact, welcomed the proposal of this representation. The majority leader, presumably, and talking in behalf of the majority bloc, said she has no objection. Yes, and this issue has been pending. Senator Gatchalian has been diligently conducting hearings, hearing testimonies, and giving everybody a chance to make their submission to the committee. In fact, Senator Win Gatchalian just said that if he has that ultimately the points raised in this privilege speech will be part of a committee report which will be submitted to this chamber. So it is in this context that we are moving, and I have a motion that the privilege speech of Senator Gatchalian be incorporated in a sense of the Senate resolution as the Senate President has no objection. The majority leader has no objection. The secretary.
Mr. President,
Yes,
would like
Majority
to,
Leader.
with the permission of the minority floor leader. Yeah, because I was in a phone call, so I wasn't listening to the discussions that you made with Senator Gatchalian. On the issue on the sense of the Senate, because it is the sense of the Senate, therefore we must get approval of all members of the Senate unless there's an objection.
Yes.
In my case, Mr. President, I agree with some of the findings of Senator Gatchalian, although I may not agree to the decision to have them all resign. So maybe I think we may differ in that position. So I would believe it would be best if we can ask the good gentleman to prepare a resolution for us to study, and then we can adopt the resolution once it is prepared.
With all due respect to the good majority leader, the speech was very detailed. We were all listening. And of course, the gentleman, chairman of the Committee on Energy, would have been glad to answer questions on interpellation if this needs any clarification. So that is why I thought it was proper under the circumstances that we so move. And in fact, the Senate President asked us if we're converting this into a motion, and we said yes, so we so move. Now, if there are objections, yes, that is expected of a collegial body. We cannot. That's precisely why we are in a collegial body. If there are objections, then we put this to a vote.
Majority Leader, the chair declares a 1-minute suspension.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I believe that the good sponsor of the privileged speech, Senator Gatchalian, had prepared, instead of just coming up with a unnumbered unwritten sense of the Senate to appease some of our colleagues who wish to read the contents of the said resolution, he gladly decided to author one as of this moment. And we'd like to ask Mr. President if he can be recognized if he has already a resolution on hand.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized. Go ahead.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President.
Yes, it is the parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, may I know, as far as I can recall, the status is that I have made a motion that a sense of the Senate resolution be adopted, adopting and incorporating the speech of the good Senator Gatchalian. The majority leader initially said we have no objection, and this motion was prompted by a query from the Senate President. There is a manifestation from Senator Bato de la Rosa saying, give us time to study. I interpreted this as of an opposition. And is that a correct statement, Mr. President? This is an
Yes. Yes, the parliamentary status that is that the motion is pending. That is what is on the floor. Now, in the process, considering the fact that Senator De La Rosa brought out an objection to the unnumbered resolution, the sponsor now is offering a resolution, a written resolution that is to be offered right now. That is the situation.
With all due respect to the Senate President, technically, there is a pending motion, as correctly stated by the Senate President. There is an objection, and therefore the proper procedure is, since there is no objection, we place this to a vote by motion, Mr. President.
Well, the sponsor was trying to offer so that the objection will no longer be necessary and can be withdrawn. Is trying to offer a combination of the content of his privilege speech and a written resolution. That is the situation. But if we leave it to the pleasure of the majority or the members of the Senate, what do you prefer? Do you want to vote on this motion? Nevertheless, we will still have to allow the people for or against to say something about it. And that is what Senator Gatchalian is trying to do.
Mr. President, this presentation is the movant. If Senator Gatchalian has a proposed amendment to my motion, then let him state so, and it is up for me for this representation as the movant whether or not I will accept the motion to amend of Senator Gatchalian.
All right. It can come into that kind of form, Senator Gatchalian.
So yes.
What is your offer? What is your offer? Because the content of the privilege speech, bottom line is that the committee is recommending that charges be filed to the people involved in the Department of Energy and those involved in the transactions that were mentioned. But also included in his proposal is that they resign. All right? And Senator Gatchalian, what do you say to the motion of the minority leader?
Mr. President, as a suggestion, Mr. President, to the motion of the good minority leader, and I appreciate and I welcome the proposal of the good minority leader through a motion. I propose that we convert the speech into a sense of the Senate, and this is the title of the sense of the Senate, a resolution expressing the sense of the Senate to file the appropriate criminal and administrative charges before the Office of the Ombudsman and the Civil Service Commission against Secretary Afonso Cusi and other Department of Energy officials for approving and recommending approval of the Chevron Philippines UC Malampaya transaction contrary to law and regulation. And we enumerated the pertinent narrations in the speech, Mr. President.
So what does the minority leader say? That is
I-
your motion is to approve a resolution containing the privilege speech of Senator Gatchalian. Now Senator Gatchalian is offering a written resolution to
I
your
regret-
motion.
I regret, Mr. President, that with all due respect to the good gentleman, I am supporting his privilege speech. I am in full agreement with him, and that is why I have moved that the Senate adopts a resolution adopting and expressing the sense of the Senate the privilege speech of the good gentleman. Now, if the chamber, if our colleagues does not feel that that is a correct expression of the sense of the Senate, then we so submit. I regret that I cannot accept the proposal of Senator Gatchalian. We are the movant, Mr. President, and we regret that we cannot accept the amendment or the motion of Senator Villanueva, of Senator Gatchalian.
All right. So if your motion is approved, why can it be not? Why can we not contain the sense that Senator Gatchalian is saying? Precisely the content of his privilege speech.
No, because we would want the entire privilege speech to be the sense of the Senate.
All right. Then let us dispose with the motion of the minority leader. If it's approved, so be it. If it's not, then we can take up the resolution of Senator Gatchalian. All right. Majority leader, what do you say?
There's a movement, there's an objection, Mr. President. Under our rules, we must proceed to seek the sense of the Senate through a nominal voting.
All right. So the motion is to approve a numbered resolution expressing the entire privilege speech of Senator Gatchalian. And it was Senator De La Rosa objected. Because of the hybrid situation, we will have to conduct a roll call vote. So we will ask the secretary to conduct a roll call vote. A vote of yes is in favor of the motion of the minority leader. A no is, of course, against. All right? The Senate Secretary.
Roll call vote.
Before, can we ask our colleagues to be online, whoever this is a very critical vote. May I request that the bell be rung so that our colleagues can be present and can vote?
Yes. Would you like a suspension again? The bell has been rung. I think we have a quorum.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4,
If that is
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We are 15.
so, we withdraw the motion, Mr. President, because of the difficulty that we find ourselves in, this being a hybrid proceeding. So, with that statement of the Senate President, we withdraw our motion for a bell to be rung, and we can proceed with the vote, Mr. President.
All right. Senator Binay, you are recognized.
Mr. President, just for clarification, Mr. President, after this vote, do we take up the proposal of Senator Gatchalian?
We will no longer take it up if we approve this motion of the Senate of the minority leader because it will contain it will just have a one-page sense of the Senate saying that we are expressing the sense of the Senate at what is contained in the privilege speech of Senator Gatchalian. Then you will attach the entire privilege speech of Senator Gatchalian. That's how it is.
Okay. Thank
We
you, Mr.
need
President.
not take up another resolution to that effect. If the motion is lost, then we can take up the other resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right. So are we ready? But the Senate Secretary.
Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara. Senator Binay.
Abstain.
Senator Cayetano.
No.
Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa. Senator Drilon.
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go. No. Senator Gordon. Senator Ontiveros.
Aye.
Senator Lacson.
Hmm?
Senator Lapid. Senator Marcos.
Abstain.
Senator Pacquiao.
Yes.
Senator Pangilinan.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III.
Yes.
Senator Poe.
Yes.
Senator Recto.
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.
Abstain.
Senator Tolentino. No. Senator Villanueva.
Yes.
Senator Villar.
Abstain.
Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III.
Wait. Wait. Ilan lahat?
Parang close fight, ah.
Eh. All right. I vote yes. The problem is that there are 10 in favor, 6 no, 4 against, ano, 4 abstention. It's a tie. At the moment, based on our rules, the motion is lost because he did not get the majority of those present.
Mr. President,
Yes, go ahead, Senator Diron.
the Senate President voted a yes.
No matter what my vote is, it is going to be a tie or it will be lost. So I voted yes. That's the reason I counted.
With all due respect, under our rules, sir, the Senate President will vote in case there is a tie.
Yeah, my vote became a tie.
Your vote.
And, you know, if there were 9 in favor and 9 against, and my vote is crucial. But in this case, there are 9 in favor and 10 against.
Mr. President, with all due respect, there were, as far as I remember, there are only 4 against.
No, there are 6 against and
Sorry,
4
sorry, 6
abstention.
against. 6 against.
Yeah,
So
and 4
it's
abstention. And of course, obviously, the rules say that when you abstain, you did not, yes, you did not participate and abstain, but it is always counted as a negative vote because you did not vote yes.
Yes, Mr. President, I do realize that. But under our rules, there is a motion. 9 voted in favor of the motion. There is a quorum. And isn't the motion carried?
It has to be the majority of the members present. Remember, it has happened to us before a number of times. Those against voted, I think, 8, and those in favor voted 7. Basta it did not get the majority of those present. Yeah, I remember something like 5 and 6. Oh no, yes, 5 and 6. 5 voted against, 6 voted in favor, but the quorum was 15. So we needed 7. 7 to win. So the motion was lost. It has happened a number of times, Your Honor. A motion has to be carried by a majority of those present.
There being a quorum.
There being a quorum, and the quorum is 20. Hindi, kanina yun, 22. When we voted, there were only 20. If we make it 22, eh de lalo ng the motion is lost.
No, sir. The quorum is
20 right now when we voted.
No, the quorum is 1/2 plus 1 of 20.
Yes.
Now, so
No. The quorum is 20.
Okay,
20
yes.
responded.
Yeah. Yes.
A majority is 1/2 plus 1.
Mhm. So, all right. Okay, so there were 9 in favor, 6 against,
Yes.
4 abstentions.
Mm-mm.
To my knowledge, there are 9 who voted, and we should not count the abstentions. They abstained precisely, sir, and therefore we should only count the 9 and the 6.
Even though, Your Honor, even if only 6 are counted against and 9 in favor, the thing is the 9 do not get the majority of those present.
Yeah,
And
but
those present are 20. I'm sorry. Anyway, we can take up the resolution again with an amendment from the sponsor, Senator Gatchalian.
Mr. President,
Yes.
this is the first time that I see a sponsor of the privilege speech being delivered, and when the privilege speech was moved to adopt the privilege speech as the sense of the Senate, the author of the speech abstained. Do not really understand, Mr. President. Hindi ko po maintindihan yung si Senator Gatchalian, with all due respect to him, he delivered a very substantial privilege speech.
He voted yes.
Yeah, Senator Gatchalian voted yes.
So can we have again the for the record, who voted yes, who objected, who abstained? Just for the record.
All right, just for the record, anyway, as I said, no, that the ruling is obvious, you know, and the records of the Senate, the journals of the Senate are replete with this situation. It has happened. I distinctly remember the FPJ report. The same thing happened. The Manapat report, same thing happened. Anyway, so those who voted in favor, Rilon, Gatchalian, Ontiveros, Pacquiao, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Po, Recto, Villanueva, and Soto. All right?
So that's
Against, huh?
That's 10,
Against
sir.
10, yeah, that's why I said 10. We still do not get 11. Those who voted against, Cayetano, De La Rosa, Go, Lacson, Tolentino, Subiri. And those who abstained, Binay, Marcos, Revilla, Villar. All right, Majority Leader, I don't think we can do anything about this. Senator Cayetano, go ahead.
Mr. President, just very quickly, it's a very important issue, and I could have voted yes. I just wanted to have a longer, lengthier discussion. The sponsor himself said that this is just preliminary. It's a privileged speech, and it will be a committee report at some point. So just to manifest that it's not that I was against it. It's just that I needed more time to study this very important matter. So as the presiding officer said, there could be another resolution later on. It's very possible
Well,
that
right
I
now.
will support it in the future.
Right now, it's the same thing. Actually, it will just be a written resolution already.
Okay, Your Honor.
Okay, Senator Gatchalian, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me send my sincere thanks to the Minority Leader for proposing to convert the speech into a sense of the Senate. Truly, this is a very important matter and a matter of not only interest to the Filipino people, but interest to the future generations of our country. So I send my sincere gratitude and thanks to the good Minority Leader for proposing to convert the speech into the sense of the Senate in the interest of time, Mr. President. However, Mr. President, looking at the voting pattern earlier, indeed there is a majority of our colleagues feel strongly about this matter and feel strongly that cases should be pursued and cases should be filed, and these cases will be a chance for the individuals to answer themselves and to defend themselves in the proper venue, Mr. President. So, Mr. President, I am proposing this is in line with the speech to file a sense of the Senate, Mr. President, and the title of this resolution, a resolution expressing the sense of the Senate to file the appropriate criminal and administrative charges before the Office of the Ombudsman and the Civil Service Commission against Secretary Alfonso Cusi and other Department of Energy officials for approving and recommending approval of the Chevron Philippines UC Malampaya transaction, contrary to law and regulation, Mr. President. And there were assets are the details that I have elaborated earlier in my privilege speech, Mr. President. And the recommendation, Mr. President, was also elaborated in the speech, Mr. President. So I so move, Mr. President.
Object to style.
Subject to style.
All right. Any objection? Any objection? Chair hears none. The Majority Leader, yes? No, any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The resolution is adopted.
President, I'd just like to put on record my abstention on the motion, on the resolution.
All right, the Majority Leader abstains.
Same here, Mr. President. Senator Bong Revilla. I abstain.
Senator Revilla abstains. Senator De La Rosa.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to put on record that I also abstain. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, place it on record.
President,
Senator Tolentino.
likewise, abstain for a need of a bill of particulars, as well as the naming of the others, which would refer to John Doe's, Mr. President.
All right, thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, moving forward, I move that
Mr.
we, yes, may we recognize Senator Rizal.
Senator Tiberos.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I just seek the good Senate President's guidance? Is it still proper for this representation to interpolate the speech of Senator Sherwin, the good gentleman for Valenzuela, after his speech, but also after the vote that we have taken?
Well, I'm sorry, but we already have adopted the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, moving forward, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8218. Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
May I recognize Senator Francis Tolentino for the amendments on the measure. This is the Metro Bataan Development Authority.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President,
Sabi niya, late close. Senator Tolentino.
yes, Mr. President. Parliamentary status, Mr. President, is that I'll be presenting the committee amendments. Thereafter, I will be presenting the individual amendments. This is as reference to the previous discussions during the last hearing with the Honorable Minority Leader. Mr. President, on page 2, lines 10 to 25, delete the entire section 4 and replace it with a new section to read as follows, Mr. President. Metro Bataan Development Council, the Metro Bataan, Section 4, Metro Bataan Development Council, the Metro Bataan Development Council, Council parenthesis, open parenthesis, close parenthesis, shall be the governing board and policy-making body of the MBTA. The council shall be composed of the governor of Bataan as ex officio chairperson, and then this will be, the next line will be subject to the individual amendment, Mr. President. The congressional representatives of Bataan and the mayors of the city of Balanga and the municipalities of Abukay, Bagak, Dinalutihan, Hermosa, Limay, Mariveles, Morong, Orani, Orion, Pilar, and Samal as ex officio members. The Region 3 regional directors of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, open parenthesis, DILG, Department of the Environment and Natural Resources, open parenthesis, close parenthesis, DNR, Department of Public Works and Highways, open parenthesis, DPWH, close parenthesis, Land Transportation Office, open parenthesis, LTO, close parenthesis, Office of the Civil Defense, open parenthesis, OCD, close parenthesis, and the Philippine National Police, open parenthesis, close parenthesis, PNP, shall serve as ex officio members of the council without voting rights. Any mayor may opt out prior to the voting such that the decision or action approved by the council shall not apply to the city or municipalities that opted out, provided that the council shall only address province-wide, multi-municipality or inter-municipality concerns. I so move, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Before I recognize the minority leader, may I know how they will opt out? How they can opt out?
Opting out, Mr. President, would be an indication in written
No,
or
how do they opt out?
by writing or by formally informing the the council itself that the action to be taken by the council shall not apply to their municipality. So it's an abstention at the same time as as a as a non-participation and with the indication that the results thereof would not apply to the municipality or city concerned, Mr. President. For instance,
Don't you think that should be included in the bill so that the mayors and municipalities and cities would know how to opt out if they want to opt out?
that can be part, Mr. President, of the individual amendment, and this representation is willing
All right.
to do the same.
Okay, so Minority Leader.
Mr. President, when the original committee report was presented, and the and this bill was sponsored, the committee amendments did not include this portion about the opt-out. I'm wondering why it is there, but in any case, will the gentleman sponsor yield the floor to a few questions before we vote on this amendment?
Yes, Mr. President, but I understand that the opting out clause was included, with all due respect. I await the questions from the minority leader.
Yes, Mr. President, may we know from the good sponsor, is there a difference between the territorial jurisdiction of the province of Bataan and the territorial jurisdiction of the Metro Bataan Development Authority?
Mr. President, this representation would have to admit that in its original form, coming out from the committee, from the House, from the lower house, as well as the committee, the jurisdiction would be the same, Mr. President. We are now referring to 11 towns plus one city, Mr. President.
So the jurisdiction of the Metro Bataan Development Authority and the jurisdiction of the provincial government of Bataan would exactly be the same.
Yes, Mr. President.
And
Its original form.
what if so they would be performing the same the provincial government of Bataan will be performing exactly the same function as the Metro Bataan Development Authority because they cover the same territorial jurisdiction.
Not exactly, Mr. President. There would be demarcation lines as the provincial government of Bataan's functions are clearly enunciated under Section 22 of the Local Government Code, while the functions of Metro Bataan would be more on coordination, monitoring, and performing functions that would be akin to forward-looking planning, and it's more focused on, Mr. President, on the planning of the metropolitan area is concerned, but without necessarily, Mr. President, having and at the same time avoiding conflicts with the corporate powers, the governmental functions of the province of Bataan. I ask that likewise, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may be given just time to collect my notes, I think, Mr. President, during the committee hearing, this representation as chairman of your committee on local government expressly asked those questions. And if I may be allowed to quote, on page 52 of the transcripts of the Committee on Local Government, I asked this, and I underscore this. The chairperson, Senator Tolentino, yes, I have a few questions. How many municipalities in Bataan? Congressman Garcia replied, 1 city and 11 municipalities. So 1 city and 11 municipalities. So that would be 12. So my question then, Senator Tolentino, so MBDA is supposed to include the 12 LGUs. So you would mean the entire province of Bataan will be transformed to the MBDA. Reply of Congressman Garcia. It will be for the services that will be provided by the MBDA. It will include all the 12 local government units. So again, Senator Tolentino, so the entire political institution of Bataan, the 12 LGUs, would be a mirror image of MBDA and no LGU would be left behind. Am I correct? The reply of Congressman Garcia is this. That is correct, Mr. Chair. So my question, I'd like to place this be reflected likewise in the records with due respect to the minority leader, Senator Tolentino. So are we now creating a separate political entity here, Mr. Congressman? Or are you amenable to just strengthen the functions of the province of Bataan by providing perhaps through a special law the strengthening of the functions? And the provincial governor would likewise be assuming the functions as MBDA administrator. So will it not be having a duplication or redundancy, Mr. Congressman? That's correct, Mr. Chair, according to Congressman Garcia. But according to Congressman Garcia, and I quote him, our objective here is to create this authority so that it may help and support the delivery of basic services and mandates of our local government units, as well as the national government agencies. And you are correct, Mr. Chair, referring to me. Under the bill, there will be a council led by the governor, and of course, all mayors will be members as well. So my final quotation, Mr. President, with the permission of the minority leader. Question of Senator Tolentino. Yes, Mr. Congressman. So are we now avoiding the possibility in the future through this law, a situation wherein there is a provincial governor and there is an MBDA chairman whose position is occupied by another person? In effect, we will have an internal conflict between the head of the MBDA and the provincial governor. Are we looking to avoid that, or can that not be avoided in the near future beyond our lifetimes, Congressman? Beyond the lifetime of Abet, my good friend, the governor. You will be the governor. You will be the governor next year. So all of these questions, all of the apprehensions, I think, about to be raised, being raised by the good minority leader, including perhaps some of our colleagues, were addressed during that committee hearing. In fact, I was almost tempted to interpolate myself. I raised all of those questions. I search within and without existing laws and provisions. I search within and without existing jurisprudence. I had a difficulty grappling with this issue likewise, Mr. President, but I found the answer last night. And if this will be amenable to the good minority leader.
I don't know, Mr. President.
I found out, Mr. President, just one last sentence. I found out, Mr. President, that Metro Bataan as a province is different. Bataan as a province would be different from all other provinces. Why, Mr. President? Because Bataan is a peninsula. Arrayed against other provinces, we have only few peninsulas in the Philippines. You have the Bicol Peninsula, Caramoan Peninsula, Bondok Peninsula. But Bataan is a peninsula faced by, its land area is faced by two distinct bodies of water. You have West Philippine Sea and Manila Bay. So I searched within and without, Mr. President. Indeed, there is logic and reason behind the creation of this. And if the good minority leader would allow, perhaps, as we go on with the period of individual amendments, this representation would be willing, Mr. President, and as discussed with the House sponsor, to remove two municipalities from the original committee report. And that would be, though I have yet to read the entire committee report, to delete Morong and I think I will be deleting Morong and Bagak, Mr. President. So out of 11, 9 will be left. And from my discussions, Mr. President, there are LGUs outside the proposed Metro Bataan willing to join Metro Bataan, not part of Bataan. And the concept would include, in the future, Mr. President, the municipality of Subic in Zambales, as well as, although this is not yet confirmed, the municipality of Lubao in Pampanga, because Lubao is directly adjacent to the municipality of Dinalupihan in Bataan. So with this probably evolving in the future, we will have a Metro Bataan composed of municipalities coming from Zambales, which is Subic, as well as Lubao, which is part of Pampanga. And there is a map being shown on the screen, Mr. President. The uniqueness of the Bataan Peninsula is this. It is like an island, but connected to the rest of Central Luzon by virtue of Dinalupihan's adjoining Lubao like a bridge, Mr. President. So it's an island, and I think its peculiarity makes it different with other provinces because it's like an aircraft carrier, Mr. President, parked along Manila Bay and West Philippine Sea, and that's probably the reason why the Americans preferred to have more campsites, more forts, Fort Stotzenberg, for instance, in Bataan, and it's likewise the reason why the Japanese Imperial Army's war plans really focused on Bataan because it's a gateway to other areas which they hope to occupy. And Mr. President, the reason given to me, likewise, and I'm familiar with this, is that there would be a bridge within 1 year. There are now 20%, 30% in the planning stage to be funded by the Japanese government from Naik, Cavite to Mariveles, Bataan, and it would be parallel to, likewise, a new EDSA. It would be cutting short the travel time from the Cavite area to that Bataan Peninsula, fostering once again trade and industry. So perhaps these are the reasons behind the forward-looking rationale for this measure, a Metro Bataan Development Authority. But during the period of individual amendments, Mr. President, I would be, and this is looking forward, I would be introducing an amendment that would name this as the Metro Bataan Peninsula Development Authority, Mr. President. So I hope I've answered some of the concerns of the good minority leader, which I likewise raised during the committee hearings. I grappled with all the issues. I had a hard time, but later on, I came to realize, Mr. President, na perhaps tama din naman, in the same manner during the olden days wherein New Jersey, the entire state of New Jersey is a peninsula, Mr. President. It's likewise a metropolitan area. The bridge that linked New Jersey to New York was the game changer. So we now have a New Jersey Metropolitan Transit Authority, etc., etc. Perhaps this is the reason for this, the proper reason for this Metro Bataan Development Authority. Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to express those rationale, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It would appear that the good gentleman sponsor crafted his own questions and answered his own questions. This is like interpolating himself, but that's how it appeared. And on a second point, a Bataan Peninsula Development Authority, which would include Subic Bay, I am sure would not sit well with our good colleague Senator Gordon I don't think he would want the Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority to be reporting to the chairman of the Bataan Peninsula Development Authority. So I would suggest that in our plans, we should be more circumspect than putting across the idea that Bataan will one day have jurisdiction over the Subic Bay SBMA and the Subic Bay Metropolitan.
No, Mr. President, with all due respect, it's
I
not
still have
Subic.
the floor.
May.
Mr. President, if I can be allowed to finish.
Yes, yes.
Now, also, Lubao is being mentioned, and I do not know whether the people of Pampanga, how they feel about that being part of, in the future, of the Bataan Peninsula Development Authority. But these are we raised this question because precisely this is the first time that we're looking at a possible layers in the same political subdivision. Two layers, the provincial government of Bataan and the metropolitan and the how do you call this? And this entity, Bataan Development Authority. I will repeat, there would be two government agencies looking after the same territory. And I can almost foresee what if there are differences in opinion. And also the good sponsor said there will be an opt-out provision, meaning that, as he explained it, meaning that a municipality is given the option of not agreeing to a resolution and not being bound by that resolution for being passed by the Metro Bataan Development Authority. Suppose, Mr. President, the same resolution is passed by the Provincial Board of Bataan and approved by the Governor of Bataan. Would it be binding on the members who opted out? This becomes very complicated and can give rise to a lot of difficult questions, Mr. President.
So can I?
Yeah.
Can I?
Raising a question? Yes.
Yeah, yes, Mr. President. The issue of opting out is probably the issue of opting out hinges on the manner of voting within the council. So there has to be a unanimous vote. So the original version speaks of a mayor or a representative of the LGU opting out prior to voting, in which case the unanimous voting mode remains, but but the decision approved by the council will not apply to municipalities that opted out. So your question relative to the province having a provincial ordinance affecting a municipality or all municipalities because it is province-wide would not be would have to be mandatorily implemented. There is no opting out. This is part of the local government code, Republic Act 7160. So if it's now the province having the provincial ordinance, it just shows, Mr. President, the preeminent role of the province as an LGU above the Metro Bataan Development Council in terms of the functions specified under the local government code. So with that, I think the conflict or the perceived conflict would not arise, Mr. President. So for provincial ordinances, it applies to all LGUs. And as I mentioned a while ago, Mr. President, during the period of individual amendments, not all LGUs would form part of the Metro Bataan Development, Metro Bataan Development Council, because we will the municipalities of Morong and Bagak would be left out. The reason being is that this is not part of the straight in the Roman Industrial Highway that they envision.
With all due respect to the good sponsor, I don't think my question was answered. My question was in a resolution proposed and adopted by the Metro Bataan Development Authority would prompt, for reasons of their own, say, two municipalities would opt out and not vote for that resolution. And according to the good sponsor, those two municipalities would not be bound by that resolution. Now, that resolution, exactly the same resolution, is adopted by the provincial council. Would those municipalities, which opted out from the same resolution enacted by the Bataan Development Authority, have the ability to opt out of a provincial board resolution?
No, Mr. President, I think
No, they cannot opt
already answered that. They
Yes.
have to comply with the local government
to
code.
comply. So what is the use of the opt-out provision in the Metro Bataan Development Authority Charter?
I foresee, Mr. President, issues relative to coordination that would affect the autonomy of a municipality would probably be one reason why they will have that ability to opt out. For that particular, for opting out is not a general, Mr. President, but it's for a it's gonna be an issue specific situation. So for instance, if a cash-strapped LGU is required to put up a traffic system which the LGU is not financially capable, they can opt out. But if it's a province-wide ordinance, opting out is not necessary, is not available for them, and they have to abide. So, but I would think, Mr. President, that the governor, being part of the council itself, and at the same time, the provincial governor would not would not want to have this situation arise, Mr. President, because that would be very complicated. But it can perhaps arise. But right now, from the reading of the laws in front of me, I don't foresee it arising at the same time. The purpose really is to have complementarity, Mr. President.
Okay. I'll take up the good sponsor on that specific example. The Bataan Metro Bataan Development Authority directs that all municipalities should have electric traffic lights, an electric traffic system. Two municipalities opted out. The same resolution is adopted by the provincial government, the provincial board, requiring all municipalities in the province of Bataan to install traffic lights or traffic system. What will happen to those who opted out?
In that very grotesque situation, Mr. President, I think the provisions of the local government code would apply. The ability to opt out would be overridden by the supreme prime provincial government ordinance, Mr. President. But I would think that those situations would be unlikely if you have the governor himself sitting as the ex officio chairperson of the council, as well as acting as a the provincial governor. So I would believe that matters being imposed by the provincial government, the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, would probably be an area or sphere outside the Metro Bataan Development Council, because they're the same as raised by the minority leader. So the provincial government, provincial government Sangguniang Panlalawigan cannot be the upper house of the Metro Bataan Development Council. I would probably think that the reverse would can emanate, Mr. President. For instance, the Metro Bataan Development Council is not is trying to get something which is positive for all municipalities, and some municipalities opted out. The provincial government can perhaps finance projects that those who opted out cannot finance, and allow the implementation of the project. So there will be symmetry here, Mr. President, if that's going to be the dynamics of this. But I again agree that there might be some conflicts in the near future, and the apprehension of the minority leader is likewise my apprehension, as shown by the transcripts that I read.
Yes.
When the good minority leader cited that I interpolated myself. No, I am just citing from the transcript wherein
Yeah.
I questioned the congressmen and even the mayors and the governor himself as to this, Mr. President.
Mr. President, it is quite obvious that the system of giving the LGUs the ability to opt out of the decision can create a lot of difficulties legally, structurally, etc. And that is obvious from the difficulty of the good sponsor in answering questions that we have raised on this particular issue. Would the gentleman consider just removing out the opt-out provision, and so that there will be symmetry between the powers of the Metro Bataan Development Authority and the provincial government of Bataan, because they cover exactly the same jurisdiction. Pag nagkaiba pa ang kapangyarihan ng dalawang ahensya, magkakagulo po. That is why I'm strongly suggesting that maybe we should maybe the provision giving an option of opting out of a particular decision should be deleted from the bill to avoid confusion and difficulties.
Mr. President, I think I would have to agree that that should be done to delete the entire provision relative to the opting out process, Mr. President. Though it may sound autonomy, I agree. I agree that it can perhaps promote confusion administratively, Mr. President.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Mr. President, and thank you to the good sponsor. Now, Mr. President, isn't the sponsor concerned, as chair of the local government committee, that with this, if this bill becomes law, you will have something like, how many provinces do we have? 74, 75, 81? You may have 81. You may have 81 development authorities all over the Philippines with exactly the same jurisdiction as the provincial boundaries. Would this set a possible precedent?
It might arouse the curiousness, the interest of some other LGUs, not just provinces, Mr. President, but even cities, Mr. President. But I firmly believe that metropolitanization should not be abused. And I assure the good minority leader that under my watch, it will not be abused, Mr. President. For instance, I have shown the good minority leader that I even objected right at the outset several provisions. Metropolitanization, Mr. President, should be limited, Mr. President, to situations, Mr. President, wherein the need for maximization of resources and individual LGU participation should produce better governmental efficiency. And I don't see any reason. It's really illogical against sound logic and reason to have all provinces replicated mirror image as metropolitan governments. What Section 33, Mr. President, of the local government code provides would be integration of services. That's why, Mr. President, looking forward, we can perhaps, and I've heard from our people on the ground that perhaps a municipality from Zambales or municipality from Pampanga can serve as the addition to this governmental consolidation. So Mr. President, I would oppose that mere duplication, replication of functions of provinces into metropolitan areas. Metropolitan areas should be more futuristic, Mr. President. That's why the reason I really gave here is to treat Bataan not just as a province but as a peninsula, Mr. President. It's akin to a big landmass facing three different bodies of water, two different bodies of water, not an island, but providing a considerable impact on our national GDP. If I'm not mistaken, that area, the municipalities that I mentioned, this is really the industrial growth center of that peninsula. I'm referring to Maribeles, where you have the petrochemical plants. I'm referring to Orion, where you have several factories, and all the other areas going to Dinalupihan. So, Mr. President, metropolitanization is not just an agglomeration of different LGUs. It's a forward-looking approach designed, Mr. President, to really have, from the standpoint of planning, to really have a more integrative development planning, and from the economies of scale to have the spillovers of services between political jurisdictions really be integrated. I'm referring to water supply, solid waste management, etc., etc. So this is probably the reason why I will not allow, simply because you're a province, to become a metropolitan development authority itself, Mr. President.
Well, just as an interjection, if you don't mind, Minority Leader and the sponsor.
Yes.
That is comforting to know from the sponsor, but that's only a guarantee until the last week of July.
Yeah.
You might not be the chairman of the local government anymore, so what happens to us?
So,
Yes, in fact, Mr. President, that the opinion of the good sponsor that such ability to have metropolitan areas of governance should not be abused.
Yeah.
Well,
I agree.
that is a description of a situation which may not sit well or which may not necessarily be accepted by the future Congresses. Anong sinasabi niyong abuse? Kailangan namin ito. Hindi namin inaabuso. That is why that is that standard to me is a very loose standard which is no standard at all. And what I'm just saying is, you know, you will have, I bet you'll have 81, the possibility of 81 metropolitan areas. By the way, Mr. President, what you will have to provide for a budget for this. It is not sourced from the from the funds of the provincial government. Is that a correct assumption?
Mr. President, from the House bill, funds would be emanating from grants, contributions, donations, as well as perhaps in the near future they will be securing a chunk of an amount from the national government that cannot be disregarded, Mr. President. So indeed, there would be a need for funds for this. But the initial need for funds would really show that in its infancy stage, it's really hard to, even if we approve this, even if there are perceived conflicts with the functions of the provincial government, without the necessary funding sources, they would not be able to function properly, Mr. President. So again, that is a cap on whatever futuristic intentions they have to implement the policies that would be coming from that council. So funds would be necessary. That's the answer, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I manifest something?
I yield to Senator Villar.
Senator Villar, you're recognized.
Another one thing for that Bataan province is that they have approved the bridge from that their one of the towns in Bataan that will connect to Cavite, which is very near the Sangli Point. So I think that would justify their wanting to be a metropolitan area because according to the study, that's the most feasible bridge that will be constructed by the Philippine government because Bataan and Cavite are both progressive. And we know that we are looking at Sangli Point to be a logistic hub in the future. So that's additional point for Bataan for wanting this metropolitan area. That's all, Mr. President.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
Senator Binay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
with the permission of the minority floor leader, Mr. President. Hindi lang ako, I just like to quote, kasi ho dun sa Section 11, it states that the amount necessary for the operating budget of MBDA shall be included in the annual General Appropriations Act. So technically po, the budget would come from Tagaa. Hindi ho ba ito magiging in conflict with the Mandanas ruling, Mr. President? Yun lang po. Thank you.
Yes, I understand the concern. I think it's really it's part of Section 11 that budgetary outlays would come from the General Appropriations Act, Mr. President.
So it is not true, Mr. President, that the funding will come from grants, from contributions, from donations, but from the General Appropriations Act.
Among others, Mr. President, in the same section, donations and grants from foreign and local sources can be sourced by the Metro Bataan Development Authority, Mr. President.
Let's not kid ourselves, Mr. President. No amount of an operation of a government entity cannot be cannot depend on donations, grants, and contributions, especially when it comes to salaries, because these are recurring expenses. And hindi naman po pwedeng puro lang grant. So that is why I'm asking. Because this will in effect, ma'am, it will in effect, Mr. President, provide Bataan with a bigger share of the internal revenue of the national taxes over the 80 other provincial governments. And given that, Mr. President, do you really believe that the other 80 provincial governments will not clamor for the same privilege? Because there will be additional funding from the General Appropriations Act. Is it realistic to believe that
Yes, Mr.
this
President.
will not be followed? This precedent will not be followed by the other 80 or so provincial governments all over the Philippines? And they will justify. I am sure that we all know that it can be justified. Here it is a peninsula. In the next province, it will be a tourism industry. In the next province, it is a rice granary, etc., etc., etc. I'm just placing that on the record.
I agree with the apprehensions and concerns of the minority leader, unless we totally amend Section 33 of Republic Act 7160 relative to the integration of services under the local government code by placing in that provision the non-replication of provincial functions of future metropolitan groups, or having a Section 33-A as an amendment to the local government code, clearly defining the parameters on how to establish a metropolitan government or development authority. So without this being part of the local government code, we will not have that exact parameter or guidelines on how to really differentiate a future development authority with an existing LGU. So in the future, perhaps, Mr. President, this representation would be willing to file a concrete definition of what a metropolitan development authority is, defining its functions, purposes, and amending the local government code and for other purposes, Mr. President. So that's a good thing to do in the next Congress, Mr. President, really differentiating and defining the role of a metropolitan government.
Well, Mr. President, it is not based on a theoretical premise. As we talk, I know that a committee report has been drafted to create a metropolitan authority in Baguio.
Yes.
So
Yes, Mr.
again,
President.
it's already the second one. And I can assure you that you
The third.
deludes that well, you will be in the next Congress, and Mr. President, the chairman, and that is why I am bringing these things out, because I will no longer be here. The Senate President will no longer be here, but that the next Congress will be burdened with this precedent, Mr. President.
I agree, Mr. President. That might be a new fad, Mr. President, for the next Congresses and the next elected set of local officials. But I think there has really got to be a provision within the local government code, defining, not placing a cap, defining the functions as well as the requirements before a metropolitan development authority can be established. The requirement, for instance, that no funds emanating from the General Appropriations Act would be sourced, and the functions would likewise be limited to functions that cannot be done easily by the LGUs. For instance, when we deal with issues such as climate change, for instance, or garbage disposal, for instance, or other matters that cannot be done by a sole LGU. So I leave that to my colleagues on how this could be shaped and reshaped, but I assure you that this should not be abused, this should not be a fashion, but this should be really geared towards responsible governance and integration of functions that would promote efficiency. How to implement that is easier said than done, Mr. President. There has got to be a law first, how to treat metropolitan development authorities. Nahirapan din po ako dito, Mr. President.
The apprehension of the minority leaders not without basis.
Yes, Mr. President.
It has started even in the 9th Congress na uso tourist spot. Sunod-sunod ang mga declaration ng tourist spot. Na uso tourist zone. Sunod-sunod din ang declaration ng tourist zone. Ang dami. And then ngayon na uso yung economic zones.
Yes.
Tambak.
Yes.
Tambak bigla. Pag nauso yung metropolitan ng mga probinsya, instead of 82 provinces, we will have 164 provinces.
Mr. President, but there was if I may add, there was a proposal before that came to my office that before a large urban settlement can be made a metropolitan development authority, it should have at least 1 million population, Mr. President.
Yes.
And with that, probably we will be limiting it to really
Around
those.
70. Instead of 82. Around 70 lang because population.
Yes, I agree,
Mr.
It's
President.
very difficult.
It can be more.
Binay.
It can be more, Mr. President. The mere fact na meron ng Metropolitan Baguio, ibig sabihin nun na in the next Congress, I can file Metropolitan Makati.
And
Correct.
Mr. President, we are putting the cart before the horse. Yes, there may be some valid points raised by the good sponsor that we should amend the local government code. That may be a remedy, but we're putting the cart before the horse by now putting this Bataan Authority in the agenda. Mr. President, to be candid, I have told the good sponsor I will not stand in the way, but I am pointing out the difficulty of having this kind of an authority. As Senator Binay correctly said, in the next Congress, there can be a metropolitan authority of Makati City and Metropolitan Authority of Manila, a Metropolitan Authority. There will be 17 Metropolitan Authorities on top of the Metro Manila Metropolitan Authority, MMDA. So, we believe that this should be subjected to a more intense policy debate. So I am laying those on the table for the Senate to consider that this is not a simple local bill. This has implications. You say that the Batanes Peninsula, Mr. President, Zamboanga Peninsula is there in Mindanao, and that is that I don't think that is any justification. In any case, Mr. President, we can raise 101 questions on this, but at the end of the day, it really depends on the chairman of the local governance committee, a member of the majority bloc. If he wants the majority bloc to adopt this kind of a system, conscious of the difficulties that it can bring, I am just a minority leader, and I obviously cannot stop it. So I will
Just
say any further.
minority leader.
I think it's on record. It's up to you in the majority bloc to bring difficulties to yourselves in the next Congress by approving this. Thank you, Mr. President. I have forgotten already what is the parliamentary status of this measure.
The parliamentary status is that there is a motion by the sponsor to adopt the proposed amendments on section 4, replacing the entire section 4 with what he has read into the records. Now, it's not as an objection, but I am worried about the last paragraph. You know, any mayor may opt out prior to voting such that the decision or action approved by the council shall not apply to the city or municipality. Will you explain to the body what you mean by this? The mayor may opt out prior to voting. Voting what?
Yes, Mr. President. But before that, Mr. President, as a quick reply to Senator Binay's raising the point of Makati being a metropolitan authority, metropolitan authority would mean several LGUs aggruppating themselves. Similar to Baguio. Baguio is not alone. The proposed bill includes La Trinidad, Tubay, and four other municipalities with Baguio as the fulcrum. So rest assured that Tagaytay will not be a standalone metropolitan authority.
But you'll have to define well what you mean by LGUs, because Makati can still do that by saying they are 100 barangays. A barangay as an LGU. So depende, kailangan i-define mo mabuti yan doon sa committee.
Yes, Mr. President. For instance, Mr. President, as a response to your query, if the MBDA in the near future would be establishing perhaps a sanitary landfill, and one municipality is operating its own sanitary landfill, which is very efficient. For instance, Pilar, Bataan, they can opt out. It's really more economical and efficient for Pilar to have its own sanitary landfill than have two sanitary landfills, and the expenditure would be double. So
you're saying opt out from a policy,
a policy or a
not
project.
from the Metropolitan Development
No,
Authority.
Mr. President.
They cannot opt out.
Yes, the opting out is for a specific project to be implemented by the council.
Won't this need a plebiscite? This bill, if we approve it.
The plebiscite requirement, Mr. President, would be needed if it affects the jurisdiction of an LGU. But here we are not changing the boundaries, the meets and bounds of Limay, Orion, Maribeles, etc. It retains its own territorial jurisdiction as well as political boundaries, Mr. President. So I am of the belief that a plebiscite would not be needed, Mr. President.
So are you retaining this paragraph, or
Which one?
because earlier you told the minority leader that you may
The opting out,
you may
Mr. President.
you may delete this.
Yes, Mr. President. To avoid confusion, sila na lang po yung mag-usap. Meron naman, for instance, Limay, meron naman kaming sarili ng sanitary landfill. Pagamit nyo na sa amin yan rather than contribute another X amount to establish a Metro Bataan sanitary landfill. Just speaking out loud, Mr. President, on possible scenarios, opting out cannot just be done through a formal process, but perhaps they amongst themselves, as part of the provincial government, can talk under the jurisdiction of the provincial governor. Huwag naman nyo kami isali na dyan, meron na kami yan, etc., etc. Just as an example, Mr. President. Pero, Mr. President, I would rely on the wishes of the plenary on how to deal with this. I rely on the wisdom of our colleagues on how to deal with this metropolitan authority, the how, the what, the who. So we are in the period of amendments. I foresee if there is an objection or if there is no objection, so I'll just do my role as the committee chair here.
Well, it's up to you. Would you delete this or you maintaining it?
The opting out.
The last paragraph, yes.
I can go for the deletion, Mr. President, at the proper
Then what
time.
happens if an LGU want to opt out from a certain undertaking?
I think that has to be done through to the political structure, which is the provincial government, Mr. President. The Metropolitan Development Authority is not the proper structure for this. They have the governor, they have the board members, the Sangguniang Panlalawigan, Mr. President. So it can be separated, Mr. President. I leave that to the
Well,
body. But
as long as you are saying that it is clear and it is clarified here, well, you are the sponsor. We leave it up to you.
yes, Mr. President, I'm willing to have this deleted during the period of individual amendments, Mr. President, as well as other provisions that the body would find to be bizarre when we come to the implementation.
All
of the
right.
law
So
of
in the
government.
meantime, your motion stands, that adopts the replacement of Section 4 as read. All right. Any objection? Chair hears none. The minority leader is recognized. Are you objecting?
We are objecting given the responses of the good sponsor, particularly on this last paragraph. On
The last
opting out.
paragraph. Oh, yeah. So, Senator Gordon, you are seeking the
Mr.
floor?
President, if
Huh?
Senator Gordon, yes.
Senator Gordon, go ahead.
I'm a bit confused, and you'll forgive me if I make some questions like Senator Bina. In the case of Baguio, when they were proposing metropolitanization, and I don't think it has happened. Baguio has was a small entity designed for 25,000 people that has overgrown itself. It has now gone up to about several 100,000 people. So it is totally overloaded and it has lost its luster. It has lost its trees. It has lost its everything. And that's why the vision there was to expand and create and invite other municipalities around the area. And I know because I authored it during the last Congress to make sure that there would be a vision that is sensible, logical, to create, several municipalities around a metropolitan, an urban area like the city of Baguio, where perhaps they can move uh, the educational institutions in one area, or they can move the manufacturing areas in another area. That is why you metropolitanize. You also try to make sure that there is order in the chaos of what was once a very, very congested and badly managed area that suddenly outgrew its size. In the case of Bataan, and Bataan, I'm very particular about Bataan. I authored the Mariveles Freeport Zone. I'm a big fan of what the Garcias are doing there. Quite frankly, I don't understand why we're metropolitanizing when there is already a provincial board. And what disturbs me is now you're going to take over Lubao and you're even going to go to Subic Town and eventually maybe Subic Bay Metropolitan Authority. With respect, the original vision that I concocted when I lobbied, unfortunately, it was a really helter-skelter move because it was suddenly, the bases were suddenly kicked out. And it just so happened that we had planned in a Olongapo for metropolitanization. I said we should have Olongapo, Subic, Castillao, San Marcelino, Morong, and Hermosa become the new metropolitan area around a spark plug of a port and an airport. Now, in the case of Bataan, you already have a contiguous area that is a province with a port. And of course, the population is not that large. But the way I understand the bill is that they want regional, local, regional, national governments to go into the area and make it the flashpoint of everything that will obviously benefit Bataan. In fact, I'm in favor of the bridge to Naik, to Bataan, and that's good. But that isn't a reason why we should metropolitanize. I'm trying to find out what is the vision for metropolitanization. The reason why there are opt-out provisions, I suspect, is because some of the local governments may feel that there is a power grab, or they may not agree with the local officials in the future, and they may want to opt out. So you will create another situation where it should be chaotic, Mr. President. It is not as simple as saying, "Oh, we will put one garbage disposal area or garbage land use garbage dumping area for the entire province." It's not as simple as that. Uh, I'm just worried that Senator Dillon and Senator Binay said you're going to have, instead of just highly urbanized cities, you're now creating a new animal called metropolitanization. And there will be so many, we can have metropolitanization of Negros Island, metropolitanization of Panay Island, and so forth and so on. Eventually, you'll have more people to pay for, more local governments to pay for, more agencies to pay for, and we cannot run in order to stay in place because we are overloading the government with so much responsibility, when the real purpose of a local government is to run not only peace and order, not only the health, but the infrastructure, but to run the economic development. Metropolitanization only happens, like in the case of Manila. The city of Manila overgrew itself with its population. Then Quezon City became bigger, and then the others became bigger. And that was really an imposition during the martial law days. Perhaps if people were more free, and I suspect in our country, kung sino ang namumuno, yun ang kinakatakutan, sunod na lang na sunod ang tao. Pero if I were the mayor of Quezon City, I would not have allowed myself to be under a metropolitanization status, unlike Makati, unless it is very clear that there are common services that are going to be provided, like common highways, common facilities. But insofar as local autonomy, my local autonomy will be maintained because my income will go to the income of my constituents. I don't understand why you have to metropolitanize the same area of Bataan when there is already a provincial government containing the same towns, and they're all together. I really don't understand, and what I really don't understand is why would President Arroyo agree that Luba will be part of this metropolitanization of Bataan and now Pampanga and maybe Hermosa and maybe the other Guagua and other areas? I mean, I think this as an offshoot of my original plan to have a rich hub in Central Luzon where every province can have their own, economic development initiative that is supported by, let's say, Subic in the case of the western part of Central Luzon. In the case of the eastern part, it will be Clark Field. So that is the way I see it, Mr. President. Now, what I say does not necessarily go. But what I really don't understand, and I am an ally of the Garcias, is why the need for another metropolitanization that will cause more disagreement, cause more metropolitanizations in the future, and cause more hardships for our people because there will be more bureaucracy to create, and in the process, it's called civil minimization, Mr. President. Bakit siya meron ako wala? Bigyan mo rin ako niyan. Gusto ko rin yan. Bakit siya meron ako wala? Gusto ko rin ganyan. So that's what's going to happen. And that's
Yeah.
why, Mr. President, I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth here so that I can understand what the vision is. And I share some of the thoughts of our colleagues here. I've been a local government official myself. I cannot, gamble my future on the good intentions of present leaders like Senator Tolentino, who may not be around after another 6 years and who will now watch over. Governments are designed to have continuity, sustainability based on a concept that everybody will accept, Mr. President. I submit, Mr. President. That is just my
All right.
comment.
Will you please bring me up to speed? Why is Lubao mentioned a number of times when it's not found in the bill?
Yes, Mr. President. I was I was just saying that to stress the non-mirroring of the current provincial territorial boundaries of Bataan, because I was informed and I would be presenting if I had been given the chance during the period of individual amendments that the towns of Murong and Bagak would be deleted because that's not part of the industrial corridor. So what would be left would just be 9 municipalities. The town of Lubao was mentioned because that serves as it came from the members of Congress, from the provincial leadership of Bataan. It serves as the bridge to Dinalupihan, connecting Bataan to the main central Luzon area. So they were saying that probably in the future, a town of Bataan and a town of Zambales might be included. So that's the evolving discussion. So it's not part of the bill, Mr. President. I agree.
All right, but then again, the issue being raised by our colleagues, pagka ganyan nga, nagkaroon sa ibang lugar na ganyan, 2, 3 man lang, again, what happens to my bill of right sizing? It becomes large sizing.
Oh, Mr. President, because we also would like to avail Metro Cagayan de Oro. Sama ang Bukidnon, Misamis Oriental, kasama yung Lanao Norte,
Right.
yung buong Region 10, di ba?
I will sponsor that likewise, Mr. President.
Oh, you sure? You might be chairman of Committee on Justice na. Baka
Anyway,
no longer local government or something else. Senator, the Majority Leader.
yeah, moving forward, Mr. President. So what would be the pleasure of the body? Would you like to continue studying this further and we can discuss it back when we come back? Or should we, or you are agreeable that we terminate the period of amendments today? I would like to ask the sponsor, Mr. President, because it seems that the sponsor is also confused.
There are
with this,
many amendments, marami pa eh. We
Okay,
cannot terminate the period of amendments. There are many amendments,
so what is the pleasure of the sponsor, Mr. President? Because we have a lot of bicameral conference committee reports, we have a lot of other bills pending.
I would agree with Mr. President to the pleasure of the body. There are still several amendments to be made. I think I have yet reached a third of the amendments, so I will comply and be subservient to the wishes of the body, Mr. President.
Sige, suspend muna natin, Mr. President, so that we can move forward with our agenda. This is
All right, so
number one.
the parliamentary status for the period of amendment, there is a pending motion. In the meantime, we suspend consideration of the measure. When we take it up, we will go ahead to this. All right, any objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended. Just unsolicited advice, Senator Tolentino, Your Honor. Why don't you check with the office of the President if they agree to this? Dahil baka sinasayang natin sarili natin, ibibito lang ito. Ano? Anyway, you have direct contact to the palace. Try to find out. May pag-asa daw. Thank you.
I will.
Majority
Thank you, Mr.
Leader.
President.
Akala ko, Mr. President, walang amendments eh.
Hmm?
Ang dami palang amendments ng bill. So
Dami,
we can take it up on a later time, when everything is already corrected. Mr. President, we received the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1155 and House Bill number 10610. This is fixing the validity of the period of license to own, permit, and carry and registration of firearms, Mr. President. For us shooters, this is a welcome law, Mr. President. We recognize our chairperson, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, to give the highlights of the committee report.
Senator Ronald De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Before I start, with the permission of the body, I would like to manifest the intention of Senator Francis Tolentino to be made co-author of Senate Bill number 1155. He made the declaration during our Bicameral Conference Committee meeting today. Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, my dear colleagues. I have the honor of submitting for ratification the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 1155 and House Bill number 10610 that seeks to amend Republic Act number 10591, otherwise known as the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act. Mr. President, I am happy to report to this august body that in today's Bicameral Conference Committee meeting, most of the Senate conferees were present and participated in our pursuit of the best reconciled version of the Comprehensive Firearms and Ammunition Regulation Act bill. Instead of reading the entire joint explanatory statement of the Bicameral Conference Committee report, may I be allowed to present the highlights of the reconciled bill and that the joint explanation be inserted and considered read into the records. Mr. President, the House panel has agreed to delete the provision in their version referring to the active sports shooters exemption from the requirement of the threat assessment certificate. On the other hand, both panels agreed to include to the list of persons exempted from the said certificate the number one, incumbent and former elected officials, and number two, active and retired military and law enforcement personnel. As to license to possess firearm, the BICAM panel adopted the House version, wherein renewal of license shall be every 5 years or 10 years at the option of the licensee, unless sooner revoked or suspended. To end, Mr. President, I would like to express my gratitude to the members of the Senate panel for their contributions, Senators Soberi, Recto, Tolentino, and Lapid. Their inputs and presence has been a great help for a successful bicameral meeting. Also, I am grateful to all the members of this august body for guiding and supporting me in the passage of the very first bill I have sponsored in this chamber, like all the bills I have sponsored and are now enacted into law. In spite of the intensive deliberation that the House of Representatives conducted with this bill that caused a slight hiccup to its earnest passage, I am glad that we will be able to submit this to the President's desk before the end of the 18th Congress. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I respectfully move that we approve the Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provision of the Senate Bill number 1155 and House Bill number 10610 as submitted.
Mr. President, I move that we adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 155 and House Bill number 10610, and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted to the records of the chamber.
All right, any objection? Yes, Senator Tolentino.
I'll be allowed to submit likewise my explanation of vote because I joined the bicameral.
All right, any objection?
Also, Senator Recto, Mr. President, would like to submit.
All right, Senator Recto. Being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of 1155 and House Bill 10610 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Congratulations are in order to Senator De La Rosa, to all the responsible gun owners of the country. President, congratulations. We have another bicameral. We have several, Mr. President. I think, again, my staff was kidding with me that maybe today might be another record of sorts in the passage of bicameral conference committee reports. We have several. Mr. President, I move that we take up the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2395 and House Bill number 5793. This is the SIM card registration act. May we recognize the sponsor, the dashing senator from Pangasinan, Iloilo, and the Republic of the Philippines, no other than Senator Grace Poe.
Okay, Mr. President,
Senator Grace Poe is recognized, finally.
May I ask for a 1 minute suspension just to get my paper in order?
All right. Session suspended. Go ahead, Senator Bo.
Mr. President, as chairperson of the Senate contingent to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2395 and House Bill number 5793, known as the Subscriber Identity Module SIM Card Registration Act, I now have the privilege to report to the body the approved version of our bill. There were several conflicting provisions, but through the common vision of our colleagues, especially Senator Drilon, Gatchalian, Lacson, and De La Rosa as Senate conferees, and that of Representatives Yap, Gatchalian, Lopez, Abaya, and Paduano as House conferees. As to the intent of this measure, we were able to reconcile these differences. The Bicameral Conference Committee agreed to use the House version as the working draft, but made use of a lot of the Senate provisions. Mr. President, among the agreements settled by the panel are the following. First, all PTEs shall require the registration of SIM cards as prerequisite to their sale and activation. Similarly, all social media account providers shall require real name and phone number upon creation of an account. All existing SIM card subscribers with active services shall register within 180 days from the effectivity of the law. Second, we have clarified that the sale of SIM cards to foreign nationals shall be allowed provided that they comply with certain requirements. Third, we have ensured that the data collected from the registration shall be forwarded and kept by the concerned PTE to a centralized database, which shall strictly serve as a register for the processing, activation, or deactivation of subscription, and shall not be used for any other purposes. Fourth, we guarantee that whatever information obtained in the registration process cannot be disclosed to any person except in compliance with any law authorizing disclosure, such as in the case of the Data Privacy Act, or in compliance with a court order or any other legal process, or with the written consent of the subscriber. No waiver of absolute confidentiality is allowed. Still, on the subject of authorized disclosures, we required PTEs and social media providers to provide information obtained in the registration process upon order of a competent authority duly authorized under existing laws to issue subpoena pursuant to an investigation of a complainant's verified sworn complaint. It was also used and also that a specific mobile number or social media account was or is being used in the commission of a crime, or that it was utilized as a means to commit a malicious, fraudulent, or unlawful attack, that such complainant is unable to ascertain the perpetrator's identity. Finally, we added an important provision that mandates for the relevant data and information to be kept by the PTEs or social media providers for 10 years from the time the end user deactivates his or her mobile number or social media account. This is in keeping with the current prescription period under our laws. We hope that by legislating this measure, we would be able to eradicate mobile phone, internet, or electronic communication aided criminal activities. This has been a long time coming, but I hope that the passage of this bill will result in a safer and more secured mobile use cyberspace here in our country. I would like to thank in particular Senator Franklin Drilon, our minority leader, who added the social media provision on this. And I think everybody will benefit because there will be accountability and there will be transparency, but at the same time, privacy is protected. I would also like to thank our Senate President. This is actually his vision, him and Senator Lacson, who really rallied to push for this measure. And so it is my humble submission that this bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2395 and House Bill number 5793 on the Public Service Act be ratified by this chamber. Maraming salamat po.
Okay. Thank you very much, Senator Poe. I filed this during the time of ERAP. Can you imagine how long that was? 1998.
I know, Mr.
So I thank you profusely for being able to shepherd this finally once and for all. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was going to also cite that observation, Mr. President. Matagal na ito. Mr. President, in 2007, when I entered the Senate, this was already a hot topic then because of the bombings that were happening in the South. And they could not, they were able to get the bomb materials, including the cell phones, and they were even able to trace the numbers that were used to trigger the bombs. Pero because wala nga tayong registration, Mr. President, walang nahuhuli. Tuloy-tuloy po yung ginagawa nilang kanumaldumal na krimen. So congratulations to our dear Senator, sponsor, and all our members and sponsors and authors. Mr. President, I move that we adopt and ratify the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2395 and House Bill number 5793, and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the records of the chamber.
Any objection? There being none, the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2395 and House Bill 5793 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, another one, this is another bicameral conference committee report sponsored by Senator Revilla. We are in receipt of the bicameral conference report of the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 643 and House Bill number 9458. This is the granting of night shift differential pay to government employees. May we recognize our distinguished colleague, no other than our Agimat, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, Jr.
Again, sorry, Senator Revilla is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my honor to present to this august body the bicameral conference committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 643 and House Bill number 9458, or an act granting night shift differential pay to government employees, including those in government-owned or controlled corporations, and appropriating funds therefore. The conferees agreed to use the matrix which contains the Senate and House versions as the working draft. Section 1, Paragraph 1 of the House version was adopted as Section 1, Paragraph 1 of the reconciled bill, such that the term used to refer to the covered employees is the position title instead of salary grades. This is to ensure that all division chiefs are covered by the bill. Section 1, Paragraph 2 of Senate version was adopted as Section 1, Paragraph 2 of the reconciled bill. Section 2 of the Senate version with minor amendment was adopted as Section 2 of the reconciled bill, so that our public health workers who are receiving merely 10% of their regular wage as night shift differential pay under Republic Act number 7305, or the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers, are included in the coverage of the bill, which grants the said benefit at a rate not exceeding 20% of the hourly basic rate of the employee. This upheld the amendment of our esteemed minority leader that was reflected in the Senate version. Section 3 of the Senate version was adopted as Section 3 of the reconciled bill. Section 4 of the House version was adopted as Section 4 of the reconciled bill to specifically reiterate the limitation of local government units, LGUs, on personal services under Republic Act number 7160 or the Local Government Code of 1991. Section 5 of both versions are identical and was reflected in the reconciled bill. Section 6 of both versions, which are the same, was adopted as Section 6 of the reconciled version with amendment to explicitly mention the amendments of the night shift pay provision of the Magna Carta of Public Health Workers. Section 7 of both versions are identical and was reflected in the reconciled bill. The title of the House version, which only had editorial difference with the Senate version, was adopted as the title of the reconciled bill to read as follows: An act granting night shift differential pay to government employees, including those in government-owned or controlled corporations, and appropriating funds therefore. Mr. President, I would like to thank the members of our Senate panel, Senator Sani Angara and Senator Riza Ontiveros, for their support and invaluable contribution in helping the BICAM committee craft the best version of the bill. I would also like to thank the House panel, led by Representative Eric Goyap, for their contribution and for prioritizing this measure. At umasa po kami na sa pamamagitan ng panukalang batas na ito ay mabibigyan natin ng karampatang benepisyo ang ating mga lingkod bayan kasama na ang mga public healthcare workers. Mr. President, I move that we adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 643 and House Bill 9458. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
What does the majority leader say?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted in the record of the chamber. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 643 and House Bill 9458 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, I move that we also recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Ontiveros, as we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2449, House Bill number 10658. This is the expanded Anti-Trafficking Act of 2022. May we recognize our distinguished colleague to give highlights of the report, Chairman. Mr. President.
Senator Ontiveros recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my distinct honor and privilege to submit to this august chamber the Bicameral Conference report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2449 and House Bill number 10658, or an act strengthening the policies on anti-trafficking in persons, providing penalties for its violations, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Republic Act number 9208 as amended, otherwise known as the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2003, and other special laws. The short title of this measure is the Expanded Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2022. Mr. President, in the interest of time, I would like to move that the entire joint explanatory statement of the Bicameral Conference Committee be spread into the records. To give everyone a snapshot of the highlights of the report, the following are its salient points in broad strokes. First, provides additional tools to law enforcement agents to allow them to act with agility to run after human traffickers, both offline and online. Second, holds internet intermediaries, including social media networks and financial intermediaries, liable for knowingly or with gross negligence allowing their platforms to be used for trafficking. Third, increases protections to victims of trafficking, including Filipino victims of trafficking overseas. Fourth, introduces additional aggravating circumstances, as when the victim is a survivor of a crisis, disaster, or pandemic, or public health concern. And lastly, aligns it with recently passed and soon to pass laws such as the Department of Migrant Workers of Chair Sen. Joel Villanueva and the Foundling Bill by the Committee on Women, which was also already adopted in the House of Representatives a couple of hours ago. I thank the Senate leadership, Mr. President, as well as all my colleagues for the swift passage of this bill. I thank our BICAM conferees, Senator Cynthia Villar, Amy Marcos, Joel Villanueva, and Nancy Binay, for their cooperation and their interventions, especially given our time constraints. May this landmark piece of legislation help end the scourge of trafficking in persons. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move that we adopt the Bicameral Conference Committee report and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted to the records of the chamber.
Any objection? Hearing none. The Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2449 and House Bill 10658 is hereby adopted.
Salamat po,
President,
Mr. President.
Thank you. Congratulations to our dear colleague, Senator Risa. Another happy bill for the country. Thank you, Paul. Mr. President, we have another Bicameral Conference Committee report. This is on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2124 and House Bill number 10698. This is amending the Sangguniang Kabataan Reform Act. Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor, our distinguished colleague, Senator Sunny Angara from the great province of
Senator Sunny Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, for not forgetting. Dear colleagues, Mr. President, as your chairperson of the Senate Committee on Youth, we happily present to the body the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the bill introducing additional reforms to the Sangguniang Kabataan Reform Act of 2015. Thanks to our Senate panel, first of all, composed of Senator Villanueva, who previously chaired this committee, Senator Win Gatchalian, Senator Amy Marcos, and Senator Kiko Pangilinan, as well as the authors, Senators Bong Revilla and Richard Gordon, as well as to the House conferees, Representatives Villanueva, Ilago, Salceda, D. and Kimbo, as well as to our hardworking Senate staff and their counterparts in the executive. We ask, Mr. President, that the joint explanatory note of this report be read into the record for purposes of brevity, but for the benefit of this august chamber, allow us to go through some of the highlights of the reconciled bill with your permission. First, Mr. President, we included human rights and gender equality as among the goals to which funds of the Sangguniang Kabataan could be devoted. This allows the SK to spend the resources on projects that touch on these topics, alongside those on health, education, environment, global mobility, active citizenship, social equity, good governance, peace building, inclusion, and many other topics. Second, the reconciled bill now mandates every Sangguniang Kabataan within 60 days of assumption into office to appoint an SK secretary and treasurer, adding that they should both be 18 to 30 years old. It further requires that the treasurer shall be a bonded officer and should also have an educational or career background relating to either business administration, accountancy, finance, economics, or bookkeeping, and that before they assume office, these appointed treasurers need to undergo mandatory bookkeeping training, and they must be duly certified. Third, Mr. President, all SK members, which includes the chairperson, the kagawads, and the appointed officials, should receive a monthly honorarium, provided they shall not exceed 25% of the SK's funds and shall not exceed the compensation received by the SK chair. This bill further allows LGUs or local government units to provide further compensation such as social welfare contributions and hazard pay via local ordinances, subject, of course, to the post-audit jurisdiction of the Commission on Audit. With these changes, Mr. President, we believe that we better empower our Sangguniang Kabataan to fulfill the mandate of providing representation to our youth and acting as venues for young people to directly participate in the day-to-day affairs as well as the long-term development of their communities. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
I think someone is seeking the floor. Yes, may we recognize Senator Villanueva, Mr.
Senator
President.
Villanueva?
Just recently graduated from COVID-19 as a fellow survivor.
Thank you.
Senator Villanueva, go ahead.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Mr.
welcome to the club.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, dear colleague, Senator Sani, Senate President. And indeed, I just tested negative, Mr. President. Thank you again. Mr. President, this is just very short manifestation. This representation would just like to congratulate the chairperson of the Committee on Youth, Senator Sani Angara, for this measure, the introduction of necessary changes in our existing Sangguniang Kabataan legislation will undoubtedly empower our young leaders involved in governance. The amendments to the SK will certainly provide an enabling environment for these young leaders to flourish and take the lead. As a co-author of this measure, again, we thank our dear colleagues, the Bicameral Conference Committee, especially Senator Angara, for allowing this representation to partake in this measure through the acceptance of our amendments, such as prioritizing the Sangguniang Kabataan officials in the allocation of scholarships on the bookkeeping course that TESDA offers nationwide, and recognizing the role of SK in nation building by giving them opportunities to learn and gain relevant skills which they can replicate in the crafting and implementation of youth development plans. Mr. President, I believe this measure indeed, the future looks bright, and as we hone the leadership skills of our future generation in their localities. Muli, maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and God bless us all. Thank you.
Mr. President, with that, I move that we adopt and ratify the bicameral committee report and let the text of the joint explanation be inserted in the records of the chamber.
Any objection? There being none, the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2124 and House Bill 10698 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Mr. President, just a bit of one last housekeeping matter before we move to the agenda again. I move that this is from the journal, this is the journal of the budget deliberations. I move that we dispense with the reading of the journal of the 25th session, Wednesday and Thursday, November 10 and 11, 2021, Monday to Wednesday, November 15 to 17, 2021, and Monday and Tuesday, November 22 and 23, 2021, and consider it as approved, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, journals adopted, approved. Majority Leader, what happens to the other Bicam report?
There is one more, the PDIC, but I think the sponsor still has a problem with it.
Mr. President.
They forgot to print one page, I think, Mr. President. So they're just hinahabol lang yung isang page. But it's
This is the
it's been
PDIC.
signed already, Mr. President.
Yes,
So
sir.
just
I
if
see.
it may be called a bit later in the
All right,
agenda, if that's all
Senator
right.
Mr. President.
Crispo is recognized.
Yes, I think we have the Public Service Act, which is already filed with the bills and indexes. I don't know if it can be called already or it's still premature.
Wala pa po, sir. Siguro after, I was going to call the lady senator naman for sponsorship. Maybe after
Okay.
she sponsors her measures, we can take it up.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. President, our lady senator, our lady sponsor, Ma'am Grace, requested if she could be ahead of the pack on sponsorships. Anyway, it's just two local, according to her, it's two franchise bills na local, and she'll just sponsor it, omnibus sponsorship. And then after that, we can take up her, our PSA, Bicam committee report. With that, Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order. These are House local bills. House Bill number 8912 and House Bill number 10199. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, so transferred.
This is item 9 at the end of the agenda. Mr. President, I move that we consider House Bill number 8912 and House Bill number 10199. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
President, may we ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 8912, an act renewing for another 25 years franchise granted to Rasi Telcom Inc. under Republic Act number 8606, entitled an act granting the Radio City Telephone Company Inc., Rasi Telco, a franchise to construct, establish, install, maintain, and operate local exchange network in the municipalities of Meycauayan, Santa Maria, Marilao, Bocaue, and Abangan, province of Bulacan. And House Bill number 10199, an act granting Lucky 8 Star Quest Incorporated a franchise to operate anywhere in the Philippines off-site betting activities, unduly licensed cockfighting, derbies, and similar activities through online or other modern means.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, for this measure.
Senator
Thank you,
Grace
Mr.
Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the interest of time, I move that I be allowed to insert into the records my sponsorship speeches on the measures. I so move, Mr. President.
The
Insert
motion
the
is to just insert into the records the sponsorship speeches for both.
Yes.
All right, any objection? There being none,
Mr. President, with that, I move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 8912 and 10199. So move.
any objection? Hearing none, suspended. Consideration of the measures are suspended.
Mr. President, we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report. All the disagreeing provisions, may I have the bill numbers? This is the PSA. I think the minority floor leader will be very happy with this, as he is a principal author together with many of us. I'm not sure if the good minority floor leader is online, but we are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2094 and House Bill number 78, amending the 1935 Public Services Act, Mr. President. If that was a long bill, if the SIM registration, Mr. President, was long, I think this is the longest in terms of needing amendment. Mr. President, may we recognize the chairperson of the panel, Senator Grace Poe, Amazing Grace, to give us the highlights.
Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Mr. President, as chairman of the Senate contingent to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the proposed amendments to the Public Service Act, an 85-year-old law, I now have the privilege and honor to report to the body the approved version of our bill. Let me remind our colleagues that the last major amendment was in 1960. There were many conflicting provisions between Senate Bill number 2094 and House Bill number 78. But through the hard work and perseverance of our colleagues, Senators Drilon, Zubiri, Revilla, Gatchalian, and of course, as I mentioned, my co-sponsor, Senate Minority Leader Drilon as Senate conferees, and that of Representatives Garin, Kimbo, Garcia, Romualdo, and Singson as House conferees, we were able to reconcile these differences. The Bicameral Conference Committee agreed to use both houses' versions as the working draft, and from there, the common and reconciled provisions were assimilated. Mr. President, among the agreements settled by the panel are the following. First, as it is the Senate version, we carved out public utilities from public services and set parameters that will identify which industries will belong to which classification. The public utilities are as follows: distribution and transmission of electricity, petroleum and petroleum products pipeline transmission systems, water pipeline distribution systems, and wastewater pipeline systems, including sewerage pipeline systems, seaports, and public utility vehicles. Any industry not included in the list will remain as public services and will be liberalized. By easing the foreign equity restrictions in such industries, we are confident that our economy, which is lagging even behind our ASEAN neighbors, will thrive and grow, and that more jobs will be created for our kababayans. The liberalization of our industry should not be misunderstood as an invitation for hostile countries to take advantage of our resources. We ensured that adequate safeguards and security provisions are in place to protect our national security and sovereignty. They include the following. First, the President may suspend or prohibit any proposed merger or acquisition transaction or any investment in a public service that results in the grant of control to a foreigner or a foreign corporation. Second, foreign state-owned enterprises are prohibited from owning capital in any public service classified as public utility or critical infrastructure. And lastly, foreign nationals are not allowed to own more than 50% of the capital of entities engaged in the operation and management of critical infrastructure unless his or her country accords reciprocity to Philippine nationals. To ensure that all public services in the country are compliant with the terms of their certificates and the relevant rules and regulations of the appropriate administrative agencies, we have also included in the measure a number of penal provisions with flexible amounts of fines to accommodate future developments. The panel has made its intentions clear and unequivocal by adding a provision that says that nothing in the bill shall be interpreted as a requirement for legislative franchise where the law does not require any. Moreover, no person shall be deemed a public utility unless otherwise subsequently provided by law. One of the panel's guiding principles was to ensure that we're making it easier for investors to conduct businesses in the country. Through these amendments, we would like to believe that we have accomplished that. We have liberalized telecommunications, for example. We have liberalized domestic shipping, as well as airlines. Mr. President, as I've mentioned before, our country's top economic and legal experts have thrown their weight behind this bill. The data will bear us out. Not only will the passage of this measure speed up the country's economic recovery from the devastating effects of the pandemic, but it will also make our country competitive when it comes to attracting foreign investments, which we sorely lack and need. I would like to thank again my co-sponsor. I think it is, as this Public Service Act amendment is historical, so is the partnership of the minority leader with the majority in order to pass this bill. This is really a measure that has crossed party lines because we know that it is really for the common and greater good. Thus, I am also honored that this passed under the leadership of a Senate President that I respect and I'm very grateful for, the 18th Congress headed by our Senate President, Senator Soto, the most charming Majority Leader Mig Zubiri, who actually who's very persistent with his compliments if he wants a bill passed. And of course, our very intelligent minority leader who has guided us throughout all these, and our pro tempore Ralph Recto, who has also contributed greatly to the discussion and debates of this measure. It is my humble submission that this Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2094 and House Bill number 78 on the Public Service Act be ratified by this chamber. And I thank my staff who lost many nights of sleep for the past, actually, how many years, just going back to and forth with this. And may it mark the start of the era of economic prosperity and abundance in the country. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. President,
Majority Leader.
may I recognize our distinguished Minority Floor Leader, Senator Franklin M. Drilon.
Senator Franklin Drilon, the Minority Leader, is recognized.
With the permission of Senator Grace Poe, and may I be allowed a few minutes to speak on this issue, on this bill. Mr. President, this is one measure where I did not act as an opposition. Work together with the majority in order that we can come up with a bill and with a law that we believe is for the benefit not only of our benefit of our country. Mr. President, I have filed the first amendments to the Public Service Act maybe 10 years ago, several Congresses ago. And this was principally prompted by the fact that we had a very restrictive foreign investment environment. Naiwanan na po tayo ng panahon. The other countries kept on attracting foreign investments because partly of their more liberal foreign investment laws. Ours was very restrictive because of the Constitution. But we found a way of liberalizing our investment climate without amending the Constitution. And how did we do that? By defining what is a public utility, where a 60% equity would be reserved for Filipino citizens. I repeat, we were able to liberalize our investment climate without amending the Constitution by defining what is a public utility and what would fall under the classification of public utility. And as our sponsor, the sponsor correctly said, we limited it to only about 5 areas where 60% for Filipinos is required. We were able to therefore liberalize the investment or the foreign equity requirements without amending the Constitution, keeping in mind the need for foreign capital to be attracted to our country. So, Mr. President, I wish to thank the leadership of the Senate, led by Senate President Tito Soto, and the chair of our franchise committee, Senator Grace Poe, who really worked hard in order to be able to amend and pass this law. This is a game changer, if I may say so. And I'm glad to have been able to participate in this very important measure. As I bow out of the Senate, I can be proud and look back to the years when I had participated and steered certain laws which we needed in our economy. If you recall, Mr. President, among the first measures that we passed when you assumed the presidency, under your leadership, we passed the revised corporation code, a code which was never amended for 50 years until you became Senate President. We were able to work together, and we now have the revised corporation code, which updated corporate practices. We also were also able to pass recently the Retail Trade Liberalization Act, sponsored and which we have authored and we worked with Senator Aquilino Pimentel to bring this this issue again to update the retail trade liberalization, retail trade industry, and now the Public Service Act, which is to be the most critical of the economic bills that came before this Senate. So, for the record, Mr. President, let me extend and make of record my commendation to Senator Grace Poe for being patient, for being able to resist intensive lobbies, which is natural, and came out with a law which is really for the benefit of our country and our people, which is for the benefit of a better life, which hopefully can result in a better life for our people because of the investments that will come in. So with that, Mr. President, let me say that this is a bill and this is a law which this Congress, under your leadership, can be proud of. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Definitely the sponsor, the main sponsor, Senator Grace Poe, deserves the accolade and the gratitude of not only the Senate but the entire country for this landmark legislation. But let me place on record the fact that I have been here since 1992, Your Honors, and I have been in almost all the positions of officers, from Senate President to Assistant Minority Leader to Assistant Majority Leader, and Majority Leader. And definitely the work and performance of the Minority Leader, Senator Frank Rilon, who is bowing out with me in June, is definitely par excellence as Minority Leader. So thank you for your job. Well done.
Yes, I'd like
Majority
to,
Leader.
I'd like to second that observation, Mr. President. I've been a majority leader also 3 times, once in the 14th Congress and then twice at the 17th and 18th Congress. And I must say, my experience with Senator Rilon was a very fruitful one. He helped us when the measures were for the good of the country, Mr. President. And he's never absent. He's always present, either on the floor or online, watching the proceedings with eagle eyes, Mr. President. And that's why I have my highest respects for him, because I've had experience with other minority floor leaders that they will leave it to their subordinates or other members or other colleagues. But Senator Drilon really is here with us every day for the last 6 years, participating in all the measures. I salute him for that, Mr. President.
Helping and conniving with you.
No naman conniving, Mr.
You know, I have
President.
been Minority Leader. I know how difficult it is. And,
I work with him, Mr. President. We work
yes.
together. We work.
Yes, yes, you and the Senator Dillon definitely studied all
Yes.
the bills, and that is very difficult to do.
When people ask me how we can pass so many measures, landmark measures, I always say it's because I work with the minority floor leader. I seek guidance with the minority floor leader. And in fairness, when the minority floor leader, our distinguished colleague, Senator Franklin Drilon, handles the measure, proposes amendments, it is for the betterment of the measure, for the bill, for the people. Always.
Yes. Thank you.
Never diminishing the importance of the measure, but enhancing it. That's the truth.
All right, but I will never forget the time when he stood up and told us that you were asking kung sinong kakatahis.
Hindi po. Hindi naman po. Well, wala po tayong kakatayin. But thank you again, Mr. President. You know, during this campaign, we'll sorely miss the good minority floor leader. But hopefully, no, he will not bow out of public service. Hopefully, one of these days, he will still be a public servant in any capacity that he.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
We cannot lose such a great man to oblivion. It has to be, he has to still continue either locally in helping Iloilo become, as again, I would say, one of the most beautiful cities of the country.
If my candidate wins, we will not allow Senator Dillon to retire. For sure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'd just like to also put on record, before we do that, let's act on this measure. I move to, and also just a side note, Mr. President, this has been a long time coming.
Wait, approval.
Yes, I hope that this
Okay.
measure, Mr. President, before we adopt and ratify, I hope that this measure will finally enhance our communication services, our internet services. Hindi na po tayo mag-blind spot, mag-dead spot, drop calls. And companies from the US and all the companies that are leaving China and Russia because they're seeking more competitive markets can come to the Philippines and look at the Philippines as a developed nation when it comes to the infrastructure. And when I say infrastructure, not just concrete, brick and mortar infrastructure, Mr. President. Yeah, but all these that we're opening up for good competition, healthy competition. Mr. President, I move that we adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report of Senate Bill number 2094 and House Bill number 78, and let the joint explanation be inserted into the records of the chamber. So moved.
Any objection?
Mr. President,
Yeah, Senator Ralph, the
Yes, thank you
President
very much.
pro tem is recognized.
thank you, Mr. President. First of all, let me congratulate the sponsor, the minority leader, and all those who support this measure and who have improved this measure. No? But having said that, I have to be consistent with my position, Mr. President. Unfortunately, I will have to vote no. I thank the sponsor for accepting some of our amendments during the deliberation in the Senate, which I think will add additional safeguards to the measure. But I do think that there are certain industries that need to be preserved for Filipinos. And that is consistent also with our constitution, no? Particularly certain critical infrastructure or industries. No? I have no problem with foreign investment, especially when it comes to manufacturing. That is where we need it the most, Mr. President. So it is unfortunate that to be consistent, I will have to vote no on this measure. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
All right. So any objection? Chair, with one dissenting vote. The Bicameral Conference Committee report of the disagreeing provisions on Senate Bill 2094 and House Bill 78 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Mr. President,
Senator Tiveros, recognized.
Mr. President, if I may just be allowed respectfully to submit my explanation of vote into the records, particularly on the issue of telecommunications. Salamat po, Mr. President.
All right. Placed on record.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, some more good news, Mr. President, some more good news. Praise be to God, Alhamdulillah. Our Marawi Siege Victims Compensation Act was adopted by the House of Representatives. Hindi na po tayo kailangan mag-BICAM.
Or BICAM.
And it's adopted, and I would like this to put on record. I'm very proud and honored to be part of this institution that passed a law that will help give just compensation to our brothers and sisters in Marawi after what they had gone through in the Marawi siege, Mr. President. I would like to thank, as principal author, Mr. President, I would like to thank the principal sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, of course, the subcommittee chair, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, to all our colleagues who helped out in this, including the minority floor leader, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Aimee, who went with us to Marawi, together with Senator Bongo and Senator Tolentino, and all the others that had supported. All the members, Mr. President, shukran to my brothers and sisters here in the Senate. And again, congratulations to our brothers and sisters in Marawi. Mabuhay po. For the record, Mr. President, adopted na po ito. Thank you.
All right. Congratulations.
Mr. President, we have one more BICAM report. We are in receipt of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2365 and House Bill number 8818. This is amending the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation Charter. May we recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator
Andres po.
Hindi po. I think
Apparently, there is a miscommunication and the bills and index
Hindi pa
is
ready.
looking into, yes, it's not ready. So
I
there is
suspect,
one
Mr.
page
President.
being prepared. So
My
you may,
apologies. My apologies to the chairperson. Hindi pa pala
Yes.
tapos.
we can
It
call
was
that
passed to me here in front, so my
a bit
apologies.
later.
I withdraw my motion, Mr. President. With that, we go back to sponsorships, Mr. President. We will make it ladies first. They say in the Bible, he who is last shall be first. And she's last in the sponsorship. So as she's in the plenary, Mr. President, we'll give her priority. Mr. President, move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order. Senate Bill number 2505 under committee report number 586. So moved.
Right, any objection? So transferred.
This is number 11 in the,
2505, Senate
Agenda.
Bill, Committee Report 586.
I
Go
move
ahead.
that we consider, Mr. President, and ask the Secretary to.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order. Secretary will read the title.
Senate Bill number 2505, an act creating the Philippine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, defining its powers and functions, and for other purposes.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise today to sponsor Senate Bill number 2505 under Committee Report number 586, entitled An Act Creating the Philippine Center for Disease Control and Prevention, defining its powers and functions and for other purposes, which is the output of the subcommittee on the Center for Disease Control that I chaired. This measure is also known as the Philippine Center for Disease Control and Prevention Act. Mr. President, it's been 2 years since the country recorded its first COVID-19 case. During those 2 years, we have realized the importance of strengthening our healthcare system to protect Filipino families from existing and emerging health emergencies that pose a threat to their lives. If there's one lesson we learned from this pandemic, it is the importance of being more prepared for other future crises, including the possibility of another pandemic. According to the Center for Global Development, there is a 47 to 57% chance of another global pandemic as deadly as COVID in the next 25 years. This bill particularly seeks to establish the CDC, an agency under the Department of Health that will act as the technical authority on the forecasting, preventing, controlling, and monitoring communicable and non-communicable diseases in the country. Through this measure, we aim to adopt a framework that fosters a whole of system, whole of government, and whole of society approach that would streamline science-based decision-making, especially during public health emergencies. The CDC shall have different established centers that shall lead and coordinate the agency's major functions. These are as follows: the Center for Health Statistics, the Center for Surveillance and Epidemiology, the Center for Health Evidence, and the Center for Reference Laboratories. The center shall be created through the harmonization of functions and reorganization of the existing offices and units within the DOH. Mr. President, globally, nations are scrambling for solutions to end the pandemic and defeat the virus, but COVID is not the only health threat out there. As the chairperson of the Senate Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking, it is my duty to ensure that we are on track with our targets under the SDGs, including SDG 3 on good health and well-being. One of the targets under SDG 3 is to strengthen the capacity of all countries, in particular developing countries, for early warning, risk reduction, and management of national and global health risk. Now more than ever, we need to invest in our healthcare system to prepare us better for other possible health emergencies and to help us build a more sustainable future beyond COVID-19. And this we ask for our colleagues' support, Mr. President, for this urgent and most important measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move to allow our colleagues to study the measure. I move to suspend consideration of the same.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, as I promised the ladies that they'll be first today, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order Committee Report number 52 on Senate Resolution number 131. Mr. President, so moved.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
Mr. President, move to consider the said resolution. Ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure. This is number
Secretary
8.
will read the title of the resolution.
Number 8 of our agenda.
Committee Report number 542 on Senate Resolution number 131. Resolution urging the Senate Committee on Women, Children, and Family Relations and Gender Equality to conduct an investigation in aid of legislation on the recent rescues of sexual trafficking victims and probe into the prostitution rings in the country, and to examine the circumstances that push women to work under exploitative conditions with the end in view of crafting legislation and policies that will address the root cause that drove these women into employment that does not respect and fully utilize their potential.
Mr. President, we recognize the sponsor of the measure, Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Senator Ontiveros is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Mr. President, today the Committee on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality writes FINI to more than 2 years of investigation on what we now know as the Pastilla scam. Mr. President, nagsimula ang investigasyong ito, simple lang ang aming pakay. Senate Resolution number 131 was filed in the wake of continuous media reports on prostitution rings being busted by law enforcement agents. These prostitution rings were found to be serving a largely Chinese clientele, many or most of whom were working in various pogo outfits. Proteksyon ng mga kababaihan at kabataan ang aming pakay. 2 taon rin ang inabot natin sa investigasyong ito dahil kada salang natin ay may natutuklasan tayong bagong ebidensya. Let's take a look back at the series of events that led us here. Maiksing video lang po ito, Mr. President. Naririnig niyo po ba, Mr. President?
Hindi.
We're playing it again, Mr. President. Dinig na po ba? Wala pa ring audio, Mr. President. Please allow me to give it one more try. Paumanhin po, Mr. President, mukhang wala pa ring audio. Subukan ko na lang pong balikan yan later. But if I may proceed with the sponsorship of about the committee report. Thank you, Mr. President. We were already surprised by the extent of the evidence. Yung lalabas po dapat dito sa short video. Nakakuha kami ng screenshots mula sa WeChat na app kung saan ang mga kababaihan ay hinahambing sa kotse o sa tsaa. Gaya ng makikita natin sa video, nalaman din namin na hindi lang mga babae, kundi mga menor de edad na babae ang nabibiktima ng ganitong kalakal. According to alias Karina, she was recruited in October of 2019 along with one other underage friend to perform so-called massage services for Chinese customers. The minimum amount was 6,000 pesos, or what they call gosak, somehow a corruption of the word sakto. The amount increased if they were asked to spend the night or perform extra services. Kahindik-hindik na ang pinakabata ay 14 years old at siya pa ay nagkaroon ng STD dahil may customer daw siya na nagbayad ng extra para hindi gumamit ng condom. Ang 14-year-old na ito ang nag-tip off sa pulis na naging hudyat ng kanilang rescue. Matapos ng ilang linggo, bigla naman tumakbo sa aking tanggapan ang isang alias Ivy, 23 years old na Taiwanese na pumunta dito na ang akala ay magtatrabaho sa ad agency. Pero yun pala ay sa Pogo. Kinuha ang passport niya kaya di siya makatakas. Siya ay hinaras,
May charger, ah.
hinipo-hipo, at tuwing pinapagalitan siya ng boss niya, ay nine-name drop ang pangalan ni Michael Yang. Right now, Ivy is safely back in Taiwan with thanks to the assistance of the Manila Economic and Cultural Office or MECO of Taiwan. Ngunit, nag-iba ang takbo ng hearing nang biglang nag-walk-in sa opisina namin si Allison Alex Chong. Opo, literal na walk-in sa opisina ko, naka-uniforme pa ng Bureau of Immigration at katatapos lang daw ng shift niya. Inspection Officer Chong's testimony was compelling and disturbing. He discussed in detail the modus operandi of the Pastillas group. As immigration officers, they would receive in a Viber group a list of names of foreign nationals with the corresponding arrival schedule. These Viber groups were run by the chat administrators, who were also employees of the BI and who directly received these names from BI officials, referred to by Chong as bosses or Chinese suppliers, who in turn received them from foreign syndicates and travel agencies. Upon arrival of the foreign nationals in the airport, those immigration officers who were involved in the scheme were under instructions to allow them entry into the country without instituting the necessary checks, screening, or profiling as is standard for arriving non-Filipinos. Makalipas ang ilang buwan, ay lumantad naman si Inspection Officer Jeffrey Dale Ignacio at pinapatotoo ang sinabi ni I.O. Chong. In his testimony, Ignacio corroborated the testimony of Chong and estimated that around 90% of the immigration personnel assigned at the NAIA terminals had joined the Pastilla scheme and received kickbacks. Napagalaman din ng komite ng isa pang iskema na posibleng naging source ng katiwalian ay ang visa upon arrival. According to both IOs Chong and Ignacio, when a PROC national holds a VUA under Department Order Number 41, that individual is no longer screened or scrutinized. Ano ang kahina-hinala sa VUA scheme na ito? Aba, ang dalawang pangunahing nangangasiwa ay ang mag-amang Marinas, si Mark Red Marinas na head ng Ports Operation Division at ang kanyang ama na si Maynardo Marinas na head ng Special Operations Communication Unit o SOCU. Pati ang Executive Director ng IACAT na si Attorney Yvette Coronel napasabi na, quote, in the bigger scale, in matters of delicadeza, it is not good practice, close quote. Mr. President, ayon sa aming kalkula at sa tulong ng mga whistleblowers, higit 40 billion pesos ang tinabo ng mga naghahari-harian sa Bureau of Immigration through Pastillas and VUA. Hindi pa kasama dito ang natatabo mula sa outbound trafficking o ang pagpuslit palabas ng sarili nating mga kababayan na kadalasan ay mga kababaihan. These are not sporadic instances of extortion. They are made possible by a hierarchical, mafia-like structure with foot soldiers or immigration officers, coordinators or Viber group chat administrators, connectors to the money source or Chinese passenger suppliers, enforcers or TCEU and terminal heads, at ang nasa pinakataas ng pyramid ang mga mafia boss. Di din nakapagtataka ang natutuklasan namin na madami sa mafia na ito ang hindi nag-submit ng SALN o bungi-bungi ang record ng SALN. Mr. President, in light of the findings, the committee has made the following recommendations. First, we recommend the filing of criminal cases against Mark Red Marinas, Erwin Ortañez, Bianlado Guevara, Arlan Mendoza, Fidel Mendoza, Jonathan Orozco, Grifton Medina, Glenford Comia, Deon Carlo Albao, Rodolfo Magbuhos, Anthony Lopez, Daniev Binsol, Dennis Robles, Bradford Alenso, Gabriel Etacio, Ralph Ryan Garcia, Paul Villanueva, Abdul Kalaka, Danilo Deudor, Mark Makababad, Sherry Ricolcol, Abdul Hafez Haji Basher, Amboy Lucero, George Bituin, and Salahuddin Haji Noor for violations of RA number 3019 or the Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices Act, without prejudice to other charges that may be levied against them, including but not limited to violations of Republic Act number 9208 or the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act and other special laws. Gusto ko pong linawin na ang mga pangalang nabanggit ay yung binanggit lang sa aming hearings and corroborated by evidence presented to the committee. I know that the NBI and our law enforcement, with their superior investigating skills, are casting a wider net. Sinusuportahan ko sila sa layunin na mahuli ang dapat mahuli at managot ang dapat managot. Second, we likewise recommend the filing of criminal charges for failure to file their respective SAL-Ns in violation of Section 8 of RA number 6713 against the following individuals: Daniev Binsol, Dimple Mayumi Malyari, Mark Red Marinas, Maynardo Marinas, Grifton Medina, and Arlan Mendoza. Further, the committee recommends that further investigation be conducted on the potential criminal liability of former Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre for issuing Executive Order number 41 and his appointment of Mark Red Marinas, as he may reasonably be assumed to have known that the consequences of both actions would be to grant the father and son Marinas near unfettered discretion over the entry of hundreds of thousands of Chinese individuals, not only a potential corruption and conflict of interest issue, but also a national security issue. We also urge the Bureau of Immigration. Mr. President. We also urge the Bureau of Internal Revenue to conduct a tax audit on the travel agencies that have managed to corner the VOA market, including Empire International Travel and Tours owned by Leah Wu. Fifth, on the part of legislation, we are happy to share that the anti-trafficking bill that passed on second reading and has been sponsored by this committee includes the following innovations. It grants additional tools to law enforcers to investigate trafficking that takes place in digital platforms, kasama na dito ang WeChat na app, and it affords added protections to foreign trafficked women within Philippine territory and Filipino women victimized by foreign nationals. Sixth and lastly, we support the call for long overdue reforms in the Bureau of Immigration, particularly in areas that compromise check and balance mechanisms. Bilang pagtatapos po, the committee takes this opportunity to thank Alex Chong and Dale Ignacio for their invaluable service, not only to the committee and to the Philippine Senate, but also to the Filipino people. As of this writing, both of them are still in the Witness Protection Program. Kung tayo ay nahihirapan sa mga lockdown at quarantine, di hamak na mas mahirap ang kanilang pinagdadaanan. Alex and Dale, may you find strength in the gratitude of the Filipino people and in the knowledge that speaking your truth has helped us protect the vulnerable, ang mga kababaihan, kabataan at mahihirap na laging nagiging biktima ng sigalot ng human trafficking. May God bless you. And before I close, Mr. President, the video is now ready for playing.
Napakaraming involved at yung mga opisyal.
The bribery of immigration officials aabot daw sa 40 billion pesos.
Ibinunyag nila ang umano'y sabwatan ng mga taga-Bureau of Immigration.
Ang Pastillas scheme ay totoo.
Human trafficking, prostitution, illegal detention, at ito ngang pagkorap mismo ng ating Bureau of Immigration.
Nabuo po itong Pastillas scheme nung panahon ni POD Chief Red Marinas.
Parang grab food. May menu, may presyo, and darating na lang sa hotel o condo mo.
Kinuhanan ako ng picture sa pagkakaalam ko ay in-upload sa mga chat sa internet.
But they forced me to work for them. I think even I run away, they will still find me and kill me.
Anong ibig mong sabihin nung sinabi mo na Chinese nationals are allowed in the Philippines nang walang screening?
Basta po nasa listahan yung pangalan, wala nang ibang questions asked at kaagad pasok.
At kapag naman po Chinese na hawak ay visa upon arrival or buo, automatic na yun na makakapasok ng walang pagtatanong. Nakakatanggap po kami mga frontliner ng 5,000 pesos to 20,000 pesos weekly or every 2 weeks. Ang nagbabasbas, nagkokontrol ng Pastillas scheme at kumukumbra ng maraming pera ay sina Sir Mark Red Marinas, ang POD chief ng time ng Pastillas.
So Marinas, Ortañez, Guevara, Binsol, Lopez, Arlan Mendoza. Ito yung mga sinasabi mong mga boss?
Yes, Your Honor.
Maliban sa pagpapapasok ng Chinese nationals na walang inspeksyon, racket din sa Bureau of Immigration ang outbound trafficking ng mga Pilipino.
Kunyari, na-fill up kami ng form, pero pagdating doon, binasura lang para kaming preso.
Nag-medical exam kami. Pagdating ko sa sir at doon ko nga nalaman, nabuntis ako. Ayoko po kasi talaga nung magpalaglag, pero wala na akong magawa kundi inumin yung gamot na isang psychotic.
It's our obligation to protect our borders. It's our obligation to protect our women and our children. Unahin naman natin ang Pilipinas. Salamat po, Mr. President. May God bless the Philippines.
All right, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, no member wishes to, if no member wishes to interpolate this measure, we move to approve the committee report, Mr. President, if the one will object, because I share the sentiments of our dear colleague, Senator Risa, that these people should be punished, and I agree to the statements made by the good sponsor, together with several of our colleagues that are here with me in the floor, Mr. President. If there's no objection, with the minority floor leader, together with the other members, we move to approve this committee report.
Any objection? Chair hears none. Committee report is hereby adopted.
Marami pong salamat, Mr. President.
Congratulations, ma'am, to the lady senator. Moving forward, Mr. President, we have a few other measures. Okay, moving forward, Mr. President, if Senator Coco Pimentel is ready with his sponsorship, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special orders, Senate Bill number 2489.
Any objection? Hearing none. So transferred.
Move to consider Senate Bill number 2489 as Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2489, an act protecting consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for the purpose the E-Commerce Bureau, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes.
Recognizing
Thank
Senator
you.
Coco Pimentel III.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, for scheduling this measure. In the year 2000, the Philippines saw potential for growth of its e-commerce industry. Our government recognized then the age of information and communications technology, ICT, and its vital role in nation building. Due to the fast-paced change in the manner by which people conduct business, we also felt back then the need to develop a labor force skilled in the use of ICT and a population capable of operating and utilizing electronic appliances, gadgets, and computers. And to promote the universal use of electronic transaction in the government and the general public, we enacted Republic Act number 8792, or the Electronic Commerce Act of 2000. After 22 years, we have seen how fast the e-commerce industry has grown. So fast that we have now what we call the internet economy. In a pre-pandemic report of Google and Temasek, the Philippine internet economy, which includes e-commerce, online travel, online media, food, transport, and ride-hailing, was valued at $7 billion in 2019 and $9 billion in 2020, growing from just $2 billion in 2015. And just last year, the E-Economy Southeast Asia report by Google, Temasek, and Bain and Company identified the Philippines as the fastest growing internet economy in Southeast Asia, fueled by e-commerce and food delivery services. According to the said 2021 report, the Philippines' overall internet economy in terms of gross merchandise value, GMV, doubled to $17 billion in 2021 and will likely reach $40 billion in value by 2025. The COVID-19 pandemic has pushed Filipinos to adopt digitalization and be connected to the internet more than ever. The World Bank, in its Philippine Digital Economy Report 2020, has noted that there are 73 million Filipino internet users in 2020. On average, every Filipino spends nearly 10 hours a day on the internet, the most worldwide, and over 5 hours on mobile internet and nearly 4 hours on social media. Since the start of the pandemic up to the first half of 2021, the Philippines has recorded 12 million new digital consumers, of which 63% are from non-metro areas and 99% say that they intend to continue using the services going forward. However, despite high internet usage and rapid growth in its overall internet economy, still the Philippines has the lowest digital consumer penetration in the ASEAN region, with only 68% of internet users consuming online services. Compare this to 99% of Singapore, 90% of Thailand, 81% of Malaysia, 80% of Indonesia, and 71% of Vietnam. Clearly, while the Philippine internet economy is growing, especially with the digital participation of our MSMEs, there is still a significant untapped market for e-commerce and other internet transactions and services. This is the reason why this representation believes that we need a legal and regulatory environment which encourages the industry to thrive. One sure way is to build confidence in online transactions by affording stronger protection for online consumers and businesses. As specially mentioned by President Duterte in his 5th State of the Nation address, major economic activities are taking place in a borderless environment with meager regulatory controls, exposing our consumers to risks related to security, privacy, and misrepresentation. To help the internet economy grow, we need to build trust and confidence in online transactions, provide stronger protection for online consumers, and enact enabling measures for online businesses. To address these concerns, the Senate Committee on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship filed Senate Bill number 2489, or an act protecting consumers and merchants engaged in internet transactions, creating for this purpose the E-Commerce Bureau, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes under Committee Report number 506. The principal authors of this internet transaction bill in Congress are the brothers Senator Win Gatchalian and Deputy Speaker Wes Gatchalian. The bill seeks to promote the growth of e-commerce in the country by building mutual trust between online sellers and consumers and ensure that all goods and services transacted digitally be in accordance with specifications, and be reliable, secure, and accessible to all consumers for the business of increasing the productivity and efficiency of businesses. The Internet Transactions Act, ITA, shall apply to all business-to-business and business-to-consumer commercial transactions conducted over the Internet. It will not cover consumer-to-consumer Internet transactions, which are those of non-commercial quantity transactions. To implement and ensure compliance of the ITA provisions, an e-commerce bureau shall be created under the Department of Trade and Industry. The bureau shall act as a virtual one-stop shop tasked to receive and address consumer complaints on unresolved internet transactions between parties, facilitate the speedy resolution of consumer complaints by the respective government agency having jurisdiction over the same, and track complaints referred to or initiated by it motu proprio, or to ensure the speedy and appropriate action by the agency to which such matters pertain or otherwise have been referred to. So relative to this, the bill mandates the establishment of an online dispute resolution platform, which is a single point of entry for parties to e-commerce transactions that are seeking out-of-court resolution of disputes when the platforms or merchants fail to resolve or assist consumers with their concerns. The e-commerce bureau shall also establish and manage an online business registry to keep a record of all merchants offering their goods or digital products to the public through the internet. This shall help in verifying online merchants' existence, identity, and other such relevant or needed information. To provide assurance of safety and security in transactions over the internet, an e-commerce Philippine trust mark shall be developed for online merchants. A trust mark on the website of an online merchant signifies that the company is committed to guarantee honesty, fairness, and integrity in dealing with its customers, and to refrain from engaging in any illegal, fraudulent, unethical, or unfair business practices. This shall also be linked to the DTI's online dispute resolution platform. One of the key features of this bill is the authority of the DTI Secretary to issue takedown orders. The DTI Secretary shall have the power to impose as penalty an order directing that the post listing website, web page, or application profile be taken down or be made inaccessible from the Philippines. The DTI Secretary may also issue an advisory blocking payment to any of the violators to render them commercially inoperative. A provisional takedown may be issued involving consumer products that are apparently or imminently injurious, unsafe, or dangerous, or when the seller in question has been previously penalized twice for the same offense. An immediate takedown, recall, ban, or seizure may be ordered by the DTI Secretary on illegal products, provided that the merchant concerned shall be afforded a hearing within 48 hours before the order. Your Committee on Trade believes that good regulation must strike the balance between the interests of the online consumers and the online merchants. This is why the bill devoted 3 sections on the rights and obligations. And I will no longer read the sections, but these are found in sections 11, 12, and 13 of the measure. So this is all about the rights and obligations of online consumers and online merchants. Under the proposed measure, online consumers may also exercise the right to terminate the contract by giving notice to the online merchant if the goods or digital products delivered do not conform to the contract. So the merchant shall reimburse the consumer the price paid within 14 days from receipt of the notice, and the consumer shall return the product. To promote responsible business practice among e-marketplaces and e-commerce digital platforms, the ITA shall make them solidarily liable with their listed online merchant after due notice and hearing only under the following circumstances. 1, if it fails to provide a mechanism for consumers to dispute, be refunded, or to validly cancel orders. Number 2, if it knows or should have known that the goods, services, or digital products sold are illegal or do not comply with existing laws or otherwise infringe on intellectual property rights. And number 3, if it fails to take necessary measures to prevent or curtail the sale or distribution of the products which are illegal, do not comply with existing laws, or otherwise infringe on intellectual property rights within a reasonable period, among others. So ultimately, to exact accountability against e-marketplace, e-retailer, online merchants, and digital platforms that violate consumer rights, the bill makes several prohibited acts punishable with penalties of fines and imprisonment. So, Mr. President, with all these features, the Internet Transactions Act is responsive to the needs of the consumers and merchants while promoting the growth of e-commerce in the country. Given our country's digital uptake and booming internet economy, it is high time for us to create an environment founded on trust among consumers and merchants as a means to increase the number of e-commerce participants and ultimately achieve sustainable economic growth. So, Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues, I would like to solicit your full support for this measure. Maraming salamat po for the time that you've given me.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, also Senator Gatchalian wishes to insert to the records his co-sponsorship speech of, oh, sorry, we'd rather read it today. I hope it's a brief speech.
Senator Gatchalian is recognized.
Yeah, this is very brief, Mr. President, and this is would like to read it for the record so that the author in the lower house can hear me supporting this bill, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable colleagues in the Senate, good afternoon, good evening. One of the positive unintended consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic has been the proliferation of e-commerce transactions, particularly the purchase of goods and services. There is indeed an opportunity in every crisis, as a number of our kababayans made the most out of their confinement at home by being productive and enterprising. They turned their passion and skills into new business opportunities and sell their goods online. This also gave rise to on-demand delivery services. Sadyang enterprising ang mga Pilipino kung kaya't sa maikling panahon ay umusbong ang mga produktong gaya ng ube pandesal, banana bread, baked sushi, maging ang mga halamanan na nagsilbing libangan ng mga tinatawag na plantitos and plantitas, like our good majority leader and our good secretary. But the rapid growth of the e-commerce sector likewise opened opportunities to unscrupulous and abusive traders who exploit this new venture of trading. With meager regulatory controls in a borderless environment, consumers are exposed to various risks related to data privacy, security, and misrepresentation. Thus, I saw the need for the enactment of this measure, given the growing number of online merchants and the corresponding increase in consumer complaints. Enhancing consumer protection should not be limited to running after those undermining the public's trust in online transactions, but should likewise include the provision of effective mechanisms and remedies that will address their complaints and will strengthen government's regulatory authority over these platforms or sellers. The proposed Internet Transactions Act of 2022 will pave the way for the establishment of a singular office, the E-commerce Bureau under the Department of Trade and Industry, that will be given responsibility of carrying out the provisions of this bill and ensure the implementation of the Electronic Commerce Act of 2000. A one-stop shop for consumer complaints on unresolved internet transaction and compliance monitoring, among others. The DTI shall be mandated to exercise primary jurisdiction over e-marketplaces, e-retailers, online merchants, and other digital platforms that sell or allow the sale of or exchange of goods. This measure clearly defines the obligations of e-marketplaces and other digital platforms, e-retailers, and online merchants, as well as provides for the rights and obligations of online consumers. It's also enumerated circumstances when the e-marketplace or e-commerce digital platforms will be solidarily liable with its listed online seller after due notice and hearing. Kung may mga patakaran tayong ipinatutupad sa mga online sellers at platforms, nararapat din naman na may mga panuntunan na dapat sundin ang mga mamimili upang mabigyan din ng proteksyon ang mga online sellers, pati na rin ang kanilang mga delivery carriers or riders laban sa mga panlilinlang at pang-aabuso. This bill not only aims to protect online sellers and buyers, but also aims to develop a trustworthy trading environment in digital commerce. We must continue to protect Filipinos in the new normal and create a more conducive and trustworthy online trading environment. In closing, Mr. President, allow me to thank the sponsor of this measure, Senator Coco Pimentel, for his stewardship for this very timely legislation, as well as my co-authors, Senator Nancy Binay and Senator Bongo, in advocating for the enactment of this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. To allow our colleagues to study the measure, move to suspend considerations.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
President, we have two more bicameral conference committee reports, both sponsored by Senator Angara. We are in receipt of the bicameral conference committee report on Senate Bill number 2421 and 10701. Mr. President, this is the COVID-19 Benefits Allowances for Health Workers Act of 2022. Congratulations to all of us and the sponsor. May we recognize the sponsor, Mr. President.
Senator Sani Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, dear colleagues. We submit to this August chamber the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the measure institutionalizing the allowances and benefits for our healthcare workers as they serve as our frontliners during this terrible pandemic. We wish to read into the record the joint explanatory note of this measure, but we'd also ask to be allowed to present some of the key highlights of the measure. First, Mr. President, the Bicameral Conference Committee agreed to expand the coverage of the measure, where it originally covered only healthcare workers at the front lines of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was realized that we may in the future face other public health emergencies, such as those caused by bioterrorism, appearance of a previously controlled biological toxin, a natural disaster, a chemical attack, or accidental release, and other possible occurrences. Secondly, wording was also adopted clarifying that even barangay health workers or BHWs assigned in health facilities, including swabbing and vaccination sites, those administering medical assistance, and those who are part of barangay health emergency response teams are also eligible to receive the stipulated benefits, as well as non-healthcare workers, including medical allied, medical, administrative support assigned in hospitals, health facilities, laboratories, medical or temporary treatment and monitoring facilities, or vaccination sites. They are all included, Mr. President. Thirdly, the reconciled bill adopts the one COVID-19 allowance approach mentioned and proposed by the DOH in contrast to the original proposal, and this provides is in lieu of the originally proposed benefits. This allows for improved administrative efficiency and ease, and the reconciled bill also expands the base of health care and non-health care workers eligible to receive the benefit. And fourth, Mr. President, with regards to the issues of appropriation, the Senate version was adopted. And fifth, the conferees adopted the proposal of Senator Amy Marcos mandating the creation of an ad hoc grievance board tasked with receiving, investigating, adjudicating, and recommending further action relating to any complaints or failure to receive any of the stipulated benefits. Mr. President, considering that we are still in the middle of the pandemic, hopefully towards the end, we thank all of those who were involved and who acted with on this measure with extreme urgency, led by the Senate President, of course, and the Senate leadership, our very hardworking Majority Leader, as well as our fellow panelists and co-authors on the Senate panel, Senator Gordon, Senator Bongo, Senator Nancy Binay, Senator Risa Hontiveros, as well as some of the authors, Senators Recto, Minority Leader Drilon, Senators Marcos, Villanueva, De La Rosa, Pangilinan, Gatchalian, Tolentino, Poe, Villar, and Cayetano, as well as thanks to our House counterparts, Chairperson Helen Tan, Congresswoman Helen Tan, Congresspersons Gato, Tambunting, and Co. And we thank the DOH, DBM, and PhilHealth for their valuable inputs, as well as our Senate Budget Office under Director Palanca and Attorney Toblon. Thank you very much, Mr. President, dear colleagues.
Thank you
Majority
very
Leader.
much. With that, I move that we adopt and ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on Senate Bill number 2421 and 10107. Let the joint explanation be inserted in the records of the Senate.
Any objection? Hearing none, the Bicameral report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2421 and House Bill 10701 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Congratulations to all our health workers in the country, Mr. President. Mr. President, there's another Bicameral Conference Committee report. I move that we take up the disagreeing provisions of the Senate Bill number 2365 and House Bill number 8818. This is amending the PDIC charter, Mr. President. May you recognize Senator Angat.
Senator Sonny Angara is recognized.
Thank you once more, Mr. President, dear Majority Leader, dear colleagues. We are proud to submit to the August Chamber the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bills 2365 and House Bill 8818. The numerous differences, these were reconciled, and we are attaching this report that we move that it be made part of the record. And some of the highlights of the reconciled bill include a provision on designating the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas governor as the chairperson of the PDIC, the Department of Finance Secretary as the vice chairperson of the PDIC board, and other provisions clarifying the organizational structure of the corporation. And there is another provision on the inclusion of certain products or arrangements of Islamic banks to be under the ambit of the PDIC and the authority of the PDIC to establish separate insurance funds and insurance arrangements in consideration of Islamic banking's peculiar characteristics and to issue rules and regulations for the establishment of the same. And a definition of terms like income from other sources was also adopted. A provision stipulating that the examination of bank records should be allowed only when there's a finding of fraud or unsafe or unsound banking related to deposit taking, and another provision stating the authority of the PDIC to sell assets of closed banks to FISTCs or FISTCOs under the newly created law sponsored by Senator Poe, and this was the FIST law. And we thank our conferees, our colleagues, particularly Banking Chairperson Senator Grace Poe, who was very magnanimous in asking us or in tasking us with the hearing and sponsoring the measure, as well as Senators Nancy Binay, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Kiko Pangilinan. And as well, our thanks go out to our House counterparts, Chairperson Juni Kua, and Representatives Lacson and Kimbo. We would like to thank as well as agencies who helped us in crafting this measure and served as resource persons, the BSP led by Governor Ben Jokno, the DOF led by Secretary Sani Dominguez, the PDIC led by President Roberto Tan and the board members, the GCG led by Chairperson Dagpin, the SEC, particularly Commissioner Efiro Amatong, and the private sector, the Bankers Association, the Chamber of Thrift Banks, the Alliance of Non-Stock Savings and Loans Associations, the FinTech Alliance, and other electronic money issuer firms, the Foundation for Economic Freedom, Dean Luis Dumlao of the Ateneo de Manila University, the Ateneo School of Government. So, Mr. President, dear colleagues, with our hope is that with these amendments, we help strengthen and make more resilient our banking sector, which is important to our economy and which will play a critical role in the coming years as we try to recover in the wake of the pandemic. We respectfully submit the same for the Chamber's ratification. Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I move to adopt and ratify the committee report and that the text of the joint explanation be inserted into the records of the chamber.
Any objection? Hearing none, a Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill 2365 and House Bill 8818 is hereby adopted and ratified.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, if our colleagues don't mind, if we can skip towards the affording more protection. This is the protection to consumers, financial products and services, if it's all right with the minority floor leader. It's a certified measure and the House is actually waiting for us to tackle it so that they can adopt our approved version. I just got a text from the majority floor leader of the House. So with that, Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2488.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
No member wishes to interpolate the measure, Mr. President, unless we have a member who wishes to. No member wishes to interpolate. I move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor and open the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments open. Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you know, we've had a lot of different bills to tackle. So I have one like right here, just a 30-second suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
Mr. President, I have some amendments, some individual amendments.
Go ahead.
On page 11, line 11, delete the period after the word amended and replace it with a comma. Then insert the phrase, refuse the sharing of their information to a third party and request the removal of their data from the service provider system if they no longer wish to use the provider's services. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 11, line 26, after the letter G, delete the phrase cybersecurity mechanism and replace it with information security standards. On the same page, lines 26 to 27, after the word providers, delete the phrase offering digital financial product or service must establish a cybersecurity mechanism and replace it with shall adopt and implement information security standards. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 28, after the word the and before the word clients, insert the phrase confidentiality, integrity, availability, authenticity, and non-repudiation of the. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page and on the same line, delete the period after the word transactions and replace it with and to ensure the data privacy of their clients. I so move.
Period.
Period.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 29, delete the phrase qualifications and replace it with information security. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page and on the same line, after the word standards, delete the phrase of the and replace it with for compliance by all. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 30, after the word service, delete the phrase providers cybersecurity mechanism subject to the size, complexity, risks, and nature of the financial service provider's operations and replace it with the word providers. I so move.
Period.
Period.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
The final amendment was proposed by Senator Gatchalian. On page 12, line 26, after the period, insert a new sentence. The financial service provider shall be solidarily liable with accredited third-party service providers for their acts or omissions in marketing and transacting, which may include but not limited to debt collection with financial consumers for its financial products and services. I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
There are no more committee or individual amendments, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
With that, Mr. President, I move that we close the period of amendment.
Hearing no objection, period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, with that, I move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2488.
Any objection? Hearing none, Senate Bill 2488 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, this is a certified measure. If our colleagues can go online to vote on this, I move that we ask the Secretary to read the certification and proceed with the third reading vote.
Eleven. 11.
Lang.
We better ring the bell. Session suspended. Please ring the bell. call vote on third reading.
February 2, 2022, Senator Vicente Soto III, Senate President. Mr. Senate President, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill Number 2488, entitled An Act Affording More Protection to Consumers of Financial Products and Services to ensure consumer protection and foster consumer confidence in the financial system towards a more stable financial industry, economic growth, and innovation. Best regards, very truly yours, signed, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Senate Bill Number 2488, an act affording more protection to consumers of financial products and services. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara,
Yes.
Senator Binay,
Yes.
Senator Cayetano,
Yes.
Senator De Lima, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Drilon,
Yes.
Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go,
Yes.
Senator Gordon, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Ontiveros. Ayun gagawin ko. Senator Lacson,
Yes.
Senator Lapid, Senator Marcos,
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao, Senator Pangilinan, Senator Pimentel III,
Yes.
Naka-on ang video niya. Nakalagi siya.
Senator Poe, Senator Poe,
Yes.
Senator Recto,
Yes.
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Villanueva,
Yes na yes.
Senator Villar,
Yes.
Senator Zubiri,
Yes.
Senate President Soto III.
Yes. With 19 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstention, Senate Bill 2488 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank
Majority
you.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We
Senator
recognize Senator
Poe,
Poe.
Senator Grace Poe.
Okay. Thank you to our dear colleagues for expediting this measure, which is very crucial at this time and relevant, especially with our migration towards more online financial services. This bill was crafted in cooperation with the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, particularly because, alam nyo, minsan, marami sa ating mga kababayan na bibiktima. Halimbawa, 10,000 pesos nawawala sa account nila, pupunta sila sa bangko, sasabihin ng bangko, maghintay muna kayo kasi pag-aaralan namin yan. And it takes weeks, sometimes months before it's resolved. And as I mentioned earlier, yung iba sa atin, siguro hindi papansinin yung ganong halaga, pero yung iba, sweldo nila yon for the month. So ano yung gagamitin nila? Hihiram sila sa 5-6. So ang hinihingi ngayon ng Central Bank, which nabigay ng batas na to, magkaroon ng adjudication powers yung Central Bank para sa kanila na lang ilalapit, imbis na dadaan pa sa NBI o kaya sa mga korte bago ito maresolba. At saka meron din dyan mga probisyon na paparusahan ang mga financial sectors na magsasamantala sa kanilang mga kliyente o depositors. So ito po ay panalo talaga dito ang mga consumers at the same time, nagkakaroon din ng guidelines yung mga financial providers. So I'd like to thank Malacanang for certifying this measure as urgent so that at least this is something in another happy bill that we can be proud of. Thank you to Senator Drilon because I called him and I asked him, sir, if you have any questions or interpellations, and he said that he trusts us, and particularly when I mentioned that Senator Gatchalian scrutinized this bill from top to bottom because he was a victim. But then, of course, Senator Frank is suspicious of who actually was the one who may have done that to Senator Gatchalian. But anyway, that's beside the point. So thank you, Majority Leader, as our Senate President, and all our colleagues who voted for this measure.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If we may, we can go back to the list for sponsorship. Another important measure that we want to have our distinguished colleague, Senator Gordon, sponsor. Move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special orders, Senate Bill number 2500.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order. Oh, transfer, no? Transferred.
Yes, transfer rather. Move to consider, Mr. President, Senate Bill number
Consideration.
2500.
In order.
Mr. President, may we ask the Secretary to read the title?
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2500, an act modernizing the Bureau of Immigration by defining its powers and functions, further professionalizing its organization, upgrading the compensation and benefits of its officials and employees, and appropriating funds therefore.
We recognize our distinguished colleague, Senator Richard Gordon.
Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues in this state, in the Senate, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights now sponsors for the consideration of this chamber Committee Report number 579 and seeks approval of its proposed measure, Senate Bill number 2500, entitled as already read. The following bills relating to the proposed measure were referred to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. These are House Bill number 8850, approved by the House on August 23, 2021, transmitted to the Senate on August 24, 2021, and received by the Senate on August 24, 2021. Senate Bill number 107, Senate held by Senator Bingo Subiri. Senate Bill number 885, Senator Amy Marcos, Senator Bongo 6849. Senate Bill 2416 by Senator Ronaldo de la Rosa. The 1987 Constitution provides that the Philippine national government's fundamental duties are to serve and protect the sovereign Filipino people. It further provides that the maintenance of peace and order, the protection of life, liberty, and property, and the promotion of the general welfare are essential for a democratic government. The Philippine Immigration Act was enacted in 1940, or 81 years ago today. Since then, there have been numerous changes in immigration practices here and abroad. It is therefore both pragmatic and necessary to enact a new law that will address the present-day needs of the country with regard to immigration. The Bureau of Immigration is responsible for protecting and enforcing immigration laws for the safety of Filipino migrant workers. In a study conducted by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, or PIDS, international migration continues to be an important component of Philippine development, and much more so among households with migrant workers, the proportion of which is steadily increasing. Based on the results of the 2019 survey on overseas Filipinos, the number of overseas Filipino workers, or OFWs, who work abroad at any time during the period April to September 2019 was estimated at 2.2 million. Overseas contract workers, or those with existing work contracts, comprise 96.8% of the total OFWs during the said period. The results in a growth in the size of the labor force, an increase in the productive capacity of the economy. Immigration leads to higher economic growth with a corresponding rise in tax revenues and potential for government spending. The Government Central, or the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, said January to November remittances reached $31.59 billion in 2021. The concern on human trafficking has escalated throughout the years, as it knows no borders. The U.S. State Department stated that in its 2021 tracking in persons report of the Philippines remained on Tier 1. This means that the Philippines fully complies with the minimum standards of trafficking violations or Trafficking Victims Protection Act, TVPA of 2000. The BI Travel Control and Enforcement Unit identified and referred 295 potential victims of trafficking to IACAT task forces, compared with 337 potential victims of trafficking and 92 potential victims of illegal recruitment in 2019. The BITCEU continued to screen departing passengers and deferred the departure of 11,706 passengers, 31,211 in 2019, including 294 potential victims of trafficking due to incomplete or suspicious travel documents or misrepresentation. Bureau of Immigration stopped 35 foreign registered sex offenders from entering the country. The role of international travel in the initial spread of the pandemic has posed a range of vulnerabilities for immigrants. The new focus on individual health security risk could have long-term implications for migrant workers and migration policy. Border measures to prevent the spread of novel coronavirus COVID-19 are enforced and are modified depending on present conditions. The Interagency Task Force for the Management of Emerging Infectious Diseases, IATF, said that starting February 10, the Philippines will allow fully vaccinated international tourists from visa-free countries, provided that they present a negative RT-PCR test taken within 48 hours prior to departure from the country of origin. A total of 157 countries enjoy visa-free entry privileges to the Philippines. This would restore jobs lost and businesses forced to shut down during the pandemic. Another problem is terrorist attacks here and abroad have accepted that international migration has significant implications for security. The government must upgrade the capability of immigration officers to drastically reduce criminality and terrorism and to ensure the safety and security of all people in the country. The Philippines remained a destination for foreign terrorist fighters from Indonesia, Malaysia, and countries in the Middle East and Europe. Given the difficulties in the Philippines of prosecuting individuals for terrorism-related offenses, our Congress legislated laws to counter the threat posed by the communists as well as IS-affiliated units such as the Abu Sayyaf Group and the Bangsamoro Islamic Freedom Fighters, BIFF. On 21 May 2020, BIFF even attacked 3 army detachments, resulting in the displacement of more than 6,000 villagers. While Muslims were celebrating Eid al-Fitr, BIFF fired a mortar round that hit a cluster of homes, killing 2 children and injuring 13 others. Given the crucial or critical role of the Bureau of Immigration as the gatekeeper of the state, the measure provides for the following salient points. One, give paramount importance to national sovereignty, territorial integrity, national security, national interest, and the right to self-determination as it adheres to the policy of peace, cooperation, and amity with all nations. Two, uphold the Philippine domestic and international interests when admitting foreign nationals for the purpose of enhancing capital investments, trade and commerce, cultural exchanges, and other forms of friendly relations and cooperation. Reorganize the Bureau of Immigration and create the Commission on Immigration in its stead to be the government agency primarily responsible for implementing the enforcing the country's laws, regulations, and rules concerning the entry and admissions into stay and departure from the Philippines of all persons. Modernize structures and mechanisms necessary for the administration of immigration laws in keeping with the changing demands of the country's role in the global economy and global community, and upgrade the existing positions of immigration officers and other immigration personnel to adequately meet the country's rapidly increasing needs for immigration services and to rationalize and professionalize its ranks. It is imperative for this august body, therefore, to pass Senate Bill number 2500. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, if I may also just insert to the records my co-sponsorship speech of this measure, as well as the co-sponsorship speech of Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
We
President.
will place it on record.
To allow our colleagues to study the measure further, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is suspended.
There are 4 bills of Senator Angara, all on the barangay, music, youth competition, and the declaration of National Youth Day. Mr. President, may we recognize I would like to ask the sponsor, Senator Angara. Senator Angara, is he online?
I'm here, Mr. President, Majority Leader.
Is this an omnibus speech for all or one by one po?
I can shorten it, Mr. President, in the interest of time and just give the salient points. I will shorten the. These are very simple bills, actually. One is Declaration of National Youth Day. One is a Young Farmers Bill of Senator Marcos. The other one is a Summer Youth Camp, and then the other one is the NAMSHA or National Musicians Bill. So these all have House versions. So sayang din po, Mr. President, but I yield to the pleasure of the body.
Yeah. With that, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, Mr. President. Senate Bill number 2503. So moved.
Any objection? Hearing none.
Mr. President, I move to consider Senate Bill number 253. Ask the Secretary to read the title.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2503, an act declaring August 12 of every year as National Youth Day.
Mr. President, we recognize the sponsor, Senator Angara.
Senator Angara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader and dear colleagues. Again, as we said, we wish to read this into the record. This is principally authored by our colleague, Senator Bong Revilla in the Senate, and several congressmen, sponsored by Congressman Ino D. of Isabela, I believe, and Representative Elago also, and other representatives. This coincides with the International Youth Day, which was declared by the United Nations in 1999, Your Honor. And we've been celebrating that International Youth Day, but I think it is the wish of the youth sector that we adopt a local version so that it will be given local recognition as well as support from various government agencies for a celebration and to have youth programs. That's basically a summary of the bill. It's quite simple. So we submit, Mr. President.
With that, to allow our colleagues to study the measure further, move to suspend consideration of this.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Mr. President, move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, Senate Bill number 2504.
Any objection? Hearing none. Approved.
Move to consider, Mr. President, ask Secretary to read the title.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2504, an act designating the National Music Competitions for Young Artists as the National Youth Development Program for Music, defining its role and functions and appropriating funds therefore.
Senator Sani Angara is recognized. Sponsor of the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, this measure is principally authored by Senator Revilla here in the Senate and Representative Rufus Rodriguez in the House, and seeks to further to institutionalize the national competitions for young artists, or the NAMSIA, by designating it as the Philippine National Youth Development Program in Music. For close to 5 decades, NAMSIA has served as a venue through which the Philippine government aids in the development and promotion of Philippine music as an art, primarily by identifying musical talent among the youth across the nation and having them participate in a national competition. It's said that up to 1 million musicians, teachers, and administrators are involved every year in running this national program. This was formally organized in 1973 through Presidential Proclamation 1173, and NAMSIA has produced around 130 accomplished musicians, many of whom have moved on to become music professors in local and foreign universities, as well as won their share of international competitions. Included here are Alfonso Coke Bolipata, the renowned concert violinist who won in 1977 and founded the Center for the Arts in San Miguel, Zambales. Also, Jonathan Velasco, world-renowned choral conductor who won in 1987 as a member of the Philippine Madrigal Singers. Dr. Renato Lucas, the current NAMSIA president and a professor at the UST Conservatory, who was a winner in 1978 and is a former principal cellist of the Philippine Philharmonic Orchestra, as well as the Lobok Children's Choir, who were the national winners in 1993 and have also earned their share of recognition here and abroad. So we affirm that the NAMSIA shall be mandated to discover outstanding musical talents to nationwide competitions, for them to be possible recipients of scholarships, to develop and promote Philippine music as an art, to undertake a continuing program of research documentation of Philippine music for dissemination to our public schools, and for budgetary purposes, NAMSIA shall be attached to the National Commission on Culture and the Arts, NCCA, which it is already receiving grants at present. So in a way, we just seek to formalize an existing relationship already. And in closing, Mr. President, we use the words of an American novelist, Sarah Dessen, who said that music is a great uniter, an incredible force, something that people who differ on everything and anything can have in common. Indeed, in this time of great crisis, music can serve as a means of healing and of happiness. No less than the Greek philosopher Plato said, music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, charm to sadness, gaiety, and life to everything. Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Will our colleagues who study the measure, Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of this?
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
President, move to transfer from the calendar ordinary business to special order, Senate Bill number 2502.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
Move to consider the measure and ask the Secretary to read the title.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2502, an act establishing the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Program, creating for the purpose the Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Council and appropriating funds therefore.
Senator Saningara is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, again, thank you. This is a bill of Senator Amy Marcos as the principal author to have a Young Farmers and Fisherfolk Challenge Program under the auspices of the Department of Agriculture. And because according to a UP Los Baños study, 53 years old is the average age of our farmers, whereas it was 46 in 1966. So, and the youth, I think it's been observed that they've become increasingly disinterested in farming and agriculture, Mr. President. So this is something to have this program to encourage a kind of whole of government approach to support this program for young farmers, to be provided with access to knowledge, information, so including the DepEd, TESDA, DOLE, CHED, SUC, the SUCs, the DA, particularly through the Agricultural Training Institute, the Philippine Council for Agriculture and Fisheries, the DICT, and the DOST, the Land Bank, the Small Business Corporation, to look at the value-adding stages and to make it more attractive, Your Honor. As well as the various agro-industrial ecozones are also asked to be part of this. So that is it some, and we ask that this be read into the record, and I am sure Senators Marcos and our Chair of Agriculture, Senator Villar, will also be interested in this measure. Thank you, Mr. President. And of course, Senator Pangilinan, I almost forgot. He's also our resident agriculturist in the minority naman. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, I move to suspend consideration of the measure till our colleagues study the measure.
Hearing no objection, consideration is suspended.
President, I move the transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, House Bill number 9852.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration is in order.
President, move to consider the measure and ask Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Secretary will read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 9852, an act institutionalizing the conduct of summer youth camp in every barangay and appropriating funds therefore.
President, may recognize Senator Angara.
Senator Saningara is recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. President, Majority Leader, dear colleagues, for the time. This is a bill authored by Congressman Rogelio Pacquiao, the brother of our good colleague, Senator Manny Pacquiao, which seeks to institutionalize the conduct of a summer youth camp in every barangay to be supervised by the respective youth councils or Sangguniang Kabataan. And the intention is to build the character of our youth through the youth camps. We move that the sponsorship speech be inserted into the record, but mainly these camps should include modules developed by the NYC or the National Youth Commission in collaboration with the different Sangguniang Kabataans, mainly to encourage to involvement of the youth in nation building, and among the following, including topics on national situationers impacting on the youth, communication, team building, writing workshops and seminars on research, editing, illustration, publication, public speaking, interpersonal communication, sports and fitness, mental health and wellness, digital skills, entrepreneurship, cultural awareness, environmental and disaster awareness, human rights promotion, financial education, financial literacy, personal development, among others, Mr. President. These are the goals of this bill and the topics that should be included in this in the institutionalization of such summer youth camps, Mr. President.
Very much, Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study the next further move to suspend consideration of this.
Any objection? Hearing none, consideration suspended.
Mr. President, I move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, Senate Bill number 2501.
Any objection? Hearing,
Mr. President, I move that we consider Senate Bill number 2501 as Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Secretary, read title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2501, an act penalizing willful and indiscriminate discharge of firearms, amending for the purpose Act number 3815 as amended, otherwise known as the Revised Penal Code.
Thanks to sponsor, Mr. President, our distinguished colleague, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Senator Ronald de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. As Chairman of the Committee on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, it is my honor to report back to this august body Senate Bill number 2501 under Committee Report number 580, or the Act Penalizing Willful and Indiscriminate Discharge of Firearms, amending Act number 3815 of the Revised Penal Code, authored by Senators Gatchalian, Revilla, Gordon, Lapid, and this representation. This is in substitution of Senate Bill numbers 722 and 1531, filed by Senators Sherwin Gatchalian and Ramon Revilla Jr., and taking into consideration House Bill number 6123. Mr. President, time and again, we hear news involving deaths and injuries of victims of stray bullets, despite the continued campaigns of the government against indiscriminate firing. Ilan sa mga biktima ay mga bata, walang kamalay-malay at walang kalaban-laban. Tunay na walang pinipili ang ligaw na bala. From where I came from, civilians are often caught in the crossfire of not just bullets, but political ideologies. However, I will never comprehend those who fire their weapons with no specific and valid cause. Hindi po ito katanggap-tanggap. Every time you hold a gun, you are given a responsibility and a choice. On April 17, 2021, two policemen from the Manila Police District Community Precinct and the National Capital Region Police Office were arrested for alleged indiscriminate firing of their service firearms in Gabaldon, Nueva Ecija. Subsequently, in June 2021, a member of the Philippine Army was also arrested for indiscriminate firing in Naga City. Kamakailan lang, ilang araw bago ang araw ng Pasko, isang pamilya na naman ang nagluksa dahil sa pagkamatay ng isang taong gulang na sanggol sa Negros Occidental. Sinong mag-aakala na habang nasa loob ng bahay kasama ang kanyang lolo at lola, ang bata ay tatamaan ito ng ligaw na bala? Mr. President, wala nang mas masakit pa para sa isang magulang na mawalan ng anak. Parents are not supposed to bury their children. According to the case monitoring of the investigation and detective management of the Philippine National Police, as of November 29, 2021, there were a total of 195 cases of indiscriminate firing in the country covering the period of 2016 to 2021. Calabarzon was on top of the list with 30 incidents, while the National Capital Region has 23 incidents. In all these incidents, 18 were committed by the members of the Philippine National Police and 8 by members of the Armed Forces of the Philippines. We condemn these senseless incidents of injuries and loss of innocent lives because of reckless, careless, and negligent use and handling of firearms. Despite the various provisions under the Revised Penal Code penalizing illegal discharge of firearms, offenders are not deterred in the commission of the crime. As such, there is a need to introduce a more severe punishment to thwart the occurrence of these incidents. Mr. President, it must be emphasized that the right to bear arms in our jurisdiction is not a natural absolute nor a constitutional right, but a privilege bestowed by the state upon those who possess and continue to possess the qualifications required by law. This has been reaffirmed by the Supreme Court in the string of cases, particularly in the case of Chavez versus Romulo and the recent case of Acosta versus Ochoa. What others forget is the great responsibility that comes with the owning and carrying of firearms. The state has all the right to regulate and control the use and bearing of all kinds of firearms in light of the policies of the state to maintain peace and order in our communities. Our government's effort to regulate the use of firearms has been relentless. Our laws have been crafted to minimize the use of firearms outside of the official duty or only if there are threats against its lawful owners or possessors. The framers of our laws on gun control and responsible gun ownership seem to have foreseen that not all persons should be entitled to bear arms. The laws of our land recognize the dangers brought about by unlawful use of firearms. We have alarms and scandals under Article 155 of the Revised Penal Code, illegal discharge of firearms under Article 254 of the same code, attempted or frustrated homicide or murder, as the case may be. Physical injuries and grave coercion may also be committed. And of course, if using unlicensed firearm, illegal possession of firearm under Republic Act number 10591. However, these laws should be supplemented by another piece of legislation focusing on the intent of the offender. For these reasons, the proposed measure seeks to penalize the willful and indiscriminate discharge of any firearm in any place. The bill also provides a higher penalty in cases where the offender is a member of the military auxiliary agencies, or law enforcement agencies authorized to bear arms. And finally, in order to further strengthen the measure, an additional penalty of cancellation and revocation of any license or permit granted to the offender and perpetual disqualification of the offender from being granted such. As a former police officer and a responsible gun enthusiast and advocate, the matter of gun ownership and control is very important to me. It is my fervent hope, Mr. President, that this proposed measure will be a significant help in order to dissuade the arbitrary, reckless, and indiscriminate use of firearms and promote responsible gun ownership. Mr. President, for more peaceful and safer communities for us and for our families, I implore this august body for the swift approval of this measure. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Gatchalian wishes to co-sponsor also and insert to the records for Senate Bill number 2501.
So inserted.
And also Senator Joel Villanueva also wishes to be sponsor, together with myself, Mr. President, the Majority Floor Leader, all the youth bills, the 4 youth bills and the music bills of Senator Angara. If we can be made co-sponsors and co-authors. And
All right.
also
Please,
some good news. We have they have adopted our Vintage Vehicle Act, Mr. President, in the House of Representatives. So that is done. Also for the record, congratulations to all. Senator Tolentino will drive a new car tomorrow, a new vintage car here tomorrow. Mr. President, we have some more bills just on the line. These are local bills. If, with the permission of Senator Coco, they can move forward first with the local bill so that this is time bound as well. Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10444. This is the cityhood of Baliwag, Mr. President. So move. And recognize the sponsor, Senator Tolentino.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
With the permission of the Minority Floor Leader, will there be any questions asked by our colleagues and the Minority Floor Leader. Maybe I could start the measure, Mr. President, by asking the good gentleman if he will accept just one question from this representation, Mr. President.
Willingly, Mr. President, the author of the vintage, Carlo.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, I just want to ask if Baliwag has complied with all the requirements laid out by the local government code into becoming a city of Baliwag.
Yes, Mr. President, the municipality of Baliwag complied with all the requirements set forth under Section 450 of the Local Government Code as amended by Republic Act 9009. It has an income of 108.12 million. The average income since 2019, while the requirements of the Local Government Code is just 100 million. It has a population of 168,470 as of the latest census, while the requirements of the Local Government Code is just 150,000 population. The land area would now be irrelevant, Mr. President, while the land area required for under the Local Government Code is 100 square kilometers. Its land area of 45 square kilometers would no longer be material because it is a provision required in the alternative. It's either the population or the land area, Mr. President. So Baliwag has complied with all the requirements set forth under the Local Government Code, and this has been shown during the various committee hearings, including certifications coming from the Philippine Statistics Authority as to its latest 2020 population count, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I have no further questions, and if our colleagues have no further questions, I move to close the period of interpellation.
Any objection? Hearing on period interpellation is closed.
President, move to open the period of amendments. If there are any, please we can recognize the sponsor.
Yes,
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
yes, Mr. President. For our committee amendments, Mr. President, I move to strike out all after the enacting clause of House Bill 10444, taking into consideration Senate Bill 2462, and insert the language of the substitute bill, therefore. I reiterate, Mr. President, I so move for its adoption.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Mr. President, we have an individual amendment. If I may be allowed to proceed.
Yes, Mr. President.
Can we show can we flash on the screen, Mr. President? This is a new model which this representation will now try to insert in all cityhood provisions, Mr. President. The requirement of a seal. It is not just for historical purposes, but for continuity, Mr. President, because a lot of times there have been conflicts between the old seal and the new seal in terms of celebrating the foundation days or even the fiestas of a municipality converted into a city. Mr. President, on page 1, line 15, insert a new section 3 to read as follows. You can look at the seal flash on the screen. Section 3, official seal of the city of Baliwag. The city of Baliwag shall have an official seal, period. It shall be circular in form with the dominant colors of green and blue, representing the city's vision to promote economic and social progress, sustainable development, and technological advancement. The year 2022 at the center, upper part of the official seal indicates the year that Baliwag became a component city. The building structure represents the facade of the town seat of government. On top of this image is the year 1733, when Baliwag was founded by the Agustinians. The official seal shall display rice stalks to indicate that the city of Baliwag maintains its commitment to national food security as one of the top rice yielders in the province of Bulacan. The Baliwag Buntal Hat, a product woven in this city, is regarded as superior in quality to other types of buntal hats produced in the country, is likewise depicted in the official seal. The city of Baliwag may alter its official seal, provided that any change of the seal shall be registered with the Department of the Interior and Local Government, open parenthesis DILG, close parenthesis DILG. I so move, Mr. President. I reiterate my motion, Mr. President.
There's a motion, Mr. President. Sir?
Any objection? Hearing none.
Sir, before we approve, just one or two questions, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, sir. With the permission of the sponsor, if he can yield to a couple of questions.
Yes, Mr. President, willingly.
The Baliwag City official seal is incorporated in the bill which will become law. In other words, yes. In other words, the design of the official seal would have the imprimatur and approval of Congress.
Yes, under the local government code, Mr. President, the seal can be altered by mere registration with the Department of the Interior and Local Government. But with the passage of this bill, definitely it will have the highest imprimatur of the Congress of the Philippines, Mr. President.
Yes, I agree with the proposition of the good sponsor. But having said that, can this just be changed by the city council, as did Mr. President? Did I hear the sponsor say that it can be changed by a mere resolution or representation with the DILG, Mr. President?
That's my understanding, Mr. President. The seal, any seal would have to be, any change in the seal would have to be registered with the DILG, Mr. President.
But since this is a seal which is part of the charter of the city of Baliwag, and which charter is approved by Congress, my proposition is that the seal cannot be changed without the consent of Congress.
Yeah, the minority leader might be right, but the incorporation of the provision under the local government code is an implied delegation of authority on the part of Congress to amend the seal by the local government unit concerned by just registering it with the Department of the Interior and Local Government. But I agree with you that there has to be a permanency when it comes to the seal. But again, the law provides that it can indeed be altered, Mr. President.
Yeah, that's a general law, as the good sponsor will know. That is the provision of the local government code. This is a special law specifically for the Baliwag City. Shouldn't this measure occupy a superior place as compared to the local government code?
That can be considered, Mr. President, if the minority leader would propose an amendment, perhaps that the seal may not be altered without the approval of the Congress. I am willing to accept that as an amendment, Mr. President. To have a permanency of this.
Sorry?
To have a permanency, Mr. President.
Yes. So we move to we propose an amendment subject to style, which will substantially say that the official seal cannot be changed without the approval of Congress.
Accepted, Mr. President, subject to style.
Subject, yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Mr. President?
Any other amendment?
No, Mr. President, I'd just like to request to be a co-author of the Baliwag Cityhood, if the sponsor will so allow, in recognition of my maternal grandmother who came from there.
Willingly, Mr. President, it would be an honor to
Sponsor.
have
Co-sponsor.
the gentle lady as a co-sponsor.
Thank you very much. She now has her own town, Doña Remedios Trinidad, but she did in fact originally derive from Baliwag. Maraming salamat po.
Mr.
Thank you very much,
President.
Mr. President, we recognize Senator Risa.
Senator Tiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Likewise, in response to the request of, well, in particular, the municipal administrator of Baliwag City, may I also request a good sponsor to allow me to be one of his co-sponsors. Salamat po, Mr. President.
Willingly, Mr. President.
As well as
Salamat
the
po, Mr.
Majority Floor Leader, Mr. President, if he will allow me to be.
Senator Bato de la Rosa likewise is
So
yes.
Senator-
The good majority leader.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
And of course, other members who are online, Mr. President, who wish to be made co-sponsor.
The Senate President perhaps, and the gentleman from Bulacan, from Bukawi, even though he's not
Fine.
raising his hand,
Yes, sir.
he should be.
I am the author of the measure, Your Honor.
There you go,
Yes.
pala, author
I
pala
thought
siya.
you're not listening. Sorry. And even I see on the screen Senator Cynthia Villar, Kiko Pangilinan, and yes, Senator Villar.
Yes, maybe we can remove the seal already so we can see all the members, because I can't see them with the seal there.
Can we
Yeah.
unflash? And,
So with that, Mr. President, we will close the period of amendment.
Mr. President, I still have one line.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Mr. President, on page 2,
I will-
lines 8 to 9, delete the phrase "shall have a common seal and may alter the same at pleasure, provided that any change of corporate seal shall be registered with the Department of the Interior and local government." I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And finally, Mr. President, to renumber the succeeding sections, and again, subject to style, Mr. President. I so move.
All right, sorry numbered.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's all for the individual amendments.
Mr. President, with that, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
President, with that, I move to approve on second reading, House Bill number 10444.
Any objection? Hearing none. Passed on second reading.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Move to suspend considerations.
Situation suspended.
Mr. President, I'm going to take up another local bill of Senator Tolentino, but I'd just like to remind the body that after this, we just got a certification from Malacanang on the Agri-Agra law. So we can vote directly to third reading after this. So all those online, please stand by after the passage of, or we tackle this next measure, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 4599.
Any objection? Hearing none, 4599 is in order.
Mr. President, this is a creation of a barangay in Nara, Palawan. May recognize our dear sponsor, Senator Tolentino.
Senator Tolentino is recognized.
And no measure wishes to interpolate this, no person rather wishes to interpolate this measure. We move to close the period of interpretation.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of interpretation is closed.
Mr. President, move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsors for amendments.
Period of amendments open.
Mr. President, the amendments would be on page 1, line 5 to page 3, line 19, delete the entire section 2 and replace it with the new section 2 to read thus. Section 2, territorial boundaries. The territorial boundaries, Barangay Panakan -2, shall be described as follows. With the permission of this honorable chamber, the technical descriptions flash on the screen, and I would just like to submit its entirety for its insertion into the records. These are quite technical: BLM, bearing, tie point, distance, and the language is quite technical, but it's now flashed on the screen. I move for its adoption, Mr. President.
All right. Inserted into the records. Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President,
Mr. President,
yes, please continue.
on page 4, with the permission of this body, lines 9 to 12, delete the entire section 6 and replace it with the new section 6 to read the section 6, National Tax Allotment Shares, Barangay Panakan -2 shall be entitled to an allotment derived from national taxes pursuant to Section 285 of Republic Act 7160, otherwise known as the Local Government Code as amended. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And finally, Mr. President, to renumber the sections accordingly subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
So renumbered.
Thank you, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
I move to approve on second reading House Bill number 4599.
Any objection? Hearing none, 4599 is approved on second reading.
And I just got a message from Senator Joel Villanueva that he also wishes to be made a co-sponsor of this measure. And if I can be made as well a co-sponsor, as we have an environmental conservation project actually in Rasa Island in Nara. So this is very close to my heart, Mr. President, if I can be made co-sponsor as well,
Yes, Mr. President.
together with Senator Villanueva. Thank you, Mr. President. Moving forward, we are just, do we have already the official certification? May we proceed or? Okay, we're waiting for the official transmission to us. Yes, we will do the marine hatcheries of Ma'am Cynthia. Ma'am Cynthia,
Yes.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider. Okay, these are two bills, Mr. President, we approved on third reading on Monday. These are two marine hatchery bills. Unfortunately, the House of Representatives, the authors made a mistake, and they need to us to reconsider so that they can correct the mistake. It was not our fault, but the fault of the House, Mr. President. And we have to act on this because it was already approved on third reading. Under our rules, we have 2 days to reconsider the measure. And so therefore, if I may, with the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move to reconsider the third reading approval pursuant to Section 91 of our rules. The approval, I so move. This measure is House Bill number 9934, Mr. President, establishing a mangrove crab hatchery in the municipality of San Jose, province of Northern Samar. I so move.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
My motion, Mr. President, is to include the reconsideration as well of second reading approval. Mr.
All
President,
right,
with the
any
permission of the
objection? Hearing none, motion is approved.
We go back to the period of amendments. I move to open the period of amendments and recognize the sponsor, Senator Villar.
Senator Villas recognized the period of amendments.
Okay. For House Bill number 9934, Mr. President and dear colleagues, an act establishing a mangrove crab hatchery in Barangay Giartag, Municipality of San Jose, Province of Northern Samar, and appropriating funds. Therefore, I have 3 amendments to fix the typographical errors in the spelling of the barangay. First, on page 1, line 3, in section 1, remove the word Giartag between the word barangay and comma and change to Geratag. Okay. So move, Mr. President.
Any
And
objection? Hearing none, adopted.
the second amendment on page 1, line 20, section 4, remove the word Girtag between the word barangay and the comma and change to the word Geratag. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
And lastly, the title of the bill shall be as follows: An act establishing a mangrove crab hatchery in Barangay Geratag, Municipality of San Jose, Province of Northern Samar, and appropriating funds therefore.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 9934, subject to style, so that the Secretariat can make sure that the right spellings of all these words be considered, Mr. President. So,
Any objection? Hearing none, House Bill 9934 is approved in second reading.
Move to suspend consideration.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, I move to reconsider third reading approval uh, on House Bill number 9942 together. Yes, I so move.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion's approved. Secretary, yes.
Thank you. And I move to reconsider second reading and open the period of amendments on the same measure, House Bill number 994.
Any objection? Motion approved.
This is a establishment of a marine hatchery in Bagak, province of Bataan. Mr. President, may we recognize the sponsor?
Sponsor is recognized.
Mr. President and colleague, I want to make an amendment on an act establishing multi-species marine hatchery in barangay, or rather no barangay, municipality of Bagak, province of Bataan, and appropriating funds therefore. So on page 1, line 3, in section 1, remove the word barangay Binokawan between the words in and municipality and add the word the between the words in and the municipality. So I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Second, on page 1, line 20, section 4, remove the words barangay Binokawan between the words in and municipality and add the word the between the words in and municipality. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
The title of the bill shall read as follows: House Bill 9942, an act establishing multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Bagak, province of Bataan, and appropriating funds therefore. I have no more individual amendments, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to approve on second reading the said House Bill, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none.
Subject to
House bill
stand.
is approved on second reading.
Subject to stand, Mr. President. So thank you and move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are in receipt of an e-copy of the certification. I think the Secretariat is waiting for the hard copy, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, I think we can dispense with the hard copy as it is stuck in traffic in Calao. In this day and age that we are doing e-commerce, is it possible, Mr. President, that we can just take the e-copy of the certification?
Well, yes, we are in receipt of the certification, but it has been the practice of the bills and index to make sure that there is a stamp receipt.
Okay.
Otherwise, if this is just an email,
Kasi
ano?
we already agreed to e-signatures. So
Yes, signatures, but that is their practice.
okay, Mr. President,
if
maybe we can wait a little bit longer.
Otherwise, if that's allowed, baka mamaya mayroong certification na hindi naman totoo pero may email.
Na fax, na ano, na hack
Oo,
tayo, hack.
oo.
Hack. Okay. So yeah, Mr. President, with that, there's another measure online that is to be sponsored by Senator Risa. Mr. President, I move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2399, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none. Consideration is in order.
Mr. President, this is the establishment implementation of Parent Effectiveness Service Program to strengthen parental involvement in their children's development. Mr. President, no member had listed to interpolate the measure, Mr. President, unless we have members here who wish to interpolate. Because if not, if it's all right, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, I move to close the period of interpolation.
Any period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendment and recognize the sponsor for her amendment.
Senator Hontiveros recognized for period of amendments.
Salamat po, Mr. President. I wish to read into the record amendments from the office of the gentlewoman from Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano, for which I thank her. These amendments to the Parent Effectiveness Service Program Act, or Senate Bill 2399. First, on page 2, line 2, after the word mothers, delete the comma and the words surrogate parents and caretakers. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page and line number, insert the phrase and parent substitutes after the word children. The amended section shall now read, Section 3, coverage. The Parent Effectiveness Service, PES, program shall primarily cover fathers and the mothers of children and parent substitutes. Move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on page 2, line 3, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. In implementing the PES program, the LGUs shall give priority to parents and/or parent substitutes with vulnerable children, such as, but not limited to, children at risk, children in conflict with the law, and children who have been exposed and/or involved in violence in the homes and communities. Solo parents and/or their parent substitutes, and adolescent parents and their parents and/or parent substitutes. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 9, insert a new subsection B to read as follows. B, module, refers to a component subject consisting of a written material to be taught in a specified number of sessions that, together with other modules, shall count towards the completion of the PES program. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Reletter the succeeding subsections accordingly. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Still on the same page, delete lines 17 to 27, and in lieu thereof, insert the following. D, parent substitute, refers to a person other than the biological parent who has custody over a child and is primarily responsible for his or her care and physical, moral, and intellectual development, such as foster parents, legal guardians, and care providers, provided that surrogate parents and care providers shall secure a certification from the proper office of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, DSWD, confirming him or her as a parent substitute. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On pages 2, lines 28 to 29, continuing on to page 3, line 1, delete the entire subsection. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving now on page 3, line 1, insert a new subsection E to read as follows. E, surrogate parent, refers to any adult member of the family or extended family or caregiver who chose to act as a substitute parent to a child not legally under his or her parental authority or care. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 3, lines 2 to 3, delete the phrase in every city and municipality. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 3, line 6, after the word shall, insert the words be implemented in every city and municipality and shall. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 3, line 14, after the word shall, insert the words be consistent with existing laws and I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving now to page 4, line 9. After the word development, comma, insert the words age and development appropriate interventions, comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On page 4, line 27, after the word children, insert a comma and then the words including reproductive health concerns, comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 5, line 4, delete the words physical environment cleanliness in creating and replace with the phrase maintaining clean physical environments to building. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Still on page 5, after the line 21, insert a new paragraph to read as follows. The DSWD shall regularly review and update the foregoing principles to keep abreast with the developments on responsible and effective parenting, and may develop and prescribe additional modules as may be necessary. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
Still on page 5, line 25, remove the period and insert a colon, and then insert the words, provided that such modifications are consistent with existing laws. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 6 now, line 29, after the word of, insert the words responsible and effective. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
On the same line, after the word community, insert a sentence to read as follows. Accredited private organizations by DSWD may also implement the PES program in coordination with the concerned LGU. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 7, line 3, replace the numbers 8980 with the numbers 10410. And on the same line, delete the words ECCD Act and replace them with Early Years Act, EYA, of 2013. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
On page 7, line 13, after the word society, insert a new sentence to read as follows. The DSWD shall regularly review and update its programs to support parents and parent substitutes. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
On page 7, line 17, after the word thereon, insert a new sentence to read as follows. The DepEd shall integrate age-appropriate content related to the core principles provided in Section 5 of this Act in the basic education curriculum. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. On page 8, lines 4 to 5, delete the phrase, who shall be deployed to conduct parent effectiveness sessions in the barangay. I so move, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection, adopted.
On the same page 8, line 7,
Wow.
change... Yes, Mr. President.
Hearing no objection.
No, sorry, Mr. President. I thought the presiding officer was calling my attention. Just to complete that proposed committee amendment,
you,
Mr. President, on page 8, lines 4 to 5, delete, forgive me, Mr. President, that I already proposed that and that was approved. Sorry, Mr. President. On the same page 8, line 7, change the word require to required. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, lines 7 to 8, delete the comma and phrase, and who shall be deployed in the barangays. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 8, delete the words, the facilitators, and replace them with the word who. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page and line number, after the word but, insert the word is. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
On the same page, line 9, after the word teachers, comma, insert the words accredited private organizations, comma. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Moving now to page 9, after line 1, insert a new section 11 to read as follows. Section 11, advocacy campaigns and information dissemination. The DSWD, in coordination with relevant agencies, shall regularly conduct public awareness campaign, which would promote the benefits and advantages of the PES program to parents, surrogate parents, and care providers through local training programs in the communities and the use of tri-media and social media platforms. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Adopted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And lastly, I move to renumber the succeeding sections accordingly.
All right, so renumbered.
Marami pong salamat, Mr. President. And once more, many thanks to Cynthia Cayetano for these amendments. Mr. President, there are no further amendments to this bill. May I be allowed to request the majority leader to move to close the period of amendments?
Yes, Mr. President. With that, I move to close the period of amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none, period of amendments closed.
Maraming
President,
salamat.
move to approve on second reading Senate Bill number 2399.
Any objection? Hearing none, 2399 is approved on second reading.
Salamat po, Mr.
Congratulations
President.
to the sponsor,
Majority
Mr.
Leader.
President. Congratulations. Mr. President, with the permission of the body, we'll take up a bill. Oh, is the certification there? Wala pa? Okay, we're still waiting. Mr. President, we move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, with the permission of the minority floor leader and our colleagues, we move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2490.
Any objection? 2490 is in order.
Mr. President, this is the OGCC. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Richard Gordon, to sponsor the measure.
Senator Gordon is recognized.
Senator Gordon. May we ask the staff of Senator Gordon to please let him in.
It's past his bedtime.
Hindi po, hindi natutulog ng maaga ang
Don't
aking
sleep,
ninong.
Your Honor.
Kilala
Don't
ko po ang
sleep.
ninong ko. Medyo natutulog po ng medyo late yan.
Because it's past mine.
There is. Our distinguished
I
colleague
just
from
came
Zambales,
out
Mr.
and tried
President.
to feed the hungry, Your Honor.
Senator Gordon is recognized.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, let's see. Let me just gather my words about maybe. Yung sponsorship speech. This is an act strengthening the office of the Government Corporate Council, Your Honor, by rationalizing and further professionalizing its organization, upgrading positions, and appropriating funds therefore. The office of the GOCC, or the OGCC, or the Office of the Government Corporate Council, is a statutory council of all government-owned and controlled corporations, GOCCs. Government instrumentalities exercising corporate powers, GICPs, government financial institutions, GFIs, and government corporate entities, GCEs. Their subsidiaries and corporate offsprings, as well as economic zones and water districts, which shall all thereafter be referred to as, excuse me, Your Honor, I'm just having trouble with my technical, as government corporations all over the country. The OGCC attends to all the legal requirements of all these government corporations and its legal services, makes it possible for government corporations to save at least ₱1 billion in terms of retainership, private lawyers' fees in the handling of its legal, corporate, and administrative requirements. In Land Bank of the Philippines versus Teresita Panlillo Luciano, GR 165428, 13 July 2005, the Supreme Court judiciously clarified that the OGCC is the principal law office of GOCCs. The High Court likewise emphasized the absolute requirement for the OGCC to exercise the control and supervision over legal departments of GOCCs. It is the overseer of all legal processes emanating from and involving all GOCCs. This increase in workload for the OGCC is brought about by the following issuances. EO 596, 29 December 2006, which defined government instrumentalities or government corporate entities and making them under the jurisdiction of the OGCC as the principal law office. 2. Department of Justice Circular Number 27, 26 June 2018, which mandated the OGCC to be the representative of the Secretary of Justice to act as legal advisor and counsel of the SSS and to refer all important legal matters, question, opinion, review of contracts, and importance matters to OGCC. Memorandum Circular Number 9, 27 August 1998, issued by the President of the Philippines, which directed and enjoined all GOCCs to refrain from hiring private lawyers or law firms to handle their cases and legal matters, and that all legal matters shall be exclusively referred to and handled by OGCC. Number 4, Government Commission for GOCCs, GCG, Memorandum Circular Number 2018-02, 3 September 2018, GOCC shall ensure that all agreements entered into by them shall be required to have a favorable legal opinion and or contract review, or shall be secured by the GOCC before entering into said agreements. 5. The Commission on Audit, COA Circular Number 95-011, COA Circular Number 86-255, each circular prohibits the GOCC from hiring private lawyers to handle their cases. I believe we're in the period of interpretation, Mr. President, and I'm ready to answer questions now, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, there are no members who wish to interpolate the measure. We move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none. Closed.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and ask the good sponsor if there are amendments to the OGCC charter.
Mr. President, there are no amendments. Thank you very much.
With that, Mr. President, move to close the period of amendments.
Closed.
Mr. President, move to approve of the second reading Senate Bill number 2490.
Any objection? Hearing none. 2490 is approved on second reading.
Congratulations to our dear colleague, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Senator Frank Drilon, who authored the GCG law to make sure that the things are clarified on the matters involving GOCCs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2450. So move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none.
Mr. President, this is the live birth, death, and marriage certificates. May we recognize the sponsor, Senator Bong Revilla. And Mr. President, no member wished or listed to interpolate the measure. We move to close the period of interpolation.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of interpolation is closed.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments and ask the sponsor if there are amendments to his measure.
No amendments, Mr. President.
With that, Mr. President, I move to close the period of amendments.
Any objection? Hearing none. Period of amendments closed.
Mr. President, move to approve on second reading, Senate Bill number 2450.
Any objection? Hearing none. 2450 is approved on second reading.
Once again, congratulations, Senator Revilla. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Consideration
Move to suspend consideration.
suspended.
May I ask for just additional, I move for the additional reference of business, Mr. President. May ilang po siya.
May pa. Last day na, may pa.
Business.
Good.
Additional reference of business, messages from the House of Representatives. Letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 31 January 2022, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. House number 10571, an act regulating the operation of motorcycles for hire.
To refer to the Committees on Public Services and Local Government.
House number 10575, an act enhancing the competitiveness of Philippine maritime trade by strengthening the oversight functions of relevant government agencies over the imposition of shipping charges by international shipping lines and institutionalizing mechanisms for the efficient movement of goods.
To the Committees on Public Services and Trade.
House Number 10612, an act providing for the full and effective implementation and enforcement of international maritime instruments to which the Philippines is a state party.
To the Committee on Public Services.
House Number 10647, an act granting additional benefits to Filipino centenarians, recognizing octogenarians and nonagenarians, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Public Act Number 10868, otherwise known as the Centenarians Act of 2016.
To the Committees on Social Justice and Finance.
House Number 10648, an act granting Oro Broadcasting Network, Inc. a franchise to construct, install, establish, operate, and maintain radio and television broadcasting stations in the Philippines.
To the Committee on Public Services.
House Number 10650, an act establishing Apex hospitals in every region of the country and providing funds therefore.
To the Committees on Health, Local Government, and Finance.
House Number 10672, an act renaming the Literacy Coordinating Council to National Literacy Council, strengthening its powers and functions, expanding its membership structure and support mechanisms, and appropriating funds therefore, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 7165 as amended.
To the Committees on Basic Education and Finance.
House Number 10690, an act prescribing the use of neo-ethnic Philippine textiles in academic regalia of all state universities and colleges and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Higher Education, Science and Technology, and Finance.
House Number 10625, an act creating the Department of Economics and Development Planning, defining its functions and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Economic Affairs and Finance.
House Number 10657, an act promoting Philippine indigenous and traditional writing systems and providing for their protection, preservation, and conservation.
To the Committee on Basic Education.
House Number 10658, an act strengthening the policies of anti-trafficking persons and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 9208 as amended, otherwise known as the Anti-Trafficking in Persons Act of 2003.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Number 10693, an act converting the Provincial Science and Technology Center into the Provincial Science and Technology Office in every province and appropriating funds therefore, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 6959.
The Committee on Rules.
House Number 10696, an act institutionalizing the practice of extended producer responsibility on plastic products, amending for this purpose Republic Act Number 9003, otherwise known as the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of 2000.
The Committee on Rules.
House Number 10697, act establishing the National Center for Geriatric Health and Research Institute, defining its powers and functions, creating regional geriatric specialty hospitals, the Department of Health, RETA-NED hospitals, and appropriating funds therefore.
The Committees on Government Corporations, Health, Ways and Means, and Finance.
Mr. President, may we just continue the rest when we get back, Mr. President? Anyway, I think the purpose was to be able to have Senator Joel sponsor his measure, and it has already been read to the official business.
Yes,
We will get back.
we can't do anything about this
Yes,
anymore.
I agree, Mr. President. It's just a quick sponsorship with the permission of Senator Frank as the minority floor leader. Omnibus lang po, i-insert to the records na lang yung speech ni Senator Amy. She was patiently waiting on these 14 eco zones. Hindi naman siguro take up itong 14, but I think just to satisfy her craving to have it sponsored.
Sorry.
we should have- with the permission of the body, very quickly. Tito
Yes,
Frank.
thank you very much, Mr. President. If I
Wala
am...
pa.
Wait,
Let me move first. Let me move.
Sorry.
Yes. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, ito, wala po tong speech. It will just submit to the records. Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order Senate Bill number 2468, Senate Bill number 1788, Senate Bill number 7575, Senate Bill number 7576, 1321, 1957, 1037, 74, 2123, 2270, 10108,
193.
10109, and 10217 and 10243. Mr. President. So moved.
Any objection? So transferred all enumerated numbers
Measures. And Mr.
listed
President,
in the agenda.
Mr. President, move to consider all enumerated measures and ask the Secretary to read the short title of the measure.
Secretary will read the short title of the measures.
Senate Bill number 2468, an act converting and expanding Leyte Industrial Development Estate into the Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone, creating for this purpose the Leyte Ecological Industrial Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. Senate Bill number 1788, an act establishing the Special Economic Zone and Fee Port in the province of Ilocos Norte, creating for this purpose the Ilocos Norte Special Economic Zone and Fee Port Authority and appropriating funds therefore. Anong number ito? Wala sa nabay ko. Senate Bill? Walang agenda ko.
That's House Bill 7575 under Committee Report 438. Bulacan Airport po.
House Bill 7575, an act establishing the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone and Fee Port, province of Bulacan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number...
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Minority Leader.
May I know the intention of the Majority Leader in having all of this read? Is the intention to have just one sponsorship speech for all of these measures? They are completely different in subject. And I do not know if, we might be stretching our referral to our rules.
Well, the best solution is if they read this, all these sponsorship speeches be inserted into the records.
Yes, but let's do it one by one, not
Yes, one by one.
completely separate subjects. Or I have no problems if the sponsor will simply say, can we consider as read into the record my sponsorship speech? No problem with that, but I do not know the purpose in reading all of this. Is it the intention to just have one sponsorship speech? I would have problems with that, but if we just read into the records sponsorship speeches, I have no objection.
Yeah,
Majority
Mr. President,
Leader.
it was the request of Senator Aimee that she just has one speech for all 14 by the sponsor. So I am flexible, Mr. President.
And so am I. Actually,
Yes.
Majority Leader, Mr. President, Minority Leader, given the time that we have, I'm perfectly amenable to insert into the record either an omnibus sponsorship speech or individual sponsorship speeches. As desired.
Majority Leader, your call.
If that's the case, Mr. President, we'll just read all the numbers already, and then I can do it one by one to insert, if that is the pleasure of the...
Yes.
So we'll continue reading all the measures, the titles, and then I'll go one by one, and the good lady senator can just move that all the speeches be put individually or submitted individually. You were in House Bill number 7575, ma'am. You can go proceed with 7576.
House Bill number 7576, an act establishing the Surigao del Sur Special Economic Zone and Fee Port in the municipalities of Carrascal, Cantilan, Madrid, Carmen, and Lanuza, province of Surigao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. Senate Bill number 1321, an act establishing a special defense economic zone inside the Government Arsenal Defense Industrial Estate located in Camp General Antonio Luna, Lamao, Municipality of Limay, Province of Bataan, creating for this purpose the Special Defense Economic Zone and appropriating funds therefore. Senate Bill number 1957, an act establishing the Special Economic Zone and Fee Port in the province of Sarangani, creating for this purpose the Sarangani Special Economic Zone and Fee Port Authority and appropriating funds therefore. Senate Bill number 1037, an act creating the Mega Cebu Development Authority, prescribing its functions and duties and providing funds therefore. Senate Bill number 74, an act directing the conversion of Sangli Point in Cavite City into an international logistics hub. Senate Bill number 2193, an act establishing the Special Economic Zone in the 4th District of Cebu Province, creating for this purpose the Cebu 4th District Special Economic Zone Authority, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Senate Bill number 2270, an act establishing the Marinduque Special Economic Zone in the municipality of Santa Cruz, province of Marinduque, creating for the purpose the Marinduque Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. House Bill number 10108, an act establishing a special economic zone in the city of Iloilo, province of Iloilo, creating for the purpose the Metro Iloilo Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10109, an act establishing a special economic zone in the municipality of San Jose and Magsaysay, province of Occidental Mindoro, creating for the purpose the Occidental Mindoro Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 10217, an act establishing a special economic zone in the portion of Salomage Cove in the municipality of San Juan and Cabugao, province of Ilocos Sur, creating for the purpose the Ilocos Sur Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. And House Bill number 10243, an act establishing a special economic zone in the city of Bacolod, province of Negros Occidental, creating for the purpose the Bacolod Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, with that, Mr. President, on Senate Bill number 2468, may we recognize the sponsor, which she'll insert to the record.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader and fellow senators. Given the time that we have, may I, Mr. President, with the permission of the body, be allowed to insert my sponsorship speech for Senate Bill 2468.
With that, Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration, same.
Consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of take up Senate Bill number 1788 and recognize the sponsors.
Thank you very much, Majority
Senator
Leader.
Marcos.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, Senate President, and members. May I, with your permission and given the meager time we have, merely insert into the records my sponsorship speech for the Ilocos Norte Special Economic Zone.
With that, Mr. President, I move to suspend consideration of the measure.
Consideration is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the sponsor to take up House Bill number 7575, sponsorship.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much, Majority
Go ahead.
Leader, Mr. President, and members. Given the time we have, may I be allowed to insert my sponsorship speech for the Bulacan Airport City Special Economic Zone, House Bill 7575.
With that, Mr. President, move to suspend consideration.
Consideration suspended.
President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 7576 and recognize the sponsor. President.
Thank you very
Senator Marcos
much.
recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and members. May I please be allowed to insert the sponsorship speech for House Bill 7576, Surigao del Sur Economic Zone.
That, Mr. President, move to suspend consideration.
Consideration suspended.
President, I move that we take up Senate Bill number 1321 and recognize the sponsor.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and members. This is Senator Recto's bill, the Special Defense Economic Zone in Bataan, Senate Bill 1321, which I shall sponsor by inserting the speech into the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I move to suspend consideration.
Consideration suspended.
President, I move that we take up Senate Bill number 1957, recognize the sponsor.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader, Mr. President, and fellow senators. I shall insert, with the permission of the body, the sponsorship speech for Sarangani Economic Zone, Senate Bill 1957.
With that, move to suspend.
Consideration suspended.
President, move to resume consideration of Bill number 1037 and recognize the sponsor.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and fellow senators. May I insert, with your permission, the sponsorship speech for Senate Bill 1037, Mega Cebu.
Move to suspend considerations.
Consideration suspended.
President, move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 74 and recognize the sponsor.
Senator Marcos.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and fellow members. Senate Bill 74, or the conversion of Sangley Point in Cavite. I shall merely, with your permission, submit the sponsorship speech into the record.
President, move to suspend considerations.
Consideration
Mr.
suspended.
Mr. President,
Senator Revilla.
Yeah, Mr. President, with the permission of the good sponsor, Senator Amy Marcos, I would like to be made co-sponsor of Senate Bill 74 under Committee Report number 443. Will just submit my co-sponsorship speech and be inserted into the records. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Revilla. That will be an honor and a privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, move that we resume. Did we suspend already, Mr. President?
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2193 and recognize the sponsors.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, fellow senators. I shall, with your permission, submit the sponsorship speech for Senate Bill 2193 for the Cebu 4th District Special Economic Zone.
Mr. President, with that, we move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration suspended.
President, move to resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2270 as to recognize the sponsor.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, fellow senators. If you will allow, I will submit the sponsorship speech into the record for Senate Bill 2270, Marinduque Eco Zone.
With that, Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration suspended.
President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10108 and recognize the sponsor.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, fellow members. I will submit, with your permission, the sponsorship speech for House Bill 10108, Metro Iloilo Eco Zone.
With that, Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the same.
Consideration suspended.
President, I move to resume consideration of House Bill number 10109.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and fellow senators. With your permission, I will submit the sponsorship speech for House Bill 10109, Occidental Mindoro Eco Zone.
With that, Mr. President, move to suspend consideration.
Consideration suspended.
President, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 10217 and recognize the sponsor.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Majority Leader, and fellow senators. With your permission, I will submit the sponsorship speech for House Bill 10217, Ilocos Sur Eco Zone.
With that, Mr. President, move to suspend consideration.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, move to resume consideration of House Bill number 10243. So moved.
Senator Marcos recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is the last of the Eco Zone bills. House Bill 10243, Bacolod Special Eco Zone. If you will allow, I will submit the sponsorship speech to be inserted in the records. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And one measure that Senator Joel has been waiting, Mr. President, move to suspend consideration of the Bacolod measure first, Mr. President, before I act on the other one.
Consideration suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order. Senate Bill number... wala pa? Yung kay Senator Joel? Ay, hindi pa nababasa.
There are two, Mr.
So
President.
my apologies to Senator Joel.
I was supposed to be at first, Mr. President, on the agenda.
But I think we already read the first one, Mr. President, so I move to resume consideration. Move to transfer from the calendar of ordinary business to special order, Senate Bill number 2205. So moved.
2205.
Yes, the first item on the agenda. My
So transfer.
apologies to Senator Joel. I was looking at the last page. Mr. President, I move to consider Senate Bill number 2205 as Secretary to read the title of the bill.
Secretary will read title of the measure.
Senate Bill number 2205, an act establishing the Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy and appropriating funds therefore.
Mr. President, we recognize the sponsor, Senator Joel, for a short.
Senator Joel Villanueva was recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader, distinguished colleagues, Mr. President. It is my great honor to sponsor Senate Bill number 2205 under Committee Report number 585, entitled An Act Establishing the Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy and appropriating funds therefore. Let me also acknowledge our Pinuno, Senator Lito Lapid, for introducing and shepherding this important measure. Kahapon po, Chinese New Year, muli nating narinig ang lumang kwento tungkol sa pagkakaiba ng educational goal ng mga Pilipino at Chinese. Ang Pilipino raw po nagsusumikap mag-aral para balang araw makakuha ng magandang trabaho sa mga kumpanya. Ang Chinese naman nag-aaral para balang araw makatulong sa negosyo ng pamilya at makapagtayo ng sariling kumpanya. Ang kwento natatapos sa tanong, sino ang mas asensado, Pinoy o Chinese? In 2012, when I was still in TESDA, Mr. President, we launched the TESDA Specialista Technopreneurship Program, or TTSP, to promote self-employment and inspire our graduates to engage in productive livelihood endeavors. The TSTP was designed to help certified TechVoc graduates form active groups and manage their own enterprises. To make the groups sustainable, we appointed a business coach or nurturer for every group of specialistas to help them with the day-to-day operations, including marketing, inventory, and sales. To this day, Mr. President, and with pockets of entrepreneurship success stories from TTSP, as well as from CHED, DTI, and DOST, we firmly believe that an academy that is laser focused on entrepreneurship training is necessary. A Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy can help shift the mindset of young people from wage employment to self-employment. It can also stimulate establishment of high-value enterprises or MSMEs in the country. Meron po tayong academy for sports, police, military, merchant marines at iba pa. Napapanahon na po siguro, Ginoong Pangulo, ang pagtatatag ng academy para naman sa mga Pinoy entrepreneurs. Mr. President, in e-commerce, for example, the pandemic has hastened digital transformation in the Philippines as jobs are no longer tied to factories or offices, and the workplace can be anywhere where there is internet connection and smartphone or laptop. Because of the strict lockdowns, enterprising individuals have adopted digital services and started online selling businesses. Taking into account those trends that have greatly accelerated amid the new normal, it becomes evident that intervention is needed to help business-minded people capitalize on these opportunities. So, Mr. President, Senate Bill number 2205 aims to establish the Philippine Entrepreneurs Academy, which shall provide undergraduate and graduate degree programs, short-term technical vocational courses, and modular trainings that will enhance the core competencies of individuals on entrepreneurship and promote the relevance of entrepreneurship to job generation and significant role to the sustainable economic growth of the country. Ginoong Pangulo, marami po sa ating mga mamamayan ay naghahangad na maging negosyante. Ngunit di po nila tinutuloy dahil sa pag-iisip na mahirap ito gawin. Wala silang puhunan o baka sila ay malugi. The proper education and training and support, we can change the mindset of these would-be entrepreneurs to see opportunities during times of hardship and create sustainable business for themselves and their families and provide employment opportunities for others. Mr. President, this representation hopes that this academy can be a catalyst for change, one that will facilitate the growth of MSMEs and produce Pinoy entrepreneurs, will reinvigorate our economy by creating jobs, new technologies, and increasing productivity. Thus, I urge our colleagues' support for the passage of this measure. Maraming salamat and God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, to allow our colleagues to study the measure, move to suspend considerations.
Hindi, yaman na. Any objection? Hearing none. Suspended.
Thank you. Last two items on the agenda, Mr. President. If Senator Pacquiao is online, we could only agree to this if they will just insert to the records his sponsorship speech, Mr. President, because if we're going to listen to long, lengthy speeches, Mr. President, we'll just take this up next.
We have what? We still
There's
have in your agenda?
Yeah, the two engineering officers of Senator Manny Pacquiao. Ayoko naman na sabihin natin, hindi natin napansin. Baka magalit naman sa atin. If Senator Pacquiao is online and is willing to insert to the records his sponsorship speech, Mr. President, it will take only 2 minutes. Is Senator Manny Pacquiao online? Kung wala na po,
Well, he has not responded, so
yes, we can take this up when we get back,
yeah,
Mr.
we
President.
can take it up in May.
But we have the certification, Mr. President. If we have the votes, we can already approve the Agri-Agra. Mr. President, very important measure, good for the farmers. We have, there they are, Mr. President, online.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You're over
We
12.
need one more, Mr. President. Maybe Senator Revilla, Senator Revilla can be online.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Senator Revilla, Senator Grace, are they online? Senator Ralph? We need one more member, Mr. President. We can proceed with the vote.
Joel Villanueva, just no.
There. There they are, Mr.
I'm
President.
here, Mr. President.
Okay, go.
With that, Mr. President, did I suspend already? No, wala. Tapos na
Yes,
pala.
yes.
Suspended. With that, Mr. President, we're in receipt of the certification from the President on the bill Agri-Agra. Therefore, Mr. President, I'd like to ask the Secretary to read the certification and proceed with the roll call vote for this measure.
Secretary, read the certification and proceed with the roll call vote.
February 2, 2022, Senator Vicente C. Soto III, Senate President. Mr. Senate President, pursuant to the provisions of Article 6, Section 26, Paragraph 2 of the 1987 Constitution, I hereby certify to the necessity of the immediate enactment of Senate Bill Number 2494, entitled An Act Strengthening the Financing System for Agriculture, Fisheries, and Rural Development in the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 10000 or the Agri-Agra Reform Credit Act of 2009 to ensure the immediate recovery of the agricultural and agrarian reform sectors from the economic impacts of the pandemic, as these sectors are vital to the country's food security and economic stability. Best regards, very truly yours, signed, President Rodrigo Roa Duterte.
With that, Mr. President, we proceed with the permission of the body for third reading on the measure.
Senate Bill Number 2494, an act strengthening the financing system for the agriculture, fisheries, and rural development in the Philippines, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 10000 or the Agri-Agra Reform Credit Act of 2009. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara.
Yes.
Senator Binay.
Yes.
Senator Cayetano. Senator De Lima. Senator De La Rosa. Senator Drilon. Senator Gatchalian. Senator Go.
Yes.
Senator Gordon.
Yes.
Senator Ontiveros.
Aye.
Senator Lacson. Senator Lapid. Senator Marcos.
Yes.
Senator Pacquiao. Senator Pangilinan.
Yes.
Senator Pimentel III.
Yes.
Senator Poe.
Yes.
Senator Recto.
Yes.
Senator Revilla Jr.
Yes.
Senator Tolentino. Senator Villanueva.
Yes, yes.
Senator Villar.
Yes.
Senator Zubiri. Senate President Soto III.
Yes.
Senator Lacson.
With 18 affirmative votes, no negative votes, no abstentions, Senate Bill 2494 is approved on third reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, I'd like to thank everyone. I may recognize Senator Villar, Mr. President.
Senator Villar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank the authors, Senator Amy Marcos, Bong Revilla, Lito Lapid, Sani Angara, Grace Poe, and Christopher Go. And of course, thank you to our Senate President Soto, Majority Floor Leader Subiri, and our Minority Floor Leader Franklin Drilon. And may you read the BICAM members, Senator Subiri?
Yes, Mr. President, we'd like to move with the permission of the body to proceed with the Senate President's designation of the BICAM members.
We hereby designate the following members. Senator Cynthia Villar as chairpersons and members Grace Poe, Nancy Binay, Amy Marcos, and Frank Drilon.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for their cooperation, particularly and may we recognize the Minority Floor Leader, Mr. President.
Senator Frank Drilon, the Minority Leader, is recognized.
May we just request that instead of this representation being in the BICAM, our representative of the minority is Senator Kiko Pangilinan.
Senator Pangilinan replaces Senator Drilon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much to our dear colleagues, the Minority Floor Leader, of course, the Senate President, who's been here every day and all our members online and physically present with us. Maraming salamat po. Record-breaking week for all of us. And also so much bicameral conference committee reports, which will soon be signed into laws and Republic Acts. Congratulations to everyone and to all the sponsors, Mr. President. A job well done. Yeah, Senator Bongo, by the way, wishes to be a co-author of the CDC law, of the sponsored earlier by Senator Pia Cayetano. Mr. President, just a reminder before we adjourn, I'd like to remind all our colleagues that there's a standing Senate Resolution number 15, resolution authorizing all regular standing committees, oversight committees, special committees of the Senate to conduct hearings, meetings, consultations during every recess of the Senate to have continuity in the process of passing pending proposed legislation and to conduct investigations, national interest in aid of crafting relevant legislation. So, Mr. President, to all the candidates that are here today and joining us, good luck po to all of us. May God keep us safe throughout this campaign, and hopefully we will see each other once again very soon. Maraming salamat, Mr. President. We wish you all the luck together with all the candidates for the 2022 elections. Please stay safe and healthy, everyone. Mabuhay po. With that, would you like to give a message, Mr. President, before I move to adjourn?
It's okay. We're no,
Thank you, Mr. President.
we're fine. What your message the message that you gave is already good enough.
Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless us all and keep us safe. Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 23, 2022. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
Any objection?
Congrats!
Sabihin nun, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the
Congrats,
afternoon of
ingat,
Monday, May
everyone.
23, 2022.
Woo!
Good luck, everyone.
God bless.
Guys, God bless you.